Whenever you're ready.
Okay, everybody, please have a seat so we can reconvene the meeting. Thank you very much. Before we proceed, I would just like to remind everyone around the table that conversations can get picked up in the microphones, and to please hold your comments to yourself, not to your partner or anyone else. We had quite a few conversations take place yesterday. So with that said, Tia, let's go to page number 4, and if you would please take roll.
Pamela Sloan.
Here.
Roland Stallworth.
Here.
Linda Cavazos.
Here.
Greg Malkovich.
Here.
Jay Kenny. Colin McNaught.
Here.
Christina Brockett. Here. Wade Polson.
Present.
Deanna Riddle.
Present.
Brianne Sorensen. Alex Woodley. Keith Whipperman.
Present.
Dennis Holmes.
Here.
Dave Vick.
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons.
Here.
Jason Odegaard.
Present.
Tammy Haven. Here. Bob Levitt.
Here.
Domingo Rivera.
Here.
Dave Henneman.
Here.
Ellen Townsend.
Here.
Xavier India.
Here.
Alex Munoz. Dexter Wallace. Nala Williams. Timothy Jackson.
Present.
Paul Anderson.
Here.
Bart Davis.
Here.
Kate Segura. Here. Myself, Sue Wonder.
Tia, we good?
We are good.
All right, let's return back to page 56, financial report. Turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
Any questions? If anybody went over that last night because they couldn't sleep? Okay. If not, thank you.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I move to accept the financials as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion. Greg, seconds. Any additional questions, comments at this time? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. All right, at this time, we are going to go to item 21 on page 131, fines and penalties, and I will turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, everyone. When we were going through our review of the handbook or the regulations, staff-wise, the fines and penalties in our regulations are very well delineated out, like $100, yada yada. Bart, if you want to go ahead and pull up the next page. Those are the regulations right there that deal with those. You have those in your packet. I want to be honest with you. What we're seeing is a lack of better terms, a plethora of the same type of violations over and over again from schools across the state. The fines that we are assessing to people, while they are punitive in nature, I do not think they are corrective in nature. In other words, what I'm saying is this: as a society, we are a firm believer that I believe this to be true, that until something is painful, behavior doesn't change. And I don't mean to be punishing, but I mean we don't adapt our behaviors. We have actually had the following statement said to not just me, but also to members of my staff. A school had an ineligible athlete for multiple seasons, over 2 or 3 calendar years. They were ineligible. They should not have been playing at that school. By regulation, it's $100 per occurrence. We're looking at a fine of probably $4,000 to $5,000. Our office discussed it. We fined the school $2,000 because we didn't want to come across as this is too much. We understood it was a mistake, blah, 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 the whole lineage of items. The school paid the fine and paid us $200. When we got the fine, we reached back out to the school and we said, the fine was $2,000, not $200. Their response was, well, if I knew it was gonna be that much, I would have appealed. In that statement, what I heard was this: $200 is no big deal, don't really care. We've also had schools that have been fined for a behavior or a miscarriage of our regulation that did the exact same thing the next season, but then never changed the response they sent from the previous offense. They forgot to take the sport out. So they were, let's say it was a football violation in the fall. They did the same thing in wrestling, but sent back the same documentation as part of the procedure, but forgot to take out football in their response. In other words, they cut and pasted it because it was no big deal. Our fines do not correct the behaviors. We believe that it is time for us to look at a fine system that actually has a little teeth to it. And if you were, yesterday when we went over the budgets, most people had a side sticker to themselves when they saw that we had collected $11,000 in fines. If we were fining efficiently, it should be zero because the behaviors would change. But if we did it with a more punitive level, it would have been $100,000. I think this board needs to look at these. I think we need to ask the Rules and Regulations Committee to come back with a more substantial fine for behaviors that we are fining for. And the other thing we want you to understand is we're not fining for the sake of fining. We understand mistakes happen, but there are regulations and our job is to equally apply them to all schools across the board. So what we're asking for is the board to direct, literally asking the board to direct the Rules and Regulations Committee to look at the following regulations that are attached, 702, 922, 342, 960, and come up with a new fine structure for our member schools, because you and I all know that $100 is not what $100 was 20 years ago. And we're not trying to bankrupt the school, but what we're trying to do is, I don't want to share it. We keep a spreadsheet of the schools that have had fines. And what we're seeing is a preponderance of the fines are similar, and there are repeat behaviors on there that need to be adjusted and corrected. And we think perhaps if the fines were a little bit steeper, we would stem some of this off. Open to any questions, as is anybody. Kate is the person who handles most of that in consultation with me, and we talk about fines and we make sure we're levying them equitably across the board. Any questions?
Ms. Cavazos.
Cavazos Regional Board. Tim, what is the current protocol right now for these situations when they are not basically paying what they're supposed to pay, or they're not paying at all, or they're coming back with the same lame excuse? What is the protocol?
Kate?
I reach out, typically we don't have an issue with them not paying. I haven't had that thus far, after they try to do a deadline, we get that in. As far as repeat offenders or sending the same document, we have instituted this year through the principal and athletic staff to kind of talk about process procedures, specifically with repeat offenders, but also that same school that we're talking about, with repeat offenders that we're talking about. For the most part, everyone applies. That so far, our protocol is having been.
So, your follow-up question, just real quicker. So we are keeping records of, as far as if this is a repeat offender, or is this just like once in a million has happened, it's just an oversight, but we have those records?
Yeah, we have records. I personally have records for the last 3 years. I'm not sure if we have further jobs. That's what I got from the job. And we have everything very specifically laid out in our document as far as repeat offenders and what specifically we did.
I'll be honest with you, we have a staff calendar, and we have it marked on the calendar when the fines are due, and we follow up when they're not immediately. The one thing I've always said is we're gonna hold ourselves accountable, but we're also gonna hold our member schools accountable. So we follow up, we stay on top of it, and what we want to see is we don't want to see that form used at all, obviously. I think that there are more schools that don't have their names on that list than do. And I don't want to kill a worm with a shotgun here. But what I'm saying is, I don't think there's enough of a deterrent in our current fine structure to stave that off. I mean, if, I'm gonna be honest with you, if I went in as the basketball coach to Ms. Brockovich and said, hey, I need $100, we screwed up our roster, she's gonna say, don't do it again, please, fix it, do it right. But if I come into her and say, I need $1,000 because we screwed up our roster, she just tipped her head. She just went like that. $1,000 sounds a heck of a lot more than $100. And I'm not saying it should be $1,000. I'm just saying that if we increase that fine structure, we might see some change there.
Yes, Ken?
Totally agreement. Just, I guess, I would look more, because I'm on that committee with her, like, guidance as far as how high you want us to go, where you want us to. Does that make sense?
It does, and we've had that conversation in our office. On any given day, that number could range from $100 to $1 million, just so you know.
Well, because I know that
But
school-wise and budget-wise, like, I know
Mhm.
it would impact my school different than it would impact a tinier school with us.
Exactly, and that's what we don't want. What we're looking at is, I'll be honest with you, if I were to say to you, I need $100, Sandy, most people would say, okay, we can cover that. 250 sounds a way, it's very much a different sound. $250, if you don't have your rosters complete or correct, might change your protocol. Now, not like I said, 90% of our schools do this correct every single sport. But what we're seeing is the schools that don't seem to feel the pinch. And I think 250 might be a good number. But I also think we need to look at, I'm going to be a part of that committee conversation, because I also think we need to look at other aspects of our regulations that carry the same fine. Like an error in a roster at $100 and a forfeiture, that I get it. But if you're violating a regulation, for example, I'm trying to think of something that would be a little bit more egregious. I don't know. Playing on a Sunday. There you go. Playing on a Sunday, carrying the same fine as a roster, to me, is a little bit more egregious. And I think maybe that's where we need to look at our due structure, that we say, so we tier them out, and that's going to take some work within our regulations. Because our regulations are very vague, but they're also very delineated with the amount. So I think that's the guidance am going to give the Rules Committee, so-called, is that I think we need to come up with a new structure across the board for fines.
Well,
Problem solved, board member. Other than monetary aspects of the school, how about the program, a second offense or something includes losing a game?
Well, that currently exists right now. I will tell you, certain offenses will carry an immediate loss of a game in the next season. I've assessed that a couple of times, and that one really does sting. I will be honest with you, because every time I've gotten some pushback on a regulation that we've enforced, if there's a game lost, it comes back immediately. Whoa, wait, you're taking away a game from us? It was a mistake. We only did it once. I understand that, but there's also the understanding that you did it. You know, it's the old adage, if the speed limit's 35 and you go 45, but you say, well, I wanted to go 45. Sorry, you broke the rule, you're gonna pay the price. So we are looking at it from that aspect as well. And the more egregious things do carry a heavier cost in that manner. And we also have postseason penalties too. They aren't eligible for postseason, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to look at all of those, and I'd like to realign them.
Mr. Jackson, right,
Rules and regs to look at that.
and I'll tell you, the NIAA has imposed, like for football, you really feel the impact when you lose a game. And I know one of our schools a couple of years ago lost due to regulation violation. But I'm gonna tell you, a lot of these are, they're avoidable. It's just check your rosters, do your job when you do activate it. And I know that's cumbersome, and it's a lot of work and a lot of requirement. Just be happy we're not back to the paper that we used to do like a long time ago. But again, a lot of these things are avoidable. And I think, Kate, I think talking to Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys are planning some kind of educational videos or something, which I think is impactful, because when Kate worked for me, we did trainings all the time. And, that could be part of the requirement. But I think that would help too. But a lot of these fines are unnecessary, but it's on the school.
And if you put it in perspective, we have 125 member schools. There are 45 names on our list right now that we're tracking. So if you're sitting in here and you're saying to yourself, I haven't had one, congratulations, because everybody makes a mistake here and there. But we have 45 schools on the list. Some of them appear more than once that we have tracked this year, and we're not through the second season. We're still in the winter. And everyone knows the closer we get to finals, state finals, the more violations are going to come out because there are schools out there that are holding it in their pocket that know somebody did something, and they're waiting to see where they fall in the bracket so that they can change their position. So we have a lot out there. Ms. Cavazos, we do the audit. We require an audit of their rosters. We require a plan of implementation to prevent it from happening again, what they're going to do. We require the plan to be submitted to us for review. We have the fine is due, and then any other thing we've assessed, be it a forfeiture of game by regulation, removal of the team from an event, game sanctioning, forfeiture of regional qualification, whatever the case may be. We have a whole list of everything, and we follow through with it. It's very meticulous.
Yes.
How would you work on, Mr. Jackson, when you say that you have an X number that you track, does that mean that's you post fines on?
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm supportive of ensuring that we're all following the rules. I think that's great. What kind of action are we looking for here? Because it says consideration for a new structure for fines and penalties.
We would like the board to send this to the Rules and Regulations Committee for a new structure.
Okay, so I would motion to, I would motion that the Rules and Regulation Committee review our fine regulations and present to us at a future board meeting a new structure for the fines.
Second.
Thank you, Blake. We have a first, we have a second, we have the guidance. Any questions, comments? All right, with that said, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, the ayes have it.
Thank you. Kate?
Yep.
All yours.
All right. We will go to item number 22 on page 134, dues structure and increase on page 134. Mr. Jackson.
So yesterday we talked about the financials that you approved. I'm going to attempt to share my screen, but let me get the document up before I begin. We're going to talk about where we are financially with our dues and everything else that we have going on right now financially. Sorry, I want to make sure I'm doing it correctly. Go. Share. All right. So currently,
Blow it up a little bit too.
yeah, I'm going to go back and get a different one out. All right, so when I took on the job in June, one of the things I said was I would take a deep analysis of everything that we have been doing financially. I started that immediately. I have looked at the last 23 years of all of our documents and financials, profits and losses, income, budgets, every aspect that I could, every number I could get my hands on, and everything that we have been doing. Comparing 2020 to, or 2002 to 2025 is ridiculously dumb. It's a whole generation of change, but it provided me a guidance and a flow that I could follow through with. I believe that we need to look at everything that's occurred since the pandemic. Because there was an occurrence during the pandemic that has impacted this budget, and it was silently there. It wasn't hidden, it wasn't illegal, it wasn't corrupt, it was just there. What that was the PPP program. When we were shut down, the payroll protection payment, and anyway, everybody got paid because we weren't collecting anything. We weren't having any events. When we weren't having any events, we weren't having any expenditures. We didn't have to run a state basketball tournament. We didn't have to run a state football tournament. Then we come back in 2021, in that first football season, we were in Allegiant for the first time, full on. And by nobody's fault, the last game of the night was Virgin Valley versus Moapa Valley. And we had the largest gate in the history of Nevada football. Because I don't think there was anybody left in either town. We could all rob it ourselves. They were all there. The game prior to that was Bishop Gorman ranked in the top, I believe, 15 in the nation that year. And Bishop Gorman ranked in the top, they were number 1. That crowd didn't leave. Legion had to open up more sections in the lower bowl, and we were close to filling the entire lower bowl of Allegiant Stadium for 2 football games. What did that do? That provided us a surplus after that year of $372,000 additional dollars that were in our coffers. Over the course of the next 3 years, we were in pretty good shape financially. We did really well. But everything changed as we've gone forward. Costs have gone up exorbitantly. Inflation is through the roof. We all are aware of that. So I went through and I looked at our budgets and how much they've changed and how much our costs have gone up, our revenue and everything else. Since 2021, you can see them, they're right there. Baseball has gone down in revenue by nearly 19%. Basketball has actually gone up 5% in revenue. We've gained more money in that. Flag football is down 22% in revenue. Now, that's unfortunately because when we came back, that was our first major big year. We had a stellar year, but the revenue has gone down. Football has dropped 13% since that first year. Or gone up, excuse me, up. We're up, sorry. Everything went down there. But our total revenue from our events has gone up about 3.4%. The other revenue has also gone up overall. We've seen a 6.5% increase in revenue over the last few years. We're doing well. We're making money, and we're going up. But our expenses have gone up more so. Tournament directors are up 25%. Officials are up 26%. Ticketing expenses are down almost 12% because this year we said we're not paying the back-end fees anymore. And I will tell you, we are very fortunate the board that we made that decision on the budget because we came in at 606. That would have been $185,000 less if we'd have paid those fees, which we anticipated it to be. I want you to look at how much security has gone up in the last 3 years. 191%. And there are reasons for that. I've looked into it. One of the reasons is this. No one's fault. We host first-round volleyball at Centennial High School. They go in and win in 3 sets. They're out in an hour. Minimum price for security is how many hours, Ms. Sloan?
4.
4. So we have to pay security for 4 hours for a 90-minute event. Do I want to not have security? No. But that's where that starts to go. So our event expenses have gone up 36%. And then our other expenses. Our board control budget has gone up 300% in the last 3 years. Our salaries have gone up 22%. Our salary costs have gone up 44%. That's the back end insurance and everything else. Our rent has gone up almost 15%. I mean, as you can see, everything's going up. I will tell you, our telephone has gone down. Thank you, Tia. She cleaned up our phone bill. We had some things on our phone bill that we didn't know we had on our phone. We're cleaning those up. We had meetings with cops, not cops, is it AT&T? AT&T to Switch. We're consolidating to save money. Our printing has gone up 54%. Our office supplies have gone down because I'm cheap. I'm sorry, there's no other way to say it. I don't need that stuff. We don't need it, don't get it. Our equipment leases have gone up. And I know it strikes me as odd that our leases are fluctuating, but they do, the business lease. Our licensing fees are not, there's $1,000, they've actually dropped. Our publications have gone up 42%, and I attribute that directly to the increase in shipping costs. Those books weigh a ton that we get shipped us, the rule books and everything else. We do make money on the back end of that. We make, I think, $2 off of each book we sell back to the schools. Our accounting costs went up. Yes, Keith? I'm sorry.
Keith Whitman, Region 4A. Is there a reason we haven't gone electronic with rule books? I mean, I would think we would say, I mean, if shipping is the problem, and I know there's dues issues anyway, but just almost everything else is electronic at this point. Does it have to be in writing somewhere?
It's from the NFHS. The book comes from the NFHS.
And they don't have an electronic
I
version?
do believe we could explore that, but I don't know if there's a change in the cost. They make money off of theirs as well.
Got it. The shipping cost, it's kind of like textbooks, right? The
Yes.
shipping cost is, and the weight and all of that, if we could, just a thought.
Go ahead. Dave.
On that, our coaches like to have books because if they're there at a game or at a situation, it's a quick reference instead of like, oh, now I have to go online and find it on my phone or something like that. So, and I think referees, like I see referees every time. They got their big binder, they got their books, and everybody going over it in their pregame things. So that's why they.
I'm speaking from an NIAA perspective, but could a school say, hey, I'm going to buy the NFHS books and I'm going to order them, or is that?
We need the money.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need the money. I'm going to be honest with you. I hate to be that crass.
I was trying to save your money.
You're trying to save.
I was trying to save your money.
It costs us money to ship them in, but we still make a little on the back end.
Okay.
Not a lot, but a little, and we need it. Basically, at the end of the day, our total expenses have gone up 33%. Now, what does that mean? I talked to Ms. Sloan about this a couple weeks ago, and the one thing she asked me to do was to check with other states and see what they're doing. I did. I reached out and I got other states, and I compared them to what we do. These are the states right around us. I'll enlarge this again, I apologize. While I would love to go and do what Alaska does, I know that's probably something that the board would not like to jump to immediately. Alaska has a lot of airfare that they have to cover. Their kids fly a lot of places. Most states have something that's very similar to us or some variation of it. Arizona has a flat school rate no matter what the size of the school, but then they also assess a per sport fee. Montana is straight per sport. So if you participate in 23 sports, you pay $250 per sport you participate in. Gets hefty quick. Oregon is $17.50, yada, yada, yada. You can see them, I don't need to read them to you. I also wanted to get other information, and Ms. Sloan asked if I could find some other information that related to what have they been doing lately. Additional fees for insurance. Idaho passes the insurance cost, that $60,000 back onto its members. Alaska is strictly enrollment based, that's it, and it's per kid. Enrollment based with increasing fees in Washington. They are increasing their fees this year. California was 98 cents per student, and I thought, my gosh, how are they doing this? Well, when you have over 1 million students, times that, you're bringing in a lot more revenue than we are immediately. But they are actually increasing it by 30 cents over the next 3 years. So they are facing the same thing we are. They've been running on shoestring budgets, and they just can't continue to do that. And then Wyoming has an additional non-fund generating sport. The one he sent me was soccer. So if you don't have a gate, they increase, if you participate in that sport, they increase your dues because there's no generation of funds during the season. Where are we with this right now? Here's where we're at. This is the information I was telling you. The 372 is right there. It's highlighted in yellow. That was our stellar year. The next year we made it a little over 16. We kind of we rode the wave and it kind of flattened out and increases. Last year, we were down 133,971. Now, the budget doesn't show that because the budget showed exactly what we had. We were still filtering off the 372 and carryover and moved it down. I project us to be worse this year. That's why I made the statement yesterday, why we have the job currently flying. We're going to notify all the candidates. We're going to hold off on it again. We've held off until the first of the year. We're going to send it to them again and say we're going to still hold off because these two lines right here, this is where we should be. As you can see, it kind of mirrors each other. Red is cost, blue is income, but you can see we just crisscrossed. And so I blew that up. Our total expenses is now outpacing our income and it's going to widen. We need to close that gap quickly. Because if we don't close that gap quickly, we're going to be behind the 8 ball for a long time to come now. So that's where we're at. I have created this document down here that actually takes everything they do at every other state, has all the information we have, and you say, I want to know if we charge $3 a kid instead of the $250. Where are we at? The whole deal. I can calculate those out, but I need the guidance, and I want questions. I would like to know.
All right, Colin.
I'm not looking for it, Mr. Jackson. On that chart you showed us with the comparison of
Yes.
Would it be possible to include Nevada in this right here, just so I think that might be helpful, just to put us.
There you are. There's Nevada. We are $250 per kid, and we have a minimum enrollment number. So if you don't have it, you pay a flat fee of $1,200. So ignore the new funding and the increase. That doesn't take out the flat fee. That's.
I would also like to. There's a lot of new board members that a year ago we used to pay $2 a kid. The board approved a year ago. Matter of fact, it was January of last year, a $50 increase. 50 cents, I'm sorry. 50 cents, yeah. So, it's, exactly. It's, so we're paying $2.50 a student, which makes a major impact on budgets. I would also like for consideration that, the time of year, because a lot of us within the districts are being asked to submit our budgets, which I had to do last week for next year. So, again, I just wanted full disclosure. We went from $2 to $2.50, which I completely supported last year, which had a huge impact. Yes, Christina.
Christina Rock, Region 4. So just another clarifying question for me. Did the minimum also change with the 50-cent increase change? And if it did change, what was that?
Went from 1,000 to 1,200.
Yes, James.
What number are you looking for? What numbers do we have an idea in our mind?
Okay,
what
so
number are we looking for to at least get us to even or just barely over your line?
So here's where we're at with a few things. There are a few things on this board agenda that are dominant, in my estimation, are dominoes. We tip 1, 2, and 3 will fall. Coming up later, we're going to be talking about Playfly. And within the Playfly contract, we currently get $280,000 a year guaranteed, locked in for 10. We're in year 8. Within that contract that we discussed at the June board meeting, there is I believe, and I've shared this with Mr. Anderson, we'll make sure that we're going to check but verify. There is a caveat that if they do not hit $750,000 for this year, we can escape the last 2 years of that contract. With that being said, if this board's pleasure is for us to explore that, we would need to replace the $280,000 plus the 40 that we know we're getting on the profit share, and we would need to replace that money right there. That position to do that does not exist in the bailiwick of any of us on this staff. I am not a marketer. I am not a fundraiser. I sold donuts to help fundraise for basketball. That's my fundraising experience.
Good idea.
It's a great idea, by the way. Thank you. It's very lucrative if you do it right.
So I hear Tim is going to sell donuts to make it.
Yes, that was my fundraiser. You understand where I'm at. I was at Nichols and Downs. We would need to hire someone in to do that. Now, plan, I don't come without a full-on plan to share that with you. My plan would be to reach out to UNLV and Reno to find us a young graduate who just graduated in marketing, and we would stipend them on a reduced amount with a share percentage of the dollar they raise. I have access to a former business graduate who is a marketer, and asked that individual, if that position existed, what would that person be looking for? So they would be looking for a very small salary, but since we are PERS-based, that was a selling point for that person, and the insurance. So I figure if we come in very low with that, we could do that, but then we would have them generate their funds. We would offset that cost, but that would require funding to start. The other thing we need to understand is this. We are already flying one position. In my estimation, after on this for the last 6 months, this staff is so short-staffed. I don't mean to say that we're overworked. Everybody is overworked. I'm telling you, we can't do the finer things that need to be done for this association with just 2 full-time, 1 potential full-time, and 1 coordinator of officials. We have 125 member schools. We are still staffed like we were in 1996, when there were 70 schools. We can't function like this and do the things that need to be done. We will continue to hear complaints from schools that we're not meeting their needs. So I believe we need a full-on revamping of our positions, our financing, and what we are collecting. Now, with that being said, I believe, I hate to say this number because she's going to smoke me in the head real quick. I believe we're 50% below what we should even be starting to talk about. We should get $5 a kid, even more. Based on the other states that we are comparing ourselves to in the sheer volume, Wyoming and Alaska are the only 2 states that closely represent the distance and the volume and our size that we're talking about. And at $1,100 per school and $60 per sport, that would generate a lot. But to put that into perspective, I will use this would be Clark County.
Tim, while
Where
you're
I'm
figuring
at.
Tim, while you're figuring that, I can ask Pam and Collins a question. So Pam, how much is coming out of your budget to the NIAA, and how much is coming out of Rollins' budget to the?
Currently, for CCSD, I pay the dues and it's $218,000.
Rollins, do you know off the top of your head what?
Wait, I might have it.
You do this one?
Just ballpark, if you know the ballpark, so you know the ballpark.
Probably a third of that.
A third of that.
Number of schools.
70-something thousand, okay.
37.
So Tim, from
I got
CCSD, you
50.
need $300-something thousand.
Yes.
50%.
Yeah.
350,000.
I don't know, I got it, yeah.
Maybe 110.
Here. This would be here. This would be double if it came from. That would give us $381,000 additional. Additional.
Wait,
Yeah, Wade Polson, Region 3. In my day job, I'm a manager of a utility, and rates for water and sewer rates are much like dues. When you turn on the water, when you turn on your faucet and the water comes, you don't think about it until you have to pay the bill, right? And then rates continue to go up. Your bill goes from X to X to X, and you're wondering why is there the increases. I've often, so a lot of industries deal with this. I think that what we need to do is look at a dues structure, and instead of saying that, oh, we need to increase per student, I'm just throwing it out there, by $1 or 50 cents, that what we do is we do a 3-year plan and say, in this year, the increase is X. In this year, the increase is Y. And in this year, the increase will be Z. And look at a plan, a 3 to 5 year plan, with an increase in dues to offset costs that are going to go up. And then after that 3 to 5 year plan, then you can review it and look at it and say, where are we at that point? Oftentimes, when you come to do increases in dues, you're always running from behind, right? And you're always saying, we got to catch up. We got to catch up. At some point, you have to bring it up to level and then say, what do we need to be there? And to the ratepayer, in this instance, it's the schools. If you have a 3 to 5 year plan with increases on that, now the schools can budget, just like Pam said. Pam's like, hey, I just put my budget in, and budgets are budgets. But if she knew that there was going to be an increase in year 2026, she can budget for that, and she can apply that to it. So I think as we look through that, instead of looking at a one-time, let's do a one-time thing, I would suggest that we look at more like a 3 to 5 year plan and look at it that way.
And you know what, Wade, I'm gonna completely agree with you, and I think the gradual progression would also, like you said, I appreciate the way you perform it, it would help for the planning of.
Yeah.
Because of the situation we are financially with CCSD, this is early for me to have to submit budgets. We typically do it in March. But they're looking at a lot of things right now, and I totally agree with the progression. And also, we did the same thing with the officials. Officials' rates have increased, so put a plan together where it's not just stop, it doesn't just stop after year 5, that it continues.
The other thing I've discovered is Arizona has written in their regulations that if the state increases their funding per pupil, direct funding per pupil, that they can increase their dues the same percent. So if the state comes in and says, we're going to increase student funding by 4%, they can increase their dues by 4% to keep pace, and it generates more over time. I'm not looking for this to be a one-time thing. I like the tier. I think we need to get there. And I'm not saying that we need to hire these people immediately. That's not what I want this to go to. I want this to go to the betterment, but I'm afraid of the fact that the cost of doing business for our association is going up. We talked about Cox Pavilion yesterday. We were very fortunate they were willing to come to the table and negotiate. And I will tell you that I had that on my desk. X and I met with them on a Tuesday, I believe. And he came back that afternoon with the new price, and I fretted over it for 5 days. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm fretting over something I know we're going to cover the cost for, but it wasn't the cost. It was allocating the 25 grand, which is now 28 grand with the final deal, 28 grand, because I'm thinking to myself, where may we need that 28 grand that's more visible? In other words, our Hall of Fame. If we don't run a good Hall of Fame, that's visual. People see that and they wonder what we're doing. So I was wondering if maybe I should have said no and kept it there. But then at the end of the day, I thought the Hall of Fame is for adults. Sorry, you might get a cheaper form of chicken, but the kids deserve the right to play on the best court possible that we could get, and I think Cox is a good facility for that. So moving it to Cox made sense. I think moving forward in the conversations with Nevada and trying to get the baseball and softball fields for state, that makes sense. But I don't want to get to the point where we're turning off lights because I'm thinking nickels and dimes when we need to start thinking larger dollars and bills. So then I want this board to be fully aware of that. Do I think we're going to be okay this year? Yeah, I think we are. I think we are, as a staff, making the sacrifices that we're going to make. We are implementing the following things. No committee meetings will now happen in person for the rest of the year. None. They will all be virtual. Travel has been cut as much as we can possibly cut it. Thank you, Bart. Bart drove up here today. He's driving back tomorrow, the next day. That is actually saving us money because it's much cheaper to put gas in Bart's car, thank you for having a Honda, than it is to put Bart on a flight, which is about $600 now, or $400, depending on we book it. So we're doing all the little things, but I think long-term, this needs to be a plan that we put into place and figure out exactly where we want to go with the association, because I think we are on the precipice of great things for our association. I think we can do that. The other thing is, I think we need to look at our fiscal responsibility and make sure we're being very beholden to it.
Mr. Holmes?
Dennis Holmes, Superintendent Liaison. Just kind of help with a little insight. I've served in your role in Montana, and with what, 1.3 million people. Their office is larger than our office is. And they have resources far beyond what we have, and not, to speak negatively of our office, because you deliver a premium service, but in terms of workload and opportunity, it's significantly less. And I also served in Wyoming, and again, the office size is comparative, and with 600,000 people. And we have that in northern Nevada alone, northwestern Nevada. So I definitely think that it would be wise to look at, the size of the office and the opportunity to continually deliver premium service that you currently deliver, and how we can best do that. And obviously that's going to require some additional funding. I also think that when you look at the price that we pay for our students to participate in sport and activity, it is low. Again, comparatively, and we need to dive into that, take a look and see what, again, how we can test serve students. So I think it's based on my own, not only observations, but experiences, it's time. And so I would encourage that we move forward with not only looking at the fee structure, but the office structure as well.
So Tim, are you looking for direction, or are you looking for the board to actually do something today on the dues and the structure of it?
Wade, I will tell you, I'm terrified either direction, and not terrified because I think we're financially on a crest. I think based on what happens in the next 2 hours with Playfly, we've got to be prepared to go forward. Mr. Thompson did this association a great job by securing 10 years of funding at $280,000. That was great. But we need to look beyond that. And if we're going to look beyond that, then that would then be the domino that falls that goes back to this. If this falls, then we can look at that. And if we don't, but if it's tiered, which I agree with the rate tiering, I understand that completely, then that would be maybe then we ride this out with Playfly. You see what I'm saying? I don't know which way to guide the board in my thinking, because everything is so interdependent. The dominoes all tie together, and when one falls, then they all go, and we know which ones are tumbling.
We'll go with Keith.
So I guess my question here is, because this is, in some cases, like a district question, right? Because you're funded, at least through the two biggest, through districts, right? How soon are you looking at needing this money, right? Because that's a big question. And how much do you think you need this year to be successful? Because to Pam's point, she's already turned in her budget without a significant increase, right? And what you're talking about for Pam's budget would be a relatively significant increase. I don't know what your overall budget is, Pam, but I'm going to guess an extra $150,000 out of your budget is going to be a punch in the face a little bit, yeah? So what are you looking for, Tim? Is this something we need to be like, we need to figure out a system now, we need to figure out a system for 6 months from now, so that starting next school year, like, I guess that's kind of what
I would, ideally, what I would like to see is at the next board meeting, we pass something. But it become effective 25, 26.
Oh, that's June and budget's already going.
There's no way that the NIAA can do this without impacting our county, like Washington County School District, with regards to my next year's budget is due in March. I'm already paying the price for last year's issues because our budget was submitted. And then the NIAA increased the officials' fees for all basketball referees, baseball officials, umpires. We made this big change. And what was it passed? It was passed in June. My budget was already submitted, and now we've had a tough time trying to gain those funds and request using the protocols that our district has to get our, not only our football officials paid at a proper time, but we still haven't got a check for our basketball officials, people. That check is being written today and tomorrow and is required by the Basketball Association by Friday. So the reality here is that we're going to request any kind of money in an increase. We need to make that request not take place to probably the following year.
It has to be, yeah, in respect to district budgets. And I don't know 1A, 2A, and I know Sean did budget or whatever. And it's tough when the districts say, listen, we need your budget. We need you to look in the crystal ball. This is it. And then if we come back later, and that had the officials had a huge impact on me as well, because it was thousands of dollars that I had to go back. And I just think the timing, I agree with Rollins, we should have had this conversation in September. January is tough. Vince, did you have your?
Well, I was just going to kind of follow up with a couple things that said. One thing I was thinking about is that $280,000 a year 10 years ago today is what, $750,000. I mean,
Yes.
That's just a drop in the timing. I'm with you on the timing as well. While I'd like to see something 25, 26, I don't think that's practical. Overseeing the budget, I agree. You know, everything is almost secured or hopefully secured at this point for next year, and to come in and you know, even alter it $10,000 is significant. So and timing is a problem, but I think there is an urgency that we need to do something. We can't just sit and hope the problem goes away, because it's not going to go away. But so I'm in between. There's urgency, yes. We need to find a solution. But when that solution could be applied, yeah, that may make some happy and some not so happy, but we need to do something.
Because our only three revenue streams have never changed. They're ticket sales, dues, and sponsorship. The only two we can control are dues and sponsorships. And we have limited control of sponsorship because we can't guarantee they're going to get a sponsor. And we have even removed a little bit of that limited control with Playfly. And I'm not trying to disparage Playfly in any way. They're holding up to their end of the terms. 280 was all they're required to give us. Am I happy we hit profit share? Yes, I'm happy we hit the profit share. But the other concern I have is this: if we go away from Playfly, and this will come up later on as well, a lot of their contracts, if you look, are national. They can walk right out the door and we lose it 100%. So I understand this, but I needed to make sure I shared this out. I understand that budgets are tight. I understand that budgets are due at a certain time. I don't know if I could have gotten this to the board any earlier. I mean, I don't know if this would have, if I could have brought this in September. I don't know how that could have occurred in any way, shape, or form.
I just want to make a point about the per sport amount and consideration of that. We talk a lot in membership about, you know, you make a schedule, you say you're going to have the sport, you commit to that, and then people are dropping their flies, and that's a headache on a lot of people that are doing schedules. Putting a price on it per sport really takes that into consideration and makes that school think, okay, these are the sports we're going to really focus on, these are what we're going to field. And if we make it so that you pay that, you know, due, and then there's no refund if you decide to cancel last minute, it puts a lot more pressure on that school, your coaching, your communities, your kids to really commit. So I would definitely just suggest really considering that on top of an increase, a tiered system I like, and when you're having those discussions about increases.
Well, I'll just be honest, do the math for my
Oh.
first sport.
First sport, it's not working correctly.
I already told him I was gonna punch him in the throat.
20, Cam has 23 varsity sports. You figure each sport has 2 levels. That's 46 times the per sport. It gets very, very expensive really quick. That's how that generates the money. It takes out the minimum. So just an example of Civica, who petitioned to us yesterday, they did it. They offered 4 sports per year. That's 8. It's $500, just say roughly a season. Their dues would have been $1,200. They're already up to $1,500, and that's just if they offer 2 sports per season. Some of the states did a per coach fee as well to cover the insurance. $2.50 per coach. I pulled a rough estimate. Had Kate pull a rough estimate of the number of coaches we have fully cleared the state. You charge it to the coaches as they get cleared. We had, what was that number, Kate? 14,000. Could you imagine? I mean, 14,000, and we charge them 250. That's a revenue stream of right there of almost $65,000. I mean, there are ways of generating the revenue. The problem is the timing is never going to be good.
Tim, can you, keep in Region 4, can you, with the surplus that you still have, could you make it to 26, 27 to Rollins and Pam's point of being able to make it to the following budget cycle? Again, I'm not saying they can even cover it, but to at least give them the time to adjust. Do you have the ability to float 2 years to 20? I get it. That's why I'm asking.
2.5 years.
I don't know if you can. That's why
I don't think I can. I don't want to say yes to that because we are. We analyzed the fall postseason. We used soccer, for example. That was the one that was the best that we could. We used site-based for the entire state. Higher seed hosted, we did that. We've heard time and time again, don't be pulling kids out of school for too much time. So we have to play after school. So if we go to a centralized location, let's just use the 5A South volleyball. We could run the 5A South State Regional Volleyball Tournament in 2 days on a Thursday, Friday, 2 school days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 1 site. Save a substantial amount of money. But the minute we pull kids out for 2 days, we're in trouble. Now, that's in the 5A, that's in Vegas local. That makes it very simple. I can't pull Smith Valley out of school for 2 days and send them home each night to play by doing the exact same thing. So those costs cannot be reduced. Those costs are just going to go up. We had enough trouble getting people to work this year that we actually got calls during state because the scoreboard was not turned on at the state site because the state site was being hosted by a school during the school hours and they could not secure a person to come in to turn the scoreboard and run the scoreboard because it was during school hours. That person normally works at the school. We couldn't pull them out of school. So we tried to make the best adjustment on the fly that we could. But if we're doing it during hours that the school operates, most of the workers at our schools are our school employees. We are running them thin. We're going to burn them out. We don't have that kind of funding to do that. So cutting costs there, I don't see as changing. I see them as going higher because, we were very lucky. McQueen stepped up. As I see his jersey right in front of me. McQueen stepped up to be able to help us with the 5A2, and they were able to do that. And if that hadn't occurred, if we didn't have those or Bishop Gorman to do that, we would have run into a huge issue with the cost because those costs would have then been exacerbated, and I don't see them going away. And the answer is you can't. I just can't. I just see these things as compounding.
Rollins.
Jim, what I haven't heard was what is the increase going to look like? What is your percentage that you're looking at that you want to impose for next year of the current pay process? Because I don't think you're looking at changing that unless that's the flavor of the board.
You
So
said wrong.
is there a percentage of per student per, we have what, our last raise was 50 cents per student when?
It went from $2 to $2.50.
Okay,
The 50-cent increase.
but when was that imposed?
January this year.
January this year, so are we?
No,
For the start of
for this year.
For this year, so we've increased it 50 cents. What do you want to increase it by projection wise for next year?
$1.
An additional $1.
$1 more, yeah.
$1.
We would go to $3.50, and then the year after that, I would recommend another $1. And the year after that, I would recommend 50 cents. So in 3 years, we would have doubled the dues.
What if we switched it, just because of budget stuff, what if we went 50 cents and $1? And you get something, and then they know how to budget then the next two. It's not, obviously everything stings a little bit, but you're getting a little, and then you can get your $1 after those next years.
That would increase our funding by a little over 100, it'd be about 130 when it was all said and done. And if we increased the minimum from 12 to 1,300, so that would be a $100 increase there. Oops, sorry. Bart, I'm sorry, Pam, call Bart.
Well, I'm sorry, we're doing the math. Go ahead, Bart.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the calculations. Bart gave us a nice job. The other thing to consider too, when, Tim, you look at the funding, based on what we approved yesterday through football and what else these many people are in the room waiting for, our number of playoff games for football are going to severely decrease.
Yes,
based on what we've had over the course of the last 2 years, and that could mean a pretty significant gate revenue decrease as well.
Yes, and ironically, even the worst attended football game in the postseason, and there were some that were horrendously attended, that were just bad matchups and bad locations. We didn't really start to see a good revenue stream until the semifinals. When you get down to the Final Four, that's when it becomes intriguing for people that are not your regular fans. You go to a Reed Spanish Springs playoff game in the first round, you're going to have a good crowd because Reed Spanish Springs are going to bring a good crowd. You go to an Arbor View Liberty game in the first round, they're going to bring a good crowd. But when we get to those final rounds, if they're not good matchups, we're not seeing a good return on the gate based on the attendance at those games. Did we have good attendance at state football this year? Yeah, we did. We were all right. We didn't hit our projection, but we came close. But we didn't start seeing a true turn of profit until the Final Four, I would say. And that's pushing it a little, I'll be honest with you. So that would be one. The 50, that helps us. That would help us bring in a little bit more. We're offset. I think we could do a little bit there. I think that and the additional cuts that we're making in structural and operational from our office would be beneficial. Obviously, we're going to recoup some of the costs for salary for the vacancy the longer we hold it open. That will start to materialize this coming month. Last month a little bit more so than this month, and a little more so this month. But at the end of the day, we need to increase our revenue streams dramatically.
Rollins?
I would support at least a proposal by the NIAA and this board with regards to the request for the school districts to pay 50% for next year.
No, no.
50 cents.
Hold on, Rollins.
Let me help you, brother.
I didn't tell anybody, I hit the lottery.
Congratulations.
But anyway, a 50-cent increase for next year, which Pam and I actually could go back to our people and our board and say, hey, look, this is coming up because our meetings are in the next month and a half, 2 months for the 50% increase.
50 cents.
50 cents. Yeah, 50 cents. With the increase to $1 the next 2 years, right?
$1 each additional year.
Additional.
So for 25, 26, it would be 50 cents. 26, 27, it would be $1. 27, 28 would be $1. And that would be that would be the increase. I think that would allow us to begin to develop and grow over that course of time.
That's your 3-year plan.
That's a 3-year plan.
As we go into our 3-year plan now for football.
Yes.
This is our 3-year plan. It's going to adjust after that.
Will there be a summary that's attached to that would go to our office?
Yes.
So we can take that to our board and take that to our superintendent with regards to are these increases needed and all of
I
that.
can provide anything you want to help support this. What about the minimum? Yeah.
Yeah, if you're talking $100, so that's what you're talking like 6%, 6% increases there.
So at the schools with minimum enrollment, they have a flat fee of $1,200 right now. If we could increase that $100 each year over the course of the next 3 years to $1,500.
Well, that has to be.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kristen.
I have a logistics question on athletic budgets at the district level, since I don't work on that in the things. Within Nevada, I don't know if we have a common structure for every district. Is the athletic department allotted a certain amount of money, like we are at the schools, right? For athletics, just for your own budgets to work with? And then my next question is, if the budget that you're allotted doesn't cover these expenses, what are your thoughts or your plans on how you're going to recuperate these funds?
First of all, I think within the it's a district determination as to what schools are funded for athletics. And second of all, it is my responsibility, Ron's responsibility, to ensure that these requested funds are paid, are received. And from my standpoint, it would never fall back on the school. And I think that's why it's really important to have Mr. Holmes here, and because he will have the conversation with superintendents and let them know that, hey, listen, because of A, B, C, and D, these are the increases, so expect them. And that's a valuable win right there for paper. So it works out. Yeah, it will never be, I can speak, never school's responsibility because, and again, Rollins and I just talked, I think from our district standpoint, about $45,000 I can easily do because I submitted my budget last year, going and amend my budget request.
And we're just talking specifically about state travel, and when we start talking about our budget and the impact on our budget with regards to travel, we're talking, we do specifically have budgets specifically for state travel. Individual schools for non-conference games and those kind of things will raise their own monies to pay for those. So we're talking about payments that come from our office.
And I'll just be honest with you, within, and I don't want to disclose how much my budget has increased substantially within the last 4 years. I mean, I will not share with the public, but Linda knows what it is. But yeah, because of the cost of transportation and charters and hotels and officials and everything, because within CCSD, I pay everything. And I know it's a little bit different here.
So just for clarification, what you said is that, so that, because we talked a lot yesterday about state travel, the expense on the school, but the district level is absorbing that cost in many regards.
We're responsible for that cost.
Okay, so
that's not their budget. So when McQueen goes to state, we pay for that.
okay, so like even the structure that we talked about yesterday, any cross-state travel is supposed to be covered at the district level.
Yes, and there's a budget that's established before the season starts. So for next year, we're going to be taking 3 or 4 more teams to the state. And our budget has been allocated for one team going to state. It makes a huge difference.
Yes, understood. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I know there was lots of conversation yesterday about the expense on schools when it comes to state travel, but it sounds like a lot of that gets absorbed in the district.
Yeah, but understand that's a district decision.
Yeah,
And
just
because we
the two
do
largest
things
ones.
differently,
Yeah.
you're very taken care of at
Yes,
CCSD.
yes. It sounds
All
like a
right.
washout as well. No.
I would just like to also remind all of you that you really need to speak up because the mics aren't picking up everybody. All right, Wade?
Yeah, I'd like, excuse me. Wade Polson, Region 3, I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with the dues increase of 50 cents in the 2025-2026 school year, and $1 increase in the 26-27 school year, and $1 increase in the 27-28 school year, with a $100 increase in the school fee, what do you call it?
Minimum.
The minimum, in the minimum for each of those years.
Linda Cross, a second. Thank you. How soon, Mr. Jackson, will we be able to communicate with districts, schools?
Well, tomorrow, I'm going to attend the superintendent's meeting to discuss that with the superintendents as well, to let them know that this was just passed. And then my plan is to get that to you in the next 7 to 10 days. Does that work? Can you give me that?
Sooner?
We gotta vote on
You need a vote.
No, I know.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Vote first. Then
All right, we'll vote. All right,
Get
we
it
have
approved first, then I'll.
first and a second by Linda and Wade, by Wade and Linda. Any further discussion, comments? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Sooner the better. Yeah, go ahead.
And Pam, if I can, I'd like to make another motion to give the executive director guidance to bring back to this board after the 27-28 year, a 5-year plan on what the increases, if any, would be. And so we have a plan in place prior to going forward, so we're not doing this at the last minute again.
Appreciate that. Okay. We have a motion, we have a first, we have a second by Jay. Rollins, questions?
I think everyone needs to also understand that once this does go to the superintendents, they can also say no.
Yes.
Understand. That's why I'm going tomorrow, Rollins.
Okay.
That was the plan. I had talked to Dennis about this yesterday, that depending on how this went, I may be going with things. I go to the meeting every time.
Yes.
But I will go to the meeting and I will bring this up.
And they also might tell you, come back with another.
Yes. Thank you.
So you got a
All right,
motion, you got, wait, you got a
Okay.
motion, and you haven't had
Let's
a
go
vote.
to
We got to
Questions?
vote on the second.
Yeah,
Keith stole his card up now for
Right.
discussion. You're good. Mine was gonna be after we were done. I was gonna ask
Okay,
about the web.
we have a first, we have a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you very much. Mr. Whitman?
I'd like to make a motion to ask the executive director to look again also at the web person that he referred to earlier about marketing. He referred to that. I don't know if that's something we have to motion or that's just something that's going to happen anyway.
That will be coming when we talk about play fly.
And play fly.
Yes, the play fly contract. That's my intent there.
I'll hold my,
Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, you guys, at this time, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then at which time we'll transition to the appeals. Thank you very much.
Hold on, give me a second. And there's donuts over there. Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Hey, now, if you can hear me, we are at a break right now. We should resume here in a couple of minutes. So if you don't hear anything, that's why.
All right, thank you very much for reconvening. Let's go to item number 18, 119, the realignment appeals. Rollins.
Before we start the appeals, I think at the request of the 4A, 5A North, and their presentations today regarding appeals, I would like Mr. Jackson to actually explain what was voted on yesterday and also give the group an opportunity to understand what that playoff format would look like before you guys make Bob.
Yes, Bob.
Bob Levitz, Board of Liaison. And Mr. Jackson, if you would at the same time, would you please address the validity of the Harvard ranking system as you developed with respect to determining playoff teams in a 5A and a 4A when you split the entire group of schools into two separate groups, a 5A and a 4A?
Tim Jackson, staff. Okay, so I'm going to start twofold. Mr. Stallworth, your question was the playoff format. Based on what was passed yesterday, the football class 5A, the top 4 Harbin ranked, I'm just going to call it Harbin instead of saying the HRM. The Harbin ranked teams would go into the open regardless of where they are geographically located. Top 4. Then within the 5A class, the next 8 Harbin ranked programs would be seeded into a 8-team tournament, regardless of geography, with special consideration given to geographical location to alleviate travel concerns as best possible. 4A would be the top 8 4A schools using the Harbin system, seeded into a tournament using geography to help alleviate travel. Second question is Mr. Levitt's question about the Harbin point system. The HRM system was designed to rank all 4A enrollment schools, ignoring the 5A line. So all the schools listed on that sheet that are identified as 4A, 5A. The sample would now be cut in half. The sample, when it is cut in half, reduces the validity of the system because the amount of data collected is reduced. Likewise, it then would be a little less valid in the South to an inflated part because of the opportunity for more competition within that system in the South. In other words, 4A schools playing 4A schools, their value would be based on that value of 4A versus 4A strength of schedule. In the North, the 4A/5A school sample would then be adjusted because their sample would be into the 4A/5A based on where they're at. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say, Mr. Levitt?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I know. It's math and it's in my head. Okay. So Bart will step in when he knows he needs to step in. So what I'm saying is this: when you take the entire sample, it has more validity the larger the sample. Cutting it in half changes the validity of the sample because the sample is now in smaller groupings. So when we looked at it as a whole, the original HRM proposal was looking at the state of Nevada 4A as a whole. We have now selected to divide that whole into half. It's like half the apple. So we're comparing half the apple to the apple. That's the difference. Am I saying it's going to produce anything different? No. But percentage-wise, each team in each division is a larger percentage of the sample, because the whole is now half.
So if I have, again,
Yes.
so if I have a league, 19 schools, this is working more in my favor than if I have a league of 6 schools.
Depends on who you're playing in that league. If you stay isolated.
So if I'm a 5A school, I get to play my 5A colleagues, but then I'm filling my schedule with all I got, which is my 4A. So when we look at it and say, oh yeah, well, yeah, you're 6 here, 6 here, and you can play all those, you got 12 schools, so you got that all solved. Yeah, it doesn't really play out equivalently with respect to a 4A in the South that's got 19 schools to play amongst themselves with respect to establishing who's making the playoffs in the end. So the North schools would clearly be on a more level playing grounds statewide for competitive balance if there were more schools. I'll just say, if we were all in the 4A. Or we were all in the 5A.
So if you were all in one division, so Mark, make sure I say this right. Right now, with it being in the 5A and the 4A, if those schools play each other, 5A plays 4A, 4A plays 5A, the value of that game for the 4A upon winning it is more so than technically the value of the 5A beating the 4A in the same sample because of that line.
In portions.
In portions, yeah.
But, Bart Davis and I staff. The max preps rating does not care if you are 3A, 4A, 5A, 27A, 13B, it doesn't matter. The rubric does factor that portion of it in between 5A and 4A. The Harbin point system, that all depends on who you're going to play, not just where you're at, but also if you play out of state and who they play. The Harbin point system has a greater, let's call it strength of schedule component involved when you go outside. If you're in a 10-team league in football and you play 9 league games and that's all you play, the comparisons get harder because it's harder to compare you to a bigger group when all you've done is play each other. If Mr. Jackson's in League B and I'm in League A and our leagues never cross and we never step outside, there is absolutely no way to find any calculation that would say which of the 2 leagues is stronger because nobody's gone outside that to play anybody else. When you say if you're in a bigger league, if you're all together, yes and no. It all depends on how a schedule is set up. It all depends on who you play outside of that league. Nobody's going to do this. But if you're in a 16 league and you only play 5 football games all year against your 5 teams in your league, you go 5-0. You're racking up points in the rubric. You're to a certain extent racking up points in max prep, but you killed your Harbin points because you've missed 5 opportunities to go win another game. There are parts of this system, I don't want to call it checks and balances, but it's a little bit of a roller coaster. There are parts of this system that'll take you up here, and there are parts that'll take you down here. Your schedule is important in that, and I've always said this with the rubric, the more different teams you play, the more accurate the measurement can become. It doesn't mean it will become more accurate, but there's more opportunity for it. I'm sorry, it's not my job to call it.
Tammy.
So again, this is why, just to clarify, we took all 3 so that one doesn't weigh right than the other and average them together, correct?
Right. Mr. Jackson.
Yes, but you doctored it so that the input is now different to get the outcome you want. You've doctored the original proposal to get the outcome you want by changing the variable going in. In other words, the variable going in was one class, 4A, so that class, which does weigh into the Harbin and strength of schedule and the rubric, has now been changed to I'm going in with a 5, you're going in with a 4.
So theoretically speaking, we put teams in the 4A, 5A pretty much to see who you play for your division. Okay, we do that. So even though we're in 4A, 5A, can you still open it up and do the points for across the board?
That's what this is, that's what you've done, but what you have done, I'm trying to be as pragmatic and honest as possible. What you have done is you've manipulated the system to get the outcome you want based on the input you had. In other words, there was one unit going in. You have now created two units that are not equal, and you've put them into a system that evaluates them on a basis of division, strength of schedule, opponents, everything that goes into a football season. I see what this has created here is, I'll be honest with you, using the Harbin Max Preps rankings to do this, you've taken the sample and the last word I can best use, like, bastardized it. I mean, you've changed it to adapt to what you want the outcome to be. The outcome that you're desiring is this. The outcome you're desiring is that the teams in the 4A can make it to the playoffs at the end. The only way you could do this was to create a 4A that can make it to the playoffs at the end. So how do you do that? You draw a line and you say, this is the 4A. And that line was drawn based on one measurement, rubric, okay? It could have been anything. It could have been enrollment, it could have been school color, it doesn't matter. You drew the line based on rubric. Now you've taken that and you said, okay, now we're gonna put it into the machine. It's like you put a half a gallon of gas in there and you're trying to produce a gallon's worth of mileage. You've taken the whole and cut it in half, which means mathematically, I'm going to say it right now, there is a probability, I cannot tell you to what percent, it's impossible to calculate, there will be no northern teams in the 4A or 5A state championships. There will be none. There is a probability that there will not be, and there is no probability that there will be all northern teams because the sample was cut in half. So in other words, what I'm saying is, mathematically, using the Harbin Max Preps rankings, there may be, with an open or without an open, dividing the sample in half, a probability that when we get to the postseason, the top 8 teams from both the 4A North, or 4A and the 5A in Nevada will have no representation of the North at all. Bart, am I wrong? Mathematically speaking.
Oh, there's any sorts of possibilities, mathematically speaking. What you've done is you've added another tier into the system, separating the 5A and the 4A. The rubric has a separation built in 5A, 4A, 3A that this board has approved, whether or not you understand the math. Many people don't. Heck, half the time I'm not sure I do. But it's a way to compare 5A to 4A on relative strength between the classifications. When you separate more of those teams, tier more of those teams out, we have that tier in between now. Do I think it's going to happen that when you look at the top 12 overall teams in the 5A, that no northern team will fit into there? No, I don't. And the reason I don't think that is because the way the rubric is set up, the rubric was never designed to compare south to north. The reason behind that, they don't play each other all that often. It's almost impossible to try to get a relative strength. I love it when, in Spanish Springs, the audience, I love it when they go to Shadow Ridge and play football. That's great, because now I see north and south, but it's one. It's one comparison, not 100 of them that you get through the league. The more comparisons you have, the more accurate the overall picture becomes. But with a tiered system, it does become more difficult. The rubric's going to artificially inflate some northern teams in there because we don't have the south-north comparison. The max preps portion of it, that's the part that kind of hangs out there. That can go a lot of different ways, and I think you're going to see, as we have, you're going to end up seeing northern teams, probably 3 within the top 10 in the max preps ratings, maybe 4. The Harbin system all depends on who you play. I'm going to pick on Mr. Rivera, not that Bishop Gorman hasn't been picked on enough in this meeting, but they're a team that will play their league games and correct me if I'm wrong, Domingo, you guys will play out of state for most of your other games in football. So there's no other comparison against Nevada teams, but the Harbin point system, the rubric stops there. The rubric does not evaluate when they play Matter Day. The Harbin point system and Max Prep still do. And they can gain points that way, they can lose points that way. In the Harbin system, if you lose every game you play, your score is 0. If you win games, now it takes into account who did your opponents beat? Who did you play? Who are they playing? But that also, again, tiered by level. 5A, 4A, 3A, 2A. We have different measurements in there. Out of state, we pretty much put a blanket on who you play for what that number will be. The tiered system is not what we intended, it's not what we set up the RHM to be. Tiering it, now it becomes a little bit more difficult to predict what that outcome will be. We could go through 5, 6, 7 years of data in the past, have a pretty good idea. But we haven't done that yet because up until yesterday, we didn't have any paths. To look at it now, again, is the probability there, to go back to your question that you asked 5 minutes ago and I rambled on? Yes, probability is there. Do I think it's strong? No, I think you're going to see a Northern team in the field. More than one? Yeah. It all depends on how the numbers shake out. It all depends. I go back to what an old coach once told me. It's not how good you are, it's how good everybody else is.
Okay, let me go to Deanna and then Paul.
For anybody that wasn't here yesterday, didn't you read the teams that would have been in, and 3 of them were from the north?
Mr. Jackson.
That was skewed data, I said that.
Oh,
That
okay, that's
was-
right, you did say that.
Can't use
But-
that. It was
Okay.
skewed.
Okay, but I just want to be clear, the probability exists, but any probability exists. And we cut down the amount of teams because that was one of the requests from 6 at the top to help some of our board members that said that may be an additional compromise from 6 to 4, and now that cuts down the chances again of another team. So I'm just frustrated now that we're hearing this again, when I'm like, I asked, would that make the North happy if we cut it down to 4 as an additional compromise? Because we started with 6 and it said yes. So yeah, that takes away another opportunity for your teams to be in there somewhere when we do that, anytime we cut down teams. Basically what you guys are saying, I just want to make sure that I understand this, is that because our sample size has gone smaller, it changes the numbers. It's kind of like school. Like if you have 20 quizzes versus 5 quizzes, it puts more weight on those 5 quizzes instead of having 20 quizzes, correct? I mean, I guess I'm just using simple school.
It's more like grading on a curve.
Oh, okay.
The more people you have, the more
Right.
the curve delineates,
Right.
right? It's not so much one team and taking their sample size. It's how everybody is together. But if you look at that 5A, what we got set up right now, like the 5A is 24 teams. 12 of them are making the playoffs. Are none of those 12 going to be from the north? The chances of that happening are
Right.
statistically very small. Could it happen? Sure.
Yeah,
But yeah, to your example, it's you get more kids in the class, the curve becomes more pronounced.
All right. Go
And
ahead.
I want to follow up with that. The curve becomes way more pronounced in the 4A because we're not taking 4 off the top. So the probability increases in the line under the 4A that there will not be a Northern team in there. So the probability now is, and I will go out here and say this on my own part, correct me if I'm wrong. If we were to play this out this year, my prediction would be 1 team from the north would have been in the open, no teams from the north would have been in the 5A, and no teams from the south or north would have been in the 4A.
That's what we want.
That's what I'm afraid is going to happen.
And that's what they were afraid of, and that's what the rubric has showed. And that's why this does not work, because what we voted on as a board yesterday were 2 separate proposals. We voted one proposal on an alignment, and we voted another proposal on a playoff format. And it does not work, and no one thought of that. No one was thinking of that. And so we had 3 proposals presented to us, 2 in the packet and 1 up here. And we made the vote as a board to accept this with a 5A open. And then we voted on a proposal for the playoff format, which was our biggest fear, because you listen to the records from yesterday, our presenters from the north basically stated that we don't want to make a decision on the playoffs until we determine what leagues are going to be in. And then we will make the decision that if there is a 5A open, we do not want to be in it with state. So what ended up happening is that we took one proposal of teams placement and a separate proposal based on all of these different things. Now, one thing we could easily do is say, okay, let's take this, get a 4-team open, and take the top teams in each league, and play based on how you finish first and second, and move on in 5A and 4.
All right, I'm gonna go to Tim and then Colin and swear.
The thing here is, at the end of the day, if you look at page 118, with the exception of the number 6, that's exactly what was passed yesterday. It was just broken apart into 2 pieces. That's all that was changed. The number 6 was changed down to the number 4.
Right.
So in other words, there was, to me, in my viewing of this right now, the compromise wasn't that there was a compromise. The compromise was it was broken into 2 parts, and it was just passed as 2 separate motions.
And the relegation.
That's it. So in other words, this is what was passed yesterday, with the exception of it being from 6 to 4. And by going from 6 to 4, you removed another slice because of that line of delineation between 4A and 5A.
Colin,
Calling on Region 4, so just a couple of things. One, Bart, thank you for your explanation, I think. And so help me understand it a little bit more, so I appreciate that. I'm a little disappointed because I feel like the comments that have been made thus far really solidify this north versus south situation, which is not at all the intent of the southern principles at all, right? And so it's disappointing when we create that versus situation. That is not our goal here, right? And I think what's also disappointing about this yesterday, I'm honestly, I don't care that much about the RHM system. We included that system because we believed that it made sense and was equal in order to allow North and South to have equal opportunity. Because truthfully, that is the way it was presented to us by staff. At least that's the way I understood it by staff, was that the RHM system would create an even playing field, North-South, to determine who belongs in the playoffs, right? And then we also created the open, truthfully, with the intention of removing the challenges that we all identify as a challenge, right? I mean, 4 teams in the open is going to take the teams that we all talked about yesterday not wanting to compete with into the open, out of the plan, right? So, I just want to stress that it's not to box the North out of playoffs or not involve the North. We very much want to work with the North. And like we're all the state of Nevada, right? So, but today, more so than yesterday, it's being made clear that like this has created this division, right? And so
it was clear yesterday.
I didn't, okay, and with all due respect, I want to finish my statement here, but it was not, at least, I mean, I don't think Mr. Jackson did not present yesterday what he just said to us today, right? And in the same way. Right, like today, it very much to me came across as North versus South, which is not, I can't stress it enough, not the intention of the Southern principles. Because like I said, I do not want a world where the playoffs do not include the North. I also do not want a world where the North is not part of 5A also, because I think that we should, if the South is splitting, I think the North should split in the same way, because I think that's fair. So that's just kind of my 2 cents on it. And I know I'm definitely speaking for the majority of high school principals in the South.
let me go to Tim.
I think I agree wholeheartedly with Colin, but I also think we need to come back to what everything we've talked about, and I know that this is going to go that way because it's human nature, is state championship, state championship, state championship. That's what we're talking about. But we're creating competitive balance.
And that's what everyone keeps saying. We went to this for competitive balance. And again, I wholeheartedly agree with him that we're trying to find a way, because we all know that there are teams in the north that belong to Prospect. It may not be all of them, but we know there are some because they've competed with us for the last couple of years in 5A and competed strong. We all know that. And again, I understand the sample size. Me and him sit here and talk all the time about it's such a smaller group. And I get that you have less opportunities. And I don't want it to be North versus South at all. But at the end of the day, the South has, we have to look at the fact that we represent the South, right? We hear all of these things from our coaches and from the North. And at the end of the day, you can't have a state championship without it being the whole state. It just doesn't make sense.
We have multiple state championships that don't involve the whole state.
And I agree with you, I don't think it's right. But again, we're not talking about all of those. This South only, North only stuff, I agree, I don't think it's right. I've never thought it was right, but we have to go with what we have to go with. But again, I'm with him. I know. I feel like we weren't given all of that information yesterday with the skewing the data, however you want to call it, the validity. I feel like that wasn't presented.
All right, hang on.
I'm sorry, I'm going to address the comments that were made to our staff yesterday. How was it not presented? We have presented this twice, not only to the realignment committee, but to the Board of Control. The question here is, when the decision was made to draw a line between the 4 and 5, was the question asked, is it still valid?
Nobody asked that.
Thank you.
No.
Nobody asked that question, because here's what you don't understand and what I think is being lost here. Why was the line drawn? Why was the line drawn? That's the question. If you want the data to be valid and changing it by drawing the line skewed the data, then why was the line drawn?
Let me go to Keith.
Tim, I have all due respect, I agree the question wasn't asked, but during any of the presentations, and I will say this to you, at no point did anyone say, hey, if you split this, you're kicking the North out. Nobody said that. Like, that has never been presented that I recall.
I said there's an opportunity. I said this yesterday. I said there's going to be an opportunity or chance that no Northern Nevada team would get in.
And the response was, when you said that,
Possibility exists.
Possibility exists.
The way
right,
we
let's-
presented it today was, it's almost a certain.
I did not say that. I said probability.
Got it.
All right, hang on. We still have people in order. Deanna?
Okay, I think they just addressed that, because what, I guess, at least from my understanding, I just feel like there's a tone difference, because I thought, like what you said, and I'm just saying that, like, because you're right, Tim, you did say that it was, the data was skewed, so I apologize for that, but I thought that was like a one-time thing. I didn't understand that this might be like an ongoing thing. I thought, or my understanding was that this system was still the best that we have to try to give some sort of equity in each group. It's not that it's bad, it was the best that we presently can come up with. And what is your comment on that? Like, is there anything that would have been better? I'm just curious, because the way it was, like, we knew there was a possibility, there's a possibility for a lot. We felt like it was gonna be a small possibility based on them saying that they, probably couldn't compete, wouldn't compete. We feel like some of us have more confidence in the northern teams than some of the northern teams do.
I don't think it's a matter of confidence in the northern teams.
And make the playoffs.
I think what it boils down to is this. The beginning of this whole process, when it was kicked back from the board to come up with something to reduce the number of state championships, we had to come up with a system. The system that was, and then the realignment committee asked staff to come up with a system. We came up with our RHM. When that was brought back, it was shot down because of representation. That was the whole thing. It was not because of the math. It was not because of the North and the South. It was based on the representation and the opportunity for championships. So, and
Think about like 20 teams. I think that's
that was it. I mean, we heard it loud and clear that day, that it was about that. So then it came back again. The brought back was from the Principals Association in the South. They brought back what was passed yesterday with the adjustment of the postseason. The HRM system was still on the agenda. It was an item that could have been discussed. It was worked out throughout the course of that time frame. Bart and I have said since day one, is the Harbin system the most perfect system? We have always said no. We have always said since day one, prior to this alignment, when the rubric was brought in, the larger the sample, the more accurate the results. That is always the truth. Now, what I'm saying here now is, if you're asking my opinion, is there a probability? Yes. Was that answer the same as it was yesterday? Yes, it was, without a doubt. I still believe that wholeheartedly. I was asked what system I believed in. I still believe in the HRM system. I understand that. I understand that the North wanted to have no part of the open. That was one of the things I asked yesterday during this meeting was, shouldn't we make that determination what the postseason is going to look like so that they know whether they're going to appeal, because their document was posted that if you approve this, we're going to do this. If you approve this, we're going to do this. But what occurred was this part was passed first, then the second part was passed, and there was not a moment when the two pieces were together that the board addressed what the North had already brought forth and said were their concerns. They were separated and split. That's where we are with this right now. I'm not telling you that you can't go forward with the two systems. I'm just telling you, if you ask me if there's a probability, I say if there's a probability, then we need to be prepared for that probability to happen. And I'm very concerned that that probability could happen.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Bob a bit.
Bob, before I thought I know because I'm this regards, again, if I've said anything today that makes anybody in this room feel that I'm doing anything or saying anything to further drive a wedge between the North and the South in this process, I apologize for that. These people that I represent in the room right now want me to shut up. I'll be glad to shut up. But what I do want to say is my counterpart and I, since we met several years ago, have talked over and over and over again about competitive balance. And I will tell you there's not a person in this room that hasn't said the same thing at any time that we've met. This is about nothing more than competitive balance. But and I painted a picture yesterday in terms of the North playing their part for the state. We asked to be in the 4A when the first peak of a 5A was mentioned, what, 7 years ago, or 8 years ago? 2011. We said we fit in the 4A.
You don't.
And I'm not going to go through it all again. Then we had the opportunity again because we said try it for 2 years. We said we'll do the 5A. Okay, put us in the 5A. Get it for 2 years, which Johnny asked us to do. We came back again, and where did we end up? Thanks to North Valley's Cog and Worcester, in a 5A2 and a 5A3. So we did our part again, statewide, to find a solution to help who? The South. And now here we are again, the next cycle, saying we don't believe we fit in the 5A. We'd like to be in the 4A. And in terms of splitting we don't have a vote. But yet the vote yesterday went 6 votes from Region 4 in favor, 4 votes from Region 1, of which 1 person was not here to cast a vote, and 3 votes from Region 2 and 3 in the northern part of the state that represent us somewhat and our feelings here in the north. That voted, 1 that was not here, and it went state lines. The vote went state lines. So talking about division, the board's vote was South versus North vote. So again, quickly, back to competitive balance. I'm asking you to consider that if there's any chance at all that no North team would qualify in the 5 or the 4, that speaks that there is no competitive balance at all to what was approved yesterday. If there's a likelihood that 1 team from the northern part of the state is going to qualify, if that chance is even out there, you've got to reconsider that decision.
Okay.
How's that competitively balanced? It's just not. And
I
tell me
think
to
we're
shut
a
up if
little-
you want me to shut up.
Thank you. Paul, we're off track, aren't we?
I don't think you're off track because Rollins
Just wanna
started,
make sure.
Rollins started this conversation with, he wanted this to be reviewed so that before the schools from the north began to make their appeals, they understood exactly where they stood. And that's what this 40 minutes or so of conversation has been about. I guess it's, and I don't know if it's to the point where perhaps the board wants to reconsider a decision that it made yesterday. I mean, if it does, then that's a whole nother issue.
I think we just need to listen to the coaches.
Okay, hang on, but we're still, okay. Let's go, Wade.
Oh, yeah, Wade Polson, Region 3. So I represent 12 school districts outside of Washoe and Clark County, the small ones. I represent the 1A, the 2A, and the 3A. And so I want to clarify a few things here. First off, I don't have a dog in the 4A, 5A fight, but I sit here and I listen to it, and yeah, there's issues there. I've allowed the conversation to go. To the comments that staff didn't present things correctly, I voted, as Bob said, I voted against the proposal yesterday because of my understanding from all the conversation that I heard that the 4A was going to mathematically be eliminated. That's why I voted no. It's not because I'm a North guy. I live in Alamo, right? That's almost south, right? So I live in Alamo, and but I represent some 3A, 2A, 1A. But I understood what staff was saying. That's just me. I understood what was going on there. I voted because I didn't think that it was a competitive balance, and that the way things lined out with the lines and everything, I understood that. And the division between the North and South, exactly, it needs to end. It needs to end. Stop doing your own personal agendas to make your schools think that you're going to make a playoff. This is the state of Nevada. Do what's best for competitive balance. Do what's best for the state of Nevada, no matter where the school lies. Let's make some good games. Let's make some competitive balance. We don't want 72-0 games. Nobody wants that. Right? So let's just figure this thing out. In my mind, it's simple. In my mind, it's simple. But I'm with the fact that if the 4A is North and South, I'm good with that. I'm okay with that. We've had a 4A in the South for years. And it's been 4A, all 4A, South, no North. And it wasn't until the creation of the 5-2 and the 5-3 that we actually started getting this. And then we had teams that were 3 and 5 going to the state championship games. And that's, to me, that's not good football. And I'm a football coach. I coached for 30 years, Paranega Valley. So, you know, let's just stop this whole thing. Let's figure this out. Paul said that we can reconsider the question. Let's reconsider the question. Let's do it simple. Let's figure it out and go home. That's my piece. Sorry, people.
Appreciate that. Colin.
Just to the question that was posed to, first of all, Mr. Lewis, I did not. Just want to clarify. It was done. It was done. Second, to the question to Ms. Haley that was about, was the question asked? I'm going to be honest, as a board member, I rely on staff to highlight things that we maybe are not considering, right? And so I guess my request or my wish in the future is that even if the question isn't asked, I would like it to make sure that it's clear, right, in that regard. I understand that we feel like we did, but I understand that it was not. And I do think it came today, it came across in a very different way than it did yesterday, right? furthering that division. I agree 100% with what Mr. Polson said in regards to like, let's figure out, that was our whole intention yesterday, was to figure out how to make this work. Yes, the 4A, 5A split makes sense because it allows the teams in the 4A a chance to participate. And in the previous system, that did not exist for both North and South. There was never a chance for the 4A teams to participate in the playoffs in the previously proposed system. Even taking 20 teams, there are teams at the bottom, and I'm going to say Cimarron Memorial High School is one of them, that my students would never have the opportunity to participate in playoffs, unless, of course, we were to have some phenomenal year, right? And I believe there are many other high schools on that list. I don't know the northern high schools well enough to know, but I imagine there are a few. And I did get some emails after that emergency meeting from some of them northern principals saying, thank you for advocating for us, because we agreed we would not have been in the playoffs given the original structure that was presented, which is why the 5A, 4A division was requested, right? Like, I think that was the whole goal of that, right? I don't want to necessarily like, I'm not interested in undoing a 5A, 4A split because I think that is fair. I would be interested in like what would be something that the North is on board with staying on a 5A, 4A setup that allows you to be in the conversation. Is it the top 2 teams from every league make the playoffs, and that guarantees in 5A and 4A 2 teams from the North, 2 teams from the North and both that are in it? It also guarantees 2 teams, I think proportionally from a state perspective, I mean, or a third of the state or whatever it may be. I don't know, I'm just asking what that looks like, but I'm not going to throw something out without a plan that is in place. But again, I can't stress it enough that it is not the intention of the South to divide this state. That is not our goal. And I think that we as a board should be bridging that gap as opposed to widening.
All right, we're gonna go Deanna, Bart, and then Rollins.
Okay, so I'm just asking a question right now. So it sounds like the concern right now is because we solved a couple problems, I think, like Colin pointed out, we sent it back to the realignment, like we pulled out some teams that, when we're speaking about competitive balance, now other teams in the 5 and 4 feel like they can compete for a state championship. So we solved that. It just sounds like now the possibility or the problem may be like how we rank the teams. It's not really what we did, but the ranking system, is that where we're kind of stuck right now? And so my question for staff is comparing over the years, like how you've chosen teams to go to the playoffs. Were teams from the North guaranteed to have somebody in the playoff in the other systems that we use? I guess I'm asking, and then I'll piggyback that with a second question. When it comes to the championships, which I think is different from the regular season, should we be guaranteeing, someone where maybe if they're not, the best team to be there, like to guarantee them a spot somehow? I don't know if that's because you want your best teams going at the end then to compete for titles. So I guess it's 2 questions. Again, so first question is just for staff. In the past have been guaranteed a spot? Is there a system where they're guaranteed a spot? And the second question is, should we be guaranteeing a spot? I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Bart.
Thank you, President Sloan. Let me answer your question first. Yes, we've had, up until we went to a 5A classification, right? Every classification was a 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, where we had them in all sports. And it was a Northern Region tournament, the Southern Region tournament, and your top or top 2 or whatever it happened to be, they met at state. So there was always a guarantee for all those years, during those systems. When we went to a 5A system, then instead of 5A or 4A became Southern only because of the number of schools.
Okay.
The North didn't at the time have the number to split out. Heck, we were putting some 4A size schools in 3A, and the North was left with 9 teams playing at 4A or above. It was impossible to split them out at 4A, 5A. So yes, that part of it, hopefully that answers your part of the question.
And so more recent years, though, no.
Yes, they have been.
Oh,
We've had
the 5, well, since the 5, okay.
Again, not in every classification,
okay,
because
okay.
some have been Southern only.
Okay,
Getting to the point I was gonna make when I put up my card. I had kind of started months ago. I don't know if you were executive director at the time, Mr. Nelson was, this crusade about trying to have fewer than 9 teams be in a state championship, in a classification, so we could have a state championship. Part of it, smaller schools, didn't have as many teams. Part of it, when you look at the 5A, there's generally a mark in there somewhere, whether you want to use a rubric, an eye test, whatever. These teams are the cut. And that number doesn't get down to 12 or 13. That's where we started at. That number is usually a 5 or 6. Looking at the alignment that was passed, I was going to say is up, but I put something else on the screen. When you look at Bishop Minogue, which I think most of the people that are sitting in front of us here today waiting to speak would say has been the best football team in the North the past couple of years. Where does Bishop Minogue fit? That's what I'm trying to do with every sport. Where do the best teams on one half of the state fit with the best teams of the other half of the state? Do 1 and 2 meet 1 and 2, or that's really where they're at? No, not in most cases. When we've looked at the data over the years, that top northern team to second northern team, do they match with 1 and 2 in the South? Only in a couple of sports. Do they match with 13 and 14 in the South? No. Look at girls basketball last year. When you, that number's in between. And if I look at a Bishop Minogue football team last year, and again, these are my eyes, and my eyes are terrible. But if I use an eye test to that, Bishop Minogue matches up somewhere in that 5 to 8 range against the Southern teams. 5, 6, 7, and 8, somewhere. We look at what they did. They played 2 competitive games with Faith Lutheran in state championships, back-to-back years. Where does Faith belong in that equation in the South? Somewhere in that 5 to 8 range. Are they at a Gorman level, at an Arborview level, at a Liberty level? Probably not. But do they, when you look at what we've got here, and I know these, I don't want to speak for anybody in the room, these teams are going to appeal to go from 5A to 4A. What we've done based on one measurement, rubric measurement, is we put what the rubric said are the top 18 5A eligible teams. Slam not eligible, Moapa not eligible, Virgin Valley not eligible, into the 5A. We've basically said team number 22, you're the best in the 4A. Is that where a Bishop Minogue belongs? No. Does Bishop Minogue belong playing Bishop Gorman? No. Right? Nobody does. So it's got to be somewhere in that range of trying to tighten it up. I want to echo what Mr. Polson said, and I've said this to Mr. Jackson, and I told him, don't turn me loose. I don't ever want to look at any team on a list, whether it's the rubric, whether it's this, whether it's whatever, and say, this is North, this is South. I don't care. These teams have to all be together. And that's what I'm hoping we can do. I got to leave it at that before I go somewhere else.
Okay.
The other question I want to follow up is you asked, are we only dealing with a problem with this, since we solved the 5A, 4A, is that the problem we're dealing with postseason? No, we're also dealing with the open issue. That's the other issue that's still out there, is the North has indicated that they had an issue with the open. So we're dealing with not only the 5A, the 4A, the postseason qualification standard, the open issue is still hanging out there as well. So those are the things that are still hanging out there that are being discussed. You asked if the only 2 things left were to.
Well, yeah,
if
like
the
rubric.
Yeah.
Is the rubric the main thing? Because that's
no.
what sounds like
also
we just spent
the open part
right?
is still out there as well.
But I felt like the open, again, Juan made the motion yesterday before we did, is it solves a problem for a lot of us by pulling out it made everything else more competitive to me, just looking at it for the rest of the teams. It gave everybody else a more fair chance to win a state title. That's my opinion.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Rollins.
I think we all want to be in a situation where, in talking to the Northern coaches last night, I believe that the presentation made by the principal and the football president of their association made it very clear yesterday during the presentation that even though they'd love to be in the 4A, they wouldn't mind, they don't have any issues of being in the 5A if they weren't included in the open playoffs. That was clearly stated, period. That was all that was stated. And we went on the process of saying, okay, great, let's vote on this to get you in the 5A first. And then let's go ahead and talk about what the playoffs look like. So I'm kind of reviewing what happened yesterday that created this. With that said, I think we all
Close my door
want
for
to
me.
play more state championships.
Close my door, I'm gonna be in a meeting.
That's when I started coaching in 1985, when we started coaching, there was that north and south group, and we played for the state championship. There was four teams, 8 teams in the state made the playoffs, 4 in the north, 4 in the south. They won the regional title, played for the state championship. Fast forward 25, 30 years, and what's happened here is that if you look at the Class 5A league right now with the northern teams and southern leagues, there's really no way that you can come up with a regional championship with all the teams in the south and the few teams in the north in that 5A. Now, if we take this schedule, and all the board members have this right now, I don't think these coaches and athletic directors would be against the top 4 5A Southern teams moving to their 5A or coming up with an open division, and then those schools playing a state playoff possibly against those other schools on that. I don't think that group would disagree with that. But they need to tell me that. And I thought that was the message they gave us yesterday. But what ended up happening is that we put in the possibility of that northern team based on some rubric would possibly be that 4th ranked team to go up, which they said they didn't want that to happen. And looking at that, with the rubric points, you already know who those 4 to 6 teams are that possibly need to be up in the open. Let them go in the open. We have these 5A northern teams against the remaining 5A northern teams in some kind of a playoff. But the problem that you have with the state playoff, if we do that, guys, is on all of these regions, or for the most of them, you're getting rid of a regional champion. There's a possibility of you getting rid of the regional championship game. So understand what you're asking for. Do you want to play the regular season? That league champion is automatically the regional champion, and then we go to and break off into a state playoff immediately, and we don't have, quote unquote, a regional playoff game. Because right now, does the South play a 5A regional championship game beside the Open?
Technically, we don't have any regions because it's 5A1, 5A2, 5A3.
Okay.
So technically, it's a league championship,
Okay.
more or less.
So that would be the compromise, or that would be the issue that both the North and South would continue to need to address as we move forward with this is you understand that there's a possibility that whoever that league championship is, whether that's a Northern League, or Sunset League, Sunrise, or whatever, that championship would be determined by your league play only. And that's what you would hang in your gym if you want one, instead of a quote-unquote non-regional game take place, and we go straight into the state playoffs. Now, when I was coaching, we didn't have all these RMC complex rubrics and all these other things that determine how teams are. Your record was your damn record. Wherever you finished is where you finished. And the playoffs said 1 plays 4, 2 plays 3. You win the region, you go to state. Why don't we do that here and get that done?
Okay. Also, as you're going forward, if there's any discussion on that, understand that last night when the Southern Leagues were formed, they were formed using geography and not competitive balance in any way, shape, or form. They were not serpentine. They were not ranked. We literally sat in a room, the 3 of us. I tested it until we put together what we thought were geographic leagues representative of regional competition, of historic rivalries, and as much competitive balance as we want. There was nothing given to any type of ranking system at all.
With that being said, it's not my responsibility as the vice president of the board, it's not the Northern's responsibility, and it's not the board's responsibility for you to go ahead and go and reestablish what your Southern Regional leagues look like.
Mr. Jackson.
Technically by 250, it does say.
By
The regulation 250, the realignment reg.
Okay, so then with that, the realignment committee in Southern Nevada could come up with one and present it to the board.
Kick this back to everyone. Again.
What are we kicking back? My question is, are we kicking back just the formulation of these? How are you qualifying for post-season? I don't know what we're doing. Rollins, what are you asking for?
What I'm asking for is that we accept this schedule as this leagues as is in terms of the schools involved in the Southern region and the Northern region in the 5A.
Okay.
They take out the top 4 or 6, whatever number they want to develop an open league playoff. The remaining schools, based on your league sunset, sunrise, and sky, determine what that league looks like, and then the Northern teams, champions would be in the playoffs and play that champion of that.
I'm confused because it sounds to me like what you're saying is we're going to divide them into 4 leagues, a Northern League, 3 Southern leagues.
Just like they have
Okay,
here.
and then we're going to take 4 to 6 teams out of those into an open, which is the one thing that the North said they didn't want was an open. Are you only taking Southern teams out to the open?
Yes.
Okay, how are we selecting those Southern teams into the open?
That's your.
What?
You come up with a format. The league champions, I don't know. You have 3 teams.
So,
Don't leave, boy.
let's go for
Go ahead.
Thank you. Linda, I'm going to evoke you for our little side conversation we just had. Okay? So please, if I go wrong, I want you to stop me. This is ridiculous. What we're doing is absolutely ridiculous. I've tried to be, I understand my tone of voice is very indicative of how I feel. I'm aware of it. But this is ridiculous because what we are trying to do is placate every single person in this room and online. There is no placating this. We have a football division in this state made up of an enrollment base of 4A. We are trying to figure out, manipulate, and adequately make everybody happy. We cannot do it. There is no possible way. So what I really need the board to do is to stay focused and figure out what we want, because what we need to do is leave this room today with a finalized football alignment and a playoff structure, period. That's it. Not who's going to be happy and who's going to be sad, because no matter what you do, no one will be happy at all. That means you've done it right. An umpire makes a call, there are 2 people happy and there are 2 people mad. Player and the manager on the side that's in and out. That's it. We need to stop trying to figure out how to redo this every single time. I cannot stress this enough. The stress level that this is causing is ridiculous. We have the entire Northern coaching staffs up here and their administrators, because yesterday we tried to come up with a placation that didn't work. It won't work the way we wanted to draw it. I'm sorry, it will not. I'm on the record saying it right now. It won't work. We will end up with a situation where we have teams and schools that are not represented because we're trying to make everyone have a postseason that doesn't exist. We have to get focused on this. We have 4A and 5A by choice. And we need to either draw a line and say these are the teams that are going to go to the playoffs and divide them into leagues and do it the way we've always done it, or we need to throw it all out and stick to something that we have on the table that we can vote on, not agree with, vote on. We are not going to be able to make everyone happy. This is very, very frustrating, and I'm going to tell you that I would say from our staff point, we have a rubric, it has worked. Why don't we just stick with it and get rid of the 5A1, 5A2, 5A3, have the 5A, take the top 14 or top 8 teams, whatever you guys decide, and play a playoff and move forward. We get rid of the open and we move on. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's the best move. I think that the differentiation between the 5A and the 4A is too great, but we need to have something and move forward. Bart?
You don't need me to tell you you're right.
Thank you.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, except the only change I would request is that the northern 5A go down to the 4A.
Paul Anderson.
Okay, Paul Anderson, legal counsel. So now we are getting into a reconsideration, as we addressed yesterday. In order to have any discussion or any vote or whatever, there would have to be a motion made to rescind the vote that was made yesterday or to reconsider it. And if it's to be reconsidered, it would have to be made by, I believe it was Deanna Riddle who made the motion and Ms. Rocket who made the second. If it was to be rescinded, it could be made by any board member and seconded by another. But we need to moved to that if that's the desire of the board. I mean, I don't know where this is going. We're spinning our wheels a bit.
Clarification question.
Yes.
Interrupted you before. When you say rescind, are you looking at, is the question being asked to reconsider or rescind the league structure, because these were two separate votes, or the layoff structure?
So I think the hang-up with Paul Anderson legal counsel, the hang-up obviously is the playoff structure, isn't it? I mean, I believe that's what everyone's been talking about here, is the playoffs, and how that looks, you know, from the north and from the south. So I think it would just be that vote.
It's both, though, because the request has been made to move the entire 5A north to the 4A, so it's both.
It's the whole line.
Right, that's what Rollins' point was, he wanted
Those
the
are
whole
two
5A.
those are two separate items. Yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna go to Deanna.
What did you just say? Either, okay. I'm just trying to go back in my mind what the issue is, because I thought one of the biggest issues also was, again, that the North didn't want to play. Diego gets bullied every time, Gorman, like that was a big thing. And they don't want to play Gorman, they don't want to play Liberty. I still feel like what we came up yesterday is the best way for the North to be able to compete for a 5A. I still stand by that, for competitive balance. It's the best way for them to have a championship. I think, okay. What you're asking though, or Tim, what you suggested was to go back to we get rid of the open period. It's just the top 8 teams from the 5, and then they're going to move down anyways. Like, it sounds like they're moving either way. I'm confused.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes. Yes. Everyone has a right to appeal. Place them in the 5A/4A, which you've done. They are here to appeal their placement in the 5A/4A, which is what their appeal is about. Their appeal is not about the playoff structure. Their appeal is about whether they're placed in the 5A/4A. And if we hear their appeal, then this committee or this board can either grant that appeal or reject that appeal.
But then we're going to force them. I still feel like they'd be happier with this than forcing, because if we don't pass them down to the.
We don't know what they're here
for.
Okay.
Well, if they are here to appeal to go down to the 4A, we do not grant them in the 4A, then the 5A was still in the 5A, and they didn't get either thing that gave them a chance. So I still feel like this was the best compromise to help them get what they want. Okay, so can we hold off maybe rescinding anything until we hear them?
All right, we need to get going here. Bob, do you want to say something briefly when you guys?
Yeah, real brief, I just want, just real briefly, as a point of clarification.
Hang on, you guys.
As a point of clarification, as a representative of the 4A, they're very, very clear on what their hopes were, and they were completely comfortable with being aligned to the 5A and the 4A. As they indicated with Mr. McNaught in the private conversations yesterday, the only sticking point was the open. And so we wouldn't be sitting here today if something had improved with 6 schools in the 5A, 6 schools in the 4A, everything stayed the same, just we weren't for the northern schools, the northern 5A schools would not be included in the open. And as we heard from the data specialist, his eyes tell him Bishop Minot from the north matches in that 5 or 8. We're taking the top 4. Would we be here if there was just no open and we were in the 5A and the 4A, would we be here today? It's class. So they're here to appeal to the 4A, to be in the 4A, because they don't want to be in that open.
Okay, hang on, we gotta get going. We are bantering, going back and forth. Tim, you have yours. I know, I'm ready to.
So I want to make sure we're clear on this. Where we're at right now is this. If the 4A and 5A structure that is presented here had a playoff structure that did not include an open, that is the motion we would have to go back and address. Say, you ready? We'll say it again. If the 4A, 5A structure we have in front of us did, yes, does not include a playoff structure with an open, we would go back and adjust the playoff structure.
Okay, hang on, no, we're not ready for public comment. Hang on. I'm gonna go to Collins, and then Bart, nobody else, and then we will go public. Go ahead.
I would like to hear from the public. I know some of them are running schools and sitting here today, so I appreciate that. I will say, and that was my understanding of our conversation, absolutely, right? And so I was not unclear about that at all. I think that the question that I have, and I don't need an answer right now, but I'm just gonna pose it out into the world, or this is where at least my head is at, this conversation of we don't wanna be in the open, right? Eliminating the open puts Bishop Gorman in play in 5A for everybody, right? And so I think that is what I heard yesterday, and what I read in the public comment was that's the real sticking point, right?
We just
So,
didn't want to be included in the open, but we're fine with the open.
Okay,
What I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that the proposal from the Southern principals to pull out to that open, I still believe solves the problem that I think was presented, right? With that, yes, there is a chance of the team being in that open, but if the team isn't that open, I would believe that they belong there based on what we saw happen, right? So I think that is very much what is a little confusing about that, like, kind of, if we're in the open, we want to be a 4A concept, because what we tried to create yesterday was a solution to the open problem, right? And so I think I'm just throwing that out there as like, that's a little bit where this is coming from, but I do want to hear from the public, so that's the last comment.
Okay, Bart, you're ready.
Thank you, President Sloan. I asked, when Coach Hummel was at the podium yesterday, I asked a question to Coach Hummel, I asked a question of Mr. McNaught. If the 4-team open division was only in the South, would the North be all right with that, have the 5A and 4A? We pull the 4 from the South into the open, we have a 5A and 4A as we are set up here. The answer Mr. Hummel gave me was a conditional yes. He hadn't talked to everybody. The answer I got from Mr. McNaught was no. There was a difference in there. Bring that back up again. If that 4-team open were only the South, would the people all sitting in this room all be sitting in this room today? Or would we have a solution to that playoff where the 4-team open is the South? And again, the data can change year to year. But where's that northern team generally rank? Somewhere in that 5 through 8. I'm not telling you that's what I think you should do. I'm not telling you that's what I would do. I'm just bringing that question up again.
All right. I know we have people online as well. We're going to start with Freeman Holbrook.
All right, thank you guys. Got to meet you a lot yesterday, so I appreciate you so with me. I know we are currently trying to come up with a solution for the north and the south. And I want to just make it clear that they're different. It's not divisive, they're just different. They have different needs, different nuances down in the south that the north doesn't have, and vice versa. And so coming up with a good solution for a regional championship for us makes sense. Okay? And I think I wanted to try to offer that solution, but right now, the current situation creates really an unfunded mandate for Washington County schools as far as travel. It pulls revenue from our schools. Our regional, and this is a good example of what's different. Our regional games are heavily attended, and we do make a lot of money off of those games. So to pull those away from us would be tough. Okay, we do have a possible compromise to where we could look at if the North is left out of the open, and understanding that that is not something the South wants. But what the North could do is, if you look at that 5A, 4A design, we could still compete for a region where we're at, and then compete for a region with one of the teams from the South, so you don't lose a region. The other two could compete against each other, and then we meet at state. Okay, if our team doesn't make it there, then they don't make it there, right? But I do think that's something that everyone might be comfortable with as far as the playoff design, that might work with the alignment that you approved. It may not completely adjust everything that you guys are doing. So I wanted to kind of offer that, and just the understanding from a principal's lens of where this is coming from. This is not something that anybody in the North was okay with. Okay, and as you guys move forward with that, understanding that if we have one team in a playoff structure, we have to answer as principals and as coaches and ADs, we have to answer to our communities. That is not going to land well in our communities. Okay, and there's some things that we need to try to think about when we talk about money, being fiscally responsible, and going to play competitive games that matter. Okay, and understanding that difference from the two doesn't mean divisive. Okay, we do want to play for a state team. We want to play the best teams. Okay, we absolutely respect what Norman's done and what they're doing to compete at that national level. It's amazing. But it doesn't make it equitable for us to keep going and having this conversation. Okay? I'm going to offer one other thing that might work for realignment going forward. I do think there was some good discussion yesterday with Mr. McNaught to talk about reorganizations and annual processes for teams that maybe have where they need to be, where they're at. And then the NIAA board overseeing where those teams land. I don't know if we need to realign every 3 years. If it's a consistent process, maybe that's something that we could avoid. Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Bart.
So I'm here for.
So perhaps we consider the following. Open division, top 4 in the South. Then leaving them in the 5 and the 4 like we have them. The North, top 4 by standings. Top 4 teams make the postseason in your league. South, top 6 by HRM. Knowing that the sample is small, but it's within the confined sample of the South. 4A, North, top 4 by standings. South, top 6 by HRM. Separate to the finals. North-South play 4 and 5.
Tim, why would we use HRM for the South and not HRM for the, even if you're separating them, why would you not use HRM for the, even, because it's,
yeah, that's a great
because it's
question.
only them, right? You're separating them, why would you not use HRM for the North?
Because your sample's small.
Understand?
Okay? And you're using that real small sample in the South because you're pulling the top 4 out. And if the one league is stronger than another, it doesn't penalize you for playing in a tough league like the black and blue division. Bart?
The answer to the question of why you wouldn't use the HRM in the North is because you have a 6-team league and they are all playing each other. They are going to shake out themselves. In the South, you have 18 teams in that pool. There's no possible way they can play each other. The North is simply a 6-team league under these setups. You're going to determine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 when they all play each other.
Did you say 6 in the North or 4 in the North?
4 out of the 6.
Then one of the concerns originally was why are 0 and 9 teams making the playoffs, right? That
Won't happen. Can't happen.
So
She said, okay.
Tim, could you say it again?
Sure.
one more
Okay,
time?
ready?
It was a lot to
All
process.
right,
at the
so
same time.
taking the leagues that we presented to everyone last night, leaving them
Understood.
alone.
Yep.
Okay. The top 4 Southern teams. Okay?
From the 5A.
From the 5A would go into the open.
No open, right? There was.
No.
We
Top
could,
four from the
South
south.
South.
Top 4 Southern teams go into the open. The remaining 5A from the north, based on standings in their league, the top 4 Northern 5A teams go to the postseason. In the south.
In the 5A.
In the 5A. In the south, the next 6 teams go to the playoffs based on the HRM.
So there'd be 10 total teams in the 5A. I'm sorry, I'm not
No,
trying.
you're-
I have to talk through it for me, so I apologize. I'm really not an idiot. I just gotta talk it through. So 6, sometimes I'm gonna ask my wife. Okay, so top 6 in the south, top 4 in the north. We're then gonna play, the top 6 will play out, the top 4 would play out, the winners would meet at the end.
North-South state championship.
And the top 4 that would peeled off at the front will play in an open.
Yes.
Is what you're presenting. And then what would be the 4A?
Same thing.
Same thing.
It would be 6 instead of 8 now.
Yes. It would be 4 from the north,
and
6 from the south,
I could live with it too.
and we could live with 8 as well.
Thank you for the clarification. I just needed to hear it again. Thank you.
I don't care.
I don't care. The difference between 6 and 8 to us is nothing. It's negligible.
So I think from Colin's point, getting more teams in, I think the South should be able to get 8 based on the total number of schools in the region. They should get 8 instead of 6.
We're talking 5A, 4A, or just 4A?
Okay, so let's stop again. Hold on.
Sidebar
Sorry,
conversation.
here we go. Open, 5A only south, top 4. 5A north, top 4 by standings. 5A south, top 8 by HRM. 4A north, top 8 by HRM. 4A, 5A, north.
And I'm gonna ask people to speak that haven't spoken. Xavier.
Tim, more with this new thought process, do we need to
That's my pet name
I've
for
got it
everybody.
back now. I've got audio coming back through you.
Okay,
We're good?
I don't know.
Check, 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 check.
I think you walked in and it fixed itself. If you're not using your computer right now, and is this directly connected to this meeting, can you guys please get off? Are you working on meeting stuff or CCSD stuff over there?
Always cool.
I don't think anybody's connected to the meeting in here.
That's not what I'm saying. Are you working on school stuff or are you here viewing the thing? Yeah.
They said it's up.
Okay.
Okay,
He says it's up.
Yeah, I've got sound coming back, so
Okay.
it should be good.
all right,
Just walk in the room next time and it works. So that's
all right, thank you, Dave. That's why.
My point is to say, hey, if I put into a league, and I'm pretty, I win my league, I'm pretty good, but because my league is weak, I might not be in that top.
Dave, I will tell you that happens in, all the way up from the NFL, all the way down to Pee Wee. Sometimes you don't have a good league and you don't make the postseason. So I think we need, if we're gonna do it that way, we would have to redo all the leagues in a manner, and I don't know if that would even solve the problem at all. Serpentine provides us better data. Serpentine provides us better game competition availability. Geographic locks us into the strength of that league, and we may get some different types of data from the strength of that league. Okay, I would prefer that we put it into a serpentine if we're going to go this route. There is some drawbacks to that, I'm sure, because of the travel and not playing them, but one or the other has to be selected, and we'll live with either one, but understand that there's a possibility there.
Okay, this is our game plan. Mr. Holmes, go to you. And then after that, we're gonna have a working lunch, since the food is here. We will get our lunch, come back and resume.
Thank you. I'm just curious how many 5A schools are here with the intent, 4A, because I think that could skew your pathway. I think you're on a good path, but I think it's important that we find that information.
The question would be to the Northern Region administrators, coaches, and athletic directors. Where do you want to proceed? How do you want to proceed?
I think I'm not sure if there's other things happening for people here today, but I do think if you go that route, that you won't have those appeals. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I don't think you'll have any of those appeals. So you would see what you have if you go that route.
Just
Staying from the south.
I can't speak. The only appeals I've heard of are an appeal of a divisional thing is the only appeal I'm aware of. It doesn't mean that there aren't people online. I don't know.
I am aware of, there's definitely at least one I know of that's sometimes if you go from 5A to 4A.
There you go. Yeah, there are two that I'm aware of. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Two.
One CCSD, one non.
Oh, right. Oh.
Okay, so with that said, board members, please proceed, get something to eat at this time. Come back.
We're live.
Hold off on conversation, please.
coming back.
We'll shut down until everyone has their food. Let the boss
Give me a test, please.
Test, test.
Thank you. We're good.
It's still a little bit hot, but it's good.
Whenever you're
How's
ready.
he doing over there, Jeff? Are we good?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay. And I got a family member traveling across the country here and I'm checking. Okay, we're trying to get a hold of a board member that we believe will be here.
I got you, Alex. We're gonna leave you on speakerphone so that you can be a part of our meeting here. I got you on speaker. We'll denote in the minutes that you joined the meeting at 12:08. Yep.
All right, thank you. Sorry that lunch took a little bit longer than anticipated. All right, so at this time where we left it, Mr. Jackson had shared with us a 5A, 4A plan, and I'm going to review that. With the top 4 teams in the 5A go Southern, will go in the Southern playoffs. Again, let me start that again. Top 4 will go in the Open from the South. From the North, the top 4 according to standings. And in the South, the top 8 based on HRM. On the 4, the top 4 per standings in the North. And in the South, the top 8 with the HRM. I understand there's a scheduling potential issue that I'll turn over to Mr. Jackson.
I think if we go with the 8 in the South and the 4 in the North, there becomes a situation where the North is idle for 2 weeks before the playoff brackets line up. If we stay with the 6 in that we can line it up better with only 1 week of idle. Bart?
What we originally said was the 5A was going to be 6 teams in the South beyond those 4 teams that went to the Open. The 4A was going to be 8 teams in the South. The 16 playoff and 18 playoff is the exact same bracket-wise, week-wise. You just have 2 buys built in. If you're looking at trying to stagger, what you can do is either the North extends its regular season by 1 week or starts a week later if they want to do that too, or you build that bye in a strategic place, or maybe it's after the semifinal round, then the North takes the bye to go into its championship as opposed to sit with them.
All right, Ron?
Regarding the week difference here, remember Washoe County, we have a week off in football season called spring break. Fall break. And we have a week off, and traditionally some teams do not schedule games. We could actually, in the North, equalize that by having no games scheduled that week. And that way we would land on the same scheduled rotation that currently would accommodate this kind of.
So then we would leave the numbers as previously presented. 8. Okay. Okay.
8 where?
Wait, 8 where? 5A, 4A, 4A?
8 is 4.
Both.
You got 12 teams from the 5A in the South from the playoffs under that. Just making sure we're clear. Because 4 would go to the Open, the next 8 would go to the 5A.
All right, let me just. So Paul, can you please review once again what we need? I understand that we'll have to rescind yesterday's postseason.
So, Paul and his legal counsel, it can be done one of 2 ways. The individuals who made the motion, which is Ms. Whittle, and the individual who seconded it, which was Ms. Brockett, I believe. And this would be the motion that was made yesterday with respect to the playoff structure, which was the second motion. Ms. Whittle would need to make a motion that she would like to have that reconsidered. Ms. Brockett would need to second that. That would then go to discussion and a vote of the board. If that were approved, then that decision is off the table, kind of erased. And then the floor is open for another motion to perhaps adopt this playoff schedule that's been discussed prior to lunch and just now. So it could be done that way, or it could even be done, if you're reluctant to make that motion, it could be done by another board member, because the other part of that reg that we discussed yesterday allows anybody on the board at any time to make a motion to rescind it. So I leave it to you.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm probably gonna make that motion, but, okay, so we're changing it from 6 to 8, so now we have 12 teams in 5A going to a playoff?
Same thing as 4A.
In the south.
That does not include the open, the 14's the open. It's actually more representation for the South. As initially we talked.
I know, but that's, we talked about having a lot of teams. Okay, anyways, we'll get to that when we get to that. Deanna Riddle, Region 4, I move that we reconsider my motion from yesterday for approval for the current playoff structure as proposed by the realignment committee.
By you, in your motion.
And myself, whatever, on page, I don't remember what page it was, 118? For the 4A, 5A.
Okay, with that said, we now need a new motion.
No.
No.
We
need a vote to
discussion and a
rescind,
vote on this
absolutely.
motion.
All right, sorry. All right, all in favor of reconsidering what was proposed yesterday for postseason, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you. Okay, who's in that too?
Floor is open.
Okay,
Floor is open for another motion at this point in time with respect to the playoff structure.
okay. Deanna,
I move that we accept the playoff structure as the following. We have an open, pulling the top 4 teams from the Class 5A division, South only. We can, I know some of you have pain faces. We have realignment in 3 years. We can live with that. South only, open. And we have a Class 5A championship with 8 teams from the Southern Division using the HRM system to qualify which 8 teams those are, and 4 teams from the Northern Division using their standings to go into the playoffs. Then we have a Class 4A championship where from the Northern Division, we have 4 teams based on their standings, end of season, and 8 teams from the Southern region using the HRM scoring system. Did I cover? Okay.
well done.
Second.
Wait, all right, we have a first. Wait, didn't hesitate on that second. You have a comment?
Just discussion, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah,
Get it out,
so,
Colin.
Following out Region 4, I'm not trying to open up the can of worms, okay? I just want to make it clear that it is still my belief that it is appropriate. So I'm not in support of the open layer of it, because it is still my belief that if there is a team in the north that can be deemed eligible based on RHM, based on whatever metric exists, I think it's reasonable to ask a team from the north to go into that open playoff, or 2, okay? Could be 4 teams from the north, right, that are in the open, okay? And so I do think that it's just challenging from the south, because it feels like the south is definitely giving a lot here, right? And I'm just asking that there is and it may go one way or the other, right? And that's fine, we will accept the decision that is made. But I do think that it is a reasonable ask for the North to be considered in the open, and knowing that there might be some years when it's just CCS, just the South that is in the open. But I do think if the North is eligible to be there, they should be there to compete with the top 4 teams in the South.
Thank you. Wade?
Just to kind of comment to Colin's comment over here is just like what happened with the 5A2 and the 5A3. It was kind of like let's see what happens with it, right? I think we're in that position here. Let's see what happens. Let's gather some data, right? Let's see if the North would fall into that top 4. But we're gathering data as we're moving along here, right? And then this is a 3-year alignment. So then in 3 years, this board can come back, have that discussion at that time, But I think for now, we don't know. We've heard it. We don't know where the North would fall. But now we have a system in place where I think that you can probably put some data in place and see what that would actually look like in the future. So I agree with this motion. I think we need to move forward.
Okay.
To piggyback on both comments, and that's what I said, because I knew it was going to pain some people, and I actually made that comment yesterday when I brought forth the playoff structure. We don't want this to be a South-only problem, as has been told to us, to deal with the school that's the most competitive in the state, which is Gorman. We want everybody to share in that, but, we do have the opportunity in the future, in a couple of years to come back to that, and I'm okay with it because now I feel like more teams in the South have the opportunity for a 5A championship, to be the 5A champion, and by pulling that off the open. And so I feel like there's some fairness giving back to the South then, because we added that in for our schools in the South now. So that's why I'm okay with this.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Can I ask that the motion be amended?
Sure.
A little bit?
Yes.
To say how we put the leagues together, and we would recommend that it be serpentine.
Okay, so we're gonna need to make that motion.
And if it's not serpentine, then the motion can say geographic. I don't care which way it goes. We just want the guidance from our office so that we can put them into leagues.
So you need to make a motion to
amend
your motion to add the serpentine method to the legal classification in the South.
Okay.
Or
Did I say both and
Yes.
or?
No.
Okay, thank you for
We
that
need
clarification.
direction.
And what is the serpent? I thought this was competitive. How would we get close to this? Is this
That was
geographic?
competitive geographic.
Okay.
Serpentine is done by rubric number, and the leagues would be completely different. They may not have 2 teams next to each other playing.
All right, Bart?
To explain the serpentine method, if you look at the 5A teams that are listed in the South right now, that handout today, that was a meeting between Mr. Anthony, Mr. Jackson, and I last night to put everybody together geographically. The serpentine method would take those 18 teams to put them into 3 leagues and put number 1 in League 1, number 2 in League 2, number 3 in League 3. But number 4 then goes with number 3, 5 goes with 2, 6 goes with 1. It's like a snake as you go back and forth.
Okay.
So that 1 and 18 end up together. What I have said all along, please stop him from punching me, is that you take that serpentine method, Mr. Anthony, if you want to jump in on this too, but you also add that little level trade that you can do, so that if 7 and 9, which are pretty close to each other and on the same level, instead of having 1 in the Northwest, 7 in the Southeast, and 9's in the Northwest, well, let's trade 7 and 9 at that point, so that you can have a geographic component that also goes along with a competitive balance
I
component.
just said, can I do that?
So my argument with that is it skews.
Slightly.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything, so I'm gonna amend my motion.
Mr. Anderson?
Okay, so my suggestion would be this. You've got a motion on the table. I think we ought to vote on this motion. And then from the standpoint of the league classifications in the South, you can either have another motion, or the board can simply give staff direction as to how they would like to see the classification set up in the South. and the staff could just do that.
So that does not have to be part
So
of
you
this
don't need to,
motion.
I don't think you need to.
I would
Okay.
pull my request back.
Okay.
Wait, I'm gonna do two more and then we're gonna go to a vote. Colin and then Keith.
Oh, no, well, I was gonna, thank you, Mr. Anderson, I was gonna make that request because I'm confident that if we can, wherever we land on this, I don't believe the people in the north need to sit here while the south debates how the leagues are structured, and I would like to get, I wish I could be at my school right now, so I'd like to get one of them back to their school if they can.
All right, Keith.
I'd just like to say, ditto to what Colin said. I understand that a compromise needs to be made, but I think that the big issue that the South is gonna have is that if there was a North team that truly deserves to be in that top four, not including that is tough. I don't know if that would happen. I don't know how often that would happen. And I would request wholeheartedly that that be part of it. We truly take a look at that for the next realignment. And if we come back and we find that the data says that school A or school B should be considered, and they would have been in the top four and should have played the open. We don't have another mutiny. We're all gonna go if we don't get, that's not right. If there is a team that should, if that 3 years of data shows that we don't take a look at that piece. I think that would be disingenuous if we're talking about using data and the data said that. So I just wanted to make my piece. Thank you.
I agree wholeheartedly with that. And I assure you that these coaches that are here, and athletic directors and administrators from the north would wholeheartedly agree with the fact that if the data shows that in the next 3 years that team or those teams that have competed there could have competed, not necessarily win, but talking about compete, then that should be a part of the proposal for the next realignment. Thank you.
I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you, Rollins.
Okay, right now, we have public comments. Who's been with us for a while. So at this time, Bart, would you please bring in Coach Morocco?
Yeah, Coach Morocco from Liberty is also the athletic director there. Just wonder if you would turn up the sound on the TV there. Mr. Morocco, whenever you're ready, sir, please go ahead.
All right, thanks for having me on. It's been interesting watching. You guys hear me okay?
We hear you.
Yeah.
All right. So my original comment I wanted to comment today was because I felt like what was voted on yesterday wasn't what we talked about at the realignment committee and the proposal that we put forth as coaches and the principals kind of put forth. At no point did we want just only 8 teams in the entire state playing in that playoff round where we're going to have cross traveling. So I appreciate that you guys have potentially a new proposal out there where, you know, the southern teams get to play for a southern championship and the northern teams get to play for a northern championship. You know, because I was going to talk, you know, obviously travel expenses and all the logistical nightmares that would create if you had a playoff structure where we're moving up and down. Not to mention the fact, you know, I listened to your budget portion of your meeting. If you would have gone with that plan, you would have had essentially 5 playoff games in the 5A versus, you know, you guys have been having 15 playoff games. That's a lot of lost revenue for the NIAA. So this way, doing the northern 4 teams and the southern 8, I believe it's going to end up being about 12 playoff games. So, you know, I'm happy that that's happening. I'm against Serpentine for setting up the leagues, and that goes back to environments and traveling across city. Our kids don't like, and when I say our kids, I mean our student body just doesn't travel across the city to go watch us play Arborview or Desert Pines, or, you know, I think it's better if we can stick to the geography, create better environments. Also, it gives you a sense of something to win, you know, within your league. So I'm opposed to the Serpentine method, but and I believe the principals were opposed to that initially as well. They wanted back to the geography. And then I guess that's basically it. So I like the way the meeting's heading today. If you're going to go back to allowing for a Southern champion and a Northern champion, I think that's. I do agree that The North, if they have a powerhouse team in a particular year, they should be included in the Open, but I also understand why they don't want to be in the Open. I mean, if I could opt out of being in the Open and not have to play Bishop Gorman every year, I might. So, but that being said, you know, I think maybe a compromise could be if they want to opt in, right? Like, why can't we put something like that? If you got a really good team, they feel like they can compete, you know, maybe they opt in, but that's basically where I'm at. So I also like the coach's proposal from yesterday from the North. I thought that was interesting and unique way of looking at things. So, but that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna do something probably a little bit different because I'm looking at a lot of cards. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to talk in regards to this? What's on the table?
The postseason structure.
For the postseason structure.
Hello again.
Sir, state your name.
Well,
Please speak
up. I think the one thing to consider this, so you know, we're all on the same page with this too, is the state currently has 11 weeks to play 10 games, is where we're currently at. So 4 teams in the north, 8 teams in the south, which is whatever you guys decide as far as that's concerned. Obviously, that doesn't match up, and you guys have talked about that. So what that would mean for us in the north is, you know, we have basically 2 byes during the regular season instead of 1, and then we'll be adjusting our playoff structure a little bit too, because in ours will get done in 2 weeks. We'll be ready for a state championship game, whereas the South will take, you know, additional week and stuff like that. So I think we need to be on the same, you know, this understanding of that. And we're okay with that. We'll make it work. I mean, it does provide some flexibility in there, but we do have non-league games to consider with that too. Aside from that, you know, we're gonna have some people that still try to do some appeal stuff, I believe, but it's not mass quantities. If this goes in the direction that you guys are talking, we would have had some other teams. Had this been done, you know, similar to this past yesterday, we would have had some other teams that would have been here today to appeal into this type of structure. But having said that, that's not the case today. So appreciate you guys' time and efforts with it. You know, we're trying to make it, you know, as good as we can in terms of the state portion of it. Right, and that's why we have what we had yesterday, right, in terms of what that looked like. And you know, maybe come next realignment cycle, that's something to take a strong consideration to look at something along those lines. And I do agree with the fact that, I don't remember what the gentleman's name is there in the corner, but talked about, we don't really have good data yet on this system in terms of how this ranking stuff is going to go. So to put us into something for 3 years where we don't really know what the data is going to spit out is kind of frivolous in my opinion. So I'm glad that, you know, we're taking some other things into account here, because, I mean, look at the BCS. The first round of the BCS, they're supposed to have it all figured out. And that was an absolute, I mean, every game was lopsided, you know, and they're supposed to have everything figured out. So we're looking at stuff from our perspective, like, hey, we're trying to make this work, but we don't really have the data. So I think once the data potentially comes in, you know, we have a lot better understanding to look at this time around. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I just want to plan we can stick to.
Be great.
All right. Alex is with us.
Alex is with us.
Okay. Again, I'm going to review. Ready, Rollins?
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm going to review the new proposal. The new proposal for postseason is that the top 4 southern schools go to the Open in the 5A. In the north, 4 teams according to standings. In the south, 8 teams according to HRF.
In the 5A.
In the 5A. This is for the 4A. In the 4A, the top 4 northern teams by standings. In the south, the top 8 teams RHM. That is the motion. Tia, let's go to roll call vote.
Pamela Slow,
Yes.
Colin Stowers,
Yes.
Susan Cavazos,
Yes.
Greg Malkovich,
Yes.
Jay Kenny,
Yes.
Colin McNaught,
No.
Christina Brockett, no. Wade Folson,
Aye.
Deanna Riddle,
Aye.
Randy Sorensen,
It's not with this.
Alex Woodley,
Is he there?
Alex?
Is he muted?
Call to, thank you.
Keith Whipperman,
No. 8-3.
8-3. Thank you.
There we go. Interesting, okay.
Thank you guys for being here, appreciate that. Yes, Jay.
please get up in the hallways, keep the clock, I appreciate you. Get out.
Yeah.
We have more.
Do we have to make a motion or how do we do this? We want to do this one first?
Yeah, let's do that first. Okay.
Jay,
Oh, no.
Get outside, please.
Wait for it.
All right. Whew, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we are going to go to the appeal portion of this. Let's turn to page 120. Is Mark with us? Yes, sir.
Didn't we need clarification of?
Oh.
So I think we need to make a
Yeah, we need
motion.
Paul Anderson.
That's willing to do that?
Well, as I had mentioned, I think that the board in general can either give staff direction on how to set up classifications, or you could make a motion as to how it be done.
Yeah. We Folsom Region 3. I move that we give direction to the staff to use the serpentine method as one, and the geographical as a second consideration. So if there's teams that are close together that are going, then we can put them into the same league if they're compatible into the serpentine method. So we use the serpentine method with geographical consideration. And that's my motion.
Okay, I just want to ask, Tim and I are having this conversation. That's a possibility.
I know we're not supposed to discuss before there's a section.
Oh.
Give us some time right now. Yeah. And we'll start it. And that way the board can look at it and see what it looks like before. I understand that you don't want to vote on something blind. So we can start on that.
I just given direction for you to bring something back.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's no motion.
There's no motion. Okay. So then, as we're going through this, as we are doing some things, okay.
But I must make a comment that if this comes back to the board, when are we meeting again?
April. We're talking right now.
We need it now because
We've already got a good basis of start that we have both the serpentine done and we have the geography done. So there is some opportunity here, Bart.
Yeah, what I would suggest here, sorry, Bart Davis staff, we're gonna have to go through and approve these alignments for every other sport that we're doing.
Yes.
What I would suggest is when we get to this point, we approve the alignment for 5A, for 4A, and then at that point, give the direction for football only to go back and take a look at those leagues that way. And we can get that turned around, I don't know, within a day.
Yeah.
do we need to reconvene and have an emergency board meeting, or it is what it is?
It depends on whether or not the board would trust staff to be able to put that together.
I have full faith in staff.
Well, or we can do what they normally do. They can send it out to vote amongst the members that are involved. In the past, what we have done in the South is this. the board has given us, this is the 5A South. Now, figure out your leads. And what we do is we present version A, version B, version C, send it out to the members that are involved only. They vote back. Top vote getter gets it. That's what we've done in every other sport for years.
Everybody go to Colin.
Comment on your point, I understand the staff's direction here. I would just like to request, can we stay on the item? People have been sitting here for a really long time, to just appeal and like make their appeal. We would like to just hear it so that we can get them out of here. It's just a request for time.
No, and we're trying to get to that.
Yeah.
So right now, staff has been given the direction to take a look at it. So you guys are good with that? Okay.
We'll come up with options.
All right, thank you. Once again, let's go to page 120. Let's go to page 120. We have an appeal from Lund. Is Mark
He's not.
with us?
Mr. Dolezal is not, unfortunately.
No? Just his letter?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking Tia to read it.
Yeah.
All right, Tia?
Dear Mr. Jackson and Board of Control, Lund High School is currently assigned in the 1A East in all sports except track, and are currently in the 1A South for track. Lund High School is requesting that we continue to be assigned to the Southern 1A for track and the upcoming alignment. There are three major reasons we are requesting to remain in South track. First is the additional travel that will be required. Lund High School and White Pine High School travel together as possible, depending on the number of athletes. With White Pine being in the south, this would not be possible with Lund being assigned to the north. Second, our travel distance in traveling separately from White Pine to regional coast in the south are under 200 miles compared to the north, with a range from 300 to 370 miles. Because the north format trials, we would need to make the trip twice. We would increase our travel from 400 miles to over 1,200 miles. Because of the increased distance, we will have an additional cost of motel rooms, driver paid per diem. Third, the current alignment has 16 schools assigned in the north. Of the 13 field teams at regionals last year, the south has 11 schools assigned. Of those 7 schools fielded, teams in girls and 6 in boys. Therefore, if Lund is reassigned to the north, the balance will go from 13 to 7 to 14 to 6. This will increase the difficulty for all athletes in the north to qualify for the state tournament. Lund High School simply request that we remain in the 1A South for draft and in the 1A East in all other sports. Thank you for your time and consideration of our request. Sincerely, Mark Dolezal. Thank you. I thought I corrected it. Okay.
Thank you. Wait.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the appeal of Lund High School to move them into the south for track.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Anybody else for discussion? David Vick, I'd like for you to speak on this, if you would.
David Vick, 1A. From the travel standpoint of traveling with White Pine makes total sense, and for them to go to the south, to cut their expenses. Basketball, volleyball, and stuff, it's all separate travels. They want to stay in the east, I get to the.
Okay, appreciate that. All right, we have a first by Wade, second by Greg. No further discussion, anything else? Okay, at this point, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Approved. Okay.
Do we have any other? Yes.
Yes.
I still
Do I entertain these?
Yeah.
Should I see who's here?
Did you guys go in now?
Okay. This is just public comment.
That's what you have.
Layout structure's done.
What's that? I had 4 of them on Zoom also. Edwards from Reno.
Yeah, see if he wants to still speak. I don't know if this is playoff structure. Mike, did you want to still speak on playoff structure?
No, I think everything was said.
Okay.
Appreciate your time.
Okay, good. Pablo, are you interested in speaking?
Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo.
All right, I'm gonna go to the other ones. Thomas Kramer.
Pass.
Thank you. Rob Hummel.
He said pass. Pass.
Jeff, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. Jeff T.
Pass.
Ryan Sims. Jen Rich.
Pass.
Is it Jay Salter?
Get there eventually.
I am Jay Salter. I am the principal of Lena High School. I'm just going to take not as much time as I took last night because Tia was waiting down. You know, that's kind of close. Too often in our game, the education game, we don't take time to thank people who make difficult decisions for our students in our community. I just wanted to say thank you. There's passionate discussion, respectful, heated at times, but everybody here was dedicated toward getting what was best for our kids. And as many pointed out, we all made concessions. I appreciate the work you all do and know that the people that were with us the rest of the time, because they're not in your position, are thankful you're in your positions. So thank you very much. Lena rescinds its application to appeal to the 4A. It will stay in the 5A. I'm going to be looking for legacy in September.
See you, buddy.
See you soon. Well said. Well said. Art Anderson. Bree. Appreciate that. Daniel. Garrett Hughes. Thank you. All right. Let me get on. Did you redo this?
Yeah, I've been taking them out because they've been going along here.
Oh, okay.
Make it easier for you.
Okay, next one we're going to start with, sorry, I just have last names. From Worcester, Farrell.
Ryan Farrow.
Ryan.
Yeah, I believe their appeal, President Sloan, was conditioned upon whether or not those 5A schools in the north are going to the 4A. As soon as that happened, I think they're good.
Okay, the next one on the list, we have from Losi, Jessica Scoble. I assume she's online.
She is on Zoom for us, and Ms. Goebel, if you are here, if you'd go ahead and speak up so that we can hear you, and Ms. Wonder. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Goebel.
Here, hello, thank you. I'm Jessica Scoble. Can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'm the principal at Somerset Losi. And there are 3 factors that I would like this committee to consider regarding my school's appeal to remain in the 4A classification for the upcoming football alignment. These factors are the size and composition of Somerset Losi, the strength of our previous schedule in the 4A classification, and the impact that a move to 5A could have for our program. Somerset Losi is a charter school. My high school enrollment is 861 students. Of those, we have 4 male students. If Losi is placed in the 5A classification, our student population would be 1/3 of the smallest CCSD school that is currently in 5A. Losi would also be the charter school in the 5A football classification. As a charter school, students are required to apply for a blind lottery to enroll. Losi maintains healthy wait lists, and students oftentimes wait months before they're offered a seat. We very rarely have open seats in 11th and 12th grade. There's a false floating around, a lot of coaches and even some people on this panel, I think, that we're just enrolling athletes. We are not. We abide by all the rules set forth by the State Charter School Authority and have not circumvented the lottery to give preferential treatment to any student. Somerset Losi is a school that represents the demographics of the community where we are. We are a Title I school. Many of our students struggle financially and have limited resources. Just as the CCSD schools in underserved communities struggle to build athletic programs, similar situation. It would be a shame worsen to find prematurely based on the modest success that we've had over the 3 years of our football program. The three metrics used to determine team placement give a disproportionate weight to wins over the strength of schedule. With the rubric and the Harbin model being based predominantly on wins, our 20-6 record over 2 seasons will overshadow the strength of the opponents that we beat. However, I'd like the committee to consider the strength of our schedule over the past 2 seasons. In the 2023 season, our 3 losses were to Trump and to Centennial, the eventual state champions. Wins were over Del Sol, who was 9, Flagstaff, who was 2-8, Bonanza 5-5, Western 0-10, Cheyenne 2-8, Rancho 1-8, Valley 1-9, and Mojave 5-5. The combined record of the teams we defeated was 17-72. In the 2024 season, our 3 losses were Virgin Valley and twice were also the eventual state champions. Over the following teams: Eldorado 7-8, Pahrump 6-5, 6-5, Bonanza 3-7, 3-8, 5-6, Rancho 0-11. The combined record of that we defeated were 29-57. In the entire 3-year history of our football program, we've only won 3 games against teams that had above 500 records. Those wins all came this year when we defeated Cimarron twice and defeated Pahrump. I ask this committee to consider the fact that the measures used to determine team placement do not take into consideration the weakness of the previous 4A classification. A 4A win was not equivalent to a 5A win. It's my opinion that the teams added to the new 4A classification, Mingo and Sierra Vista and Clark, create a more robust field of competition. That competition is an appropriate placement for our team. The previous 4A classification was comprised of teams that historically struggled to be competitive, and I ask this committee to consider that Losi merely beat the teams that we were supposed to beat. We were fortunate to have outstanding coaches that created a disciplined program, and it's without a doubt that the coaches' dedication is what got us to where our record is and our early success. However, we do not have the caliber of athletes that are always at some of the CCSD schools. Very few of our students have access to club athletics or youth programs and the exposure to athletic fundamentals. It's not uncommon for a student to join football as a freshman, never having played a competitive sport before that. Due to our small enrollment, we struggle to retain school students. In previous years, students leave our campus looking for a real high school experience. It's my hope that the addition of football would create a high school atmosphere that our students were eager to find, and it has been a great success. Outside of our football program, we've developed a marching band and a robust cheer program. It's fair to say that half of my high school students are involved in some way on Friday nights at a football game at Losi. I sincerely worry that our program 5A2 will destroy that community it's fostered, unable to remain competitive. I hope you will consider our request to remain in classification for the next alignment cycle. Thank you, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Anybody have any comments? Tammy, I'd like to hear from you.
How long have you guys had a football program?
Our 3rd year, competed in 3A, our 1st year, and alignment cycle, the last year been in 4A.
Okay, so 3 years. Okay. This one's, they're the hard team for me because both years that they were in the 4A, they were 1 game away from the state championship game. And they were close games. It's not like Mojave didn't blow them out.
Neither did Centennial.
Neither did Centennial. Centennial beat them 35-28. Mojave beat them 14-10. So those games are real close. I understand where she's coming from totally with, our side of town because they're right down the street from us. So Losi, Centennial, or Losi, for people who don't know geographically, Losi, Canyon, Mojave, and Legacy are all within the 3-mile zone. And we're all competing for the same kids. And we're all competitive. Right now, we're all in the 5A, according to this. So, yeah, I get it, and so I understand where they're coming from. I just have a hard time because it's where do you draw that line for me? That's how I go, where do you draw that line? Because we're making Centennial move up, we're making all the other teams that have made it move up. And they're just right there, so it's just really tough.
Xavier, do you have anything to add?
Like Tammy said, you gotta draw a line somewhere. And unfortunately, when you look at the rubric, they're right above that line. And that's where they land.
It's a lot competitive balance. Yes, sir. Bart Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan, Bart Davis, and my staff. Yeah, just for reference, thank you for bringing up the rubric. LOCI in the rubric, which is on page 113 of your packet, LOCI is slotted in 16th. Two of those teams above LOCI were 3A schools, Moapa Valley and Virgin Valley, obviously not eligible for placement in the 5A. SLAM was 5th. SLAM was a 3A school last year, not eligible for 5A placement under our rules. So LOCI would be the 13th of those 18 teams currently in the 5A setup as we have it now for the South.
13 and 18?
Correct. The last team on the list is Palo Verde, which is 21. They would be considered the 18th at that point, taking out the teams not eligible.
Okay,
Calling out Region 4, also worth noting that Canyon Springs and Mojave were in 4A and are in that top group, so it's not only Somerset LOCI that would be considered in the 5A region from the south. There are two other teams that were also part of the 4A that are now part of the 5A classification based on the to my knowledge, I do not know that I do not believe Canyon Springs is appealing. I do know that Mojave is here, but I think they're not concerned more is about the league alignment. I don't believe there's a request to drop to 4A.
Palo is the other one that looks like it's appealing.
Correct.
Yeah, but not in this 4A category. Correct.
Okay, we're looking for a motion. The motion at this time is that LOCI is requesting to go from the 5A to be now placed to the 4A.
Sorry, calling out Region 4, just because I have had the fortune of not having to sit on the Great Land Committee, and so I just do not know the logistics of how this process works in Strangson. Is this a motion one way or the other, or is this a motion to do it or no action? Just curious what I just don't understand it.
So, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, these appeals are by schools asking to move either up or down, typically down, from one classification to another based on the way the realignments fall. So LOCI is asking, they're currently 5A, they're asking to be in the 4A, so a motion needs to be made to either approve it or not.
Sorry, that's my question. I just didn't know if we just had to either motion to approve or just take no action.
Well, if you took no action, then they would remain in the 5A.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm gonna state that one more time. We're looking for a motion. Is there a motion? All right, seeing that there is no motion, it dies by no motion. Okay.
So LOCI, yeah, LOCI will remain 5A.
Yeah, so there's no motion. Okay, the next one we have is from Mojave High School, Mr. Greg Cole.
Hi, thank you. Principal Gnat is correct. I am not appealing for Mojave High School to go down to 4A. That is not the intent. I guess now, after the discussion today, by the way, I would like to thank you for your hard work on the work that was going on today. You have no easy task. I guess I'm not sure what I'm appealing now since things are potentially changing. However, I do want to give my support for a serpentine type league, as in the North Las Vegas area, Friday night football can often become unsafe over here in our area. especially when we're playing rivalry type games. And I think it's important to keep that. While I respect Coach Morocco very much, I understand his point of view, and I think he's correct. I think it's important that we have great rivalry games. I think it's important that we get our student body involved, and I want to be able to do that. And it's not our athletes, it's not my student body typically that I'm concerned about. Unfortunately, over here in North Las Vegas, sometimes what happens is it's recent graduates, it's people from other parts of the city that say, hey, let's turn up over there in that area. Let's see what's going on between two schools, and let's just be in the area. Let's just be in the neighborhood. It's not the campus that's unsafe. It's not during the game that's unsafe. It's the neighborhood that's unsafe on a Friday night after the game gets over. And so that's why I'm not in favor of the straight geographic area. So I guess if I'm appealing anything, it's the original Sunrise League that we were a part of. I'm very much a fan of a serpentine model that would spread those out, because as I think about Friday night leagues, and there's 3 teams right on North Fifth, that if we were to have those games every single night, and then if you add Losi into that mix also, that would be rough over here. It would spread the resources out for school police, for North Las Vegas police. I just can't imagine what that would look like in our community. I honestly don't think it would be safe. I bet if you were to ask the City of North Las Vegas Police Chief, I bet if you would ask Chief Black Guy from Clark County School District Police, I bet they would also agree with me. So that's our appeal. Anxiously, I guess, waiting to see what new leagues potentially would look like. But I'm a fan of the serpentine model. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being patient. So at this time, just to let you know, Greg, there is really no action to be taken because that has been the direction of the board. All right.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not asking for anything now just wanted to kind of get my 2 cents still in there, I guess, on that. Thank you, Pam.
I appreciate you. All right. Our next appeal is going to be from Palo Verde High School. Lisa Schumacher. Lisa, too, I want to thank you for your patience. You've been online for quite some time, so we will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you to the board. Thank you for the work that you've done today. It looks to be very, very complex. I'm very glad that I'm on this side of the table and not yours. I am going to appeal our placement in the 5A division. I was present for the comments for today, but I'm going to roll the dice anyway, so thank you for your time. Our appeal is grounded in 3 key areas: declining enrollment, external enrollment pressures, and athletic performance. Supporting evidence for declining enrollment is Palo Verde High School has experienced a significant decline in enrollment over the past 5 years, indicative of schools typically placed in the 4A division. Following figures underscore this trend. In 2020, we had 3,133 students. Next year, 2025-26, we're projected at 2,700 students. That's a decrease of nearly 14% enrollment, a decline that places Palo Verde firmly within the enrollment range of schools traditionally classified in 4A divisions. This trend is forecasted to continue for us, especially at least one new school in our area is expected to open by year end 2029. And furthermore, housing costs in our zone serve as a substantial barrier to attracting new families. The average home price in Summerlin right now is $700,000. That's significantly higher than the median home price in Las Vegas, which is $434,451 as of December 2024. These prohibited costs further limit our ability to sustain or grow our enrollment. Supporting evidence number 2 for external enrollment pressures, Palo Verde is unique in that we are particularly susceptible to enrollment losses to nearby private high schools, Faith Lutheran, the Meadows, and Bishop Gorman specifically. These schools are among the best funded athletic programs in Southern Nevada, all located within my zone in very close proximity to my community. Faith Lutheran is 2 miles away. The Meadows is 5 miles away. Bishop Gorman is only 7 miles away. Families who can afford to live in Summerlin are particularly enticed by these private schools. further exacerbating our enrollment challenges. This dynamically, disproportionately impacts our athletic programs, as many of our most talented athletes are drawn to these institutions. Thirdly, our athletic performance, I submit as supporting evidence. Our program has struggled to maintain competitiveness within the 5A division over the last 5 years. Our postseason record illustrates this limited success. In 2022, we lost in the first round. 23, we lost in the second round. 2024, we lost again in the first round. Over the last 2 years, Palo Verde High School has accumulated a record of only 8 wins, but 13 losses, scoring 475 points while conceding 489 points. Several teams tentatively placed in the 4A division have demonstrated stronger records and stronger point profiles. I submit El Dorado High School's record of 10-12 with 502 points scored, and Chaparral's record of 11-10 with 364 points conceded as evidence. Additionally, Palo Verde's performance trajectory from 2023 to 24 shows a decrease of 24 points, further highlighting the program's struggles. In comparison, several other 4A schools have seen less severe declines or even improvements. I submit Rancho High School's improved point score of almost 12 points as evidence. Given our historic decline in enrollment, external pressures from nearby private schools and our programs' underperformance, it's evident that Palo Verde is not currently positioned to compete effectively within this 5A division. Conversely, there are schools within the 4A division that exhibit stronger metrics and are better suited for this placement. We respectfully request that the board considers Palo Verde's placement for the 25-26, 26-27, 27-28 school year and assigns our football program to the 4A division. Such a decision would better align with the realities of our school's enrollment, community dynamics, and athletic competitiveness. And I'd like to add as an addendum to my comments here today, and I hope I have the board's full attention. I'd like to request that before any final decisions are made, that the board return to the rubric and evaluate how closely Palo Verde's placement in the 5A actually was, and how close some of the teams in the 4A came to taking our position. And if after that you can't find cause to place us in the 4A, I must insist that you remove us from the 5A Sunset League. We've conceded an average of 31 points per game to the teams in that league over the last 3 years. We've fallen to these teams 15 times. This oversight only becomes a mistake if we're forced to compete in that league. It's irresponsible to use my student athletes as sparring partners or practice dummies against competitors that we're outmatched by in every way. I feel it's inappropriate to use my student athletes as resume builders and stat grabbers for teams with rosters overwhelmed by D1 teams. Trapping us in this league for the next 3 years will have lasting negative impact on not just my football program, but our school, our community, and climate culture. That request is an easy fix. At least let me take back to my student athletes a switch in division. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions, any comments?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
Page 113, I'm looking at that number here. Who's responsible for this data?
That'd be me.
Yeah.
Bart? So you made the cutoff right at, looks like you made the cutoff right at Sunrise Mountain.
We didn't make cutoff. Only cutoff was provided in the principal's proposals.
Oh, the principals made that proposal.
That's correct. 50-50 cut.
Top half, bottom half.
Top half, bottom half.
That's what the principals decided?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all. I just needed to know how that was made. All right, thank you.
Clark, go ahead.
Thank you, President Sloan, Bart Davis, and I staff. This is the ultimate case of the line is drawn somewhere,
Yes.
and somebody's just above that line, and somebody's just below that line. The person who's below the line loves it. The person who's above it hates it.
Okay.
Palo Verde's 159-543. They are the 18th team of 18 in that 5A. Somebody's always got to be number 18. When you look at their rubric numbers, I mean, again, Ms. Schumacher was absolutely correct. There's a 24-point drop-off from 2023 to 2024. We need to keep in mind also when we start comparing these 5A teams to 4A teams, there is a measurement inside the rubric that values a win against a 5A1, a 5A2, a 5A3, a 4A, and so forth. The schedule component to that also makes a big deal. I don't mean to pick on Ms. Brockett El Dorado went on a nice little run at the end of the season this year. But turned things around pretty well. But the level of competition that El Dorado was playing might not have been the same as the level of competition somebody else was playing too. Back to that point of not how good you are, how good everybody else is. But again, that the line is where the line is, and somebody's always just on top.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tammy, you knew I was gonna ask you.
I knew I was gonna. There's another one that's, they're another one that's really difficult, because 2 years ago, they were playing against us to get to the state championship. That's who we played to come up and play with. Then this year, I think we had a running clock on them by the middle of the second quarter. So they drastically, if the difference between them 2 years ago and this year was drastic. I will fully say that. I think the other thing that has nothing to do with 5A, 4A is the numbers of, so we drew this is I guess the question. We drew, the line was drawn in half, correct? But then some of those teams at the top were taken out because they weren't eligible due to 3A.
Correct.
Okay. And in 5A, we are taking, correct me if I'm wrong, 4 teams into the playoffs in 4A.
Yeah.
Yes, by 4.
By 4 because they
Okay.
And ironically, if you don't take the 2A or the 3A schools out by enrollment, they're still in the half point. They're still above the line.
Yeah.
If you look at it, they're still sitting at 21. They're definitely right there on the line, no matter which way you look at it. They're right there on that line.
Yes.
Lisa, just so you know, the divisions are going to be redrawn, so the divisions that you saw last night will likely not be the division, so you can take that to your athletes.
Okay.
It is a hard one, I do agree, because you're right on that bubble, and someone's always on the bubble. But I am willing to make a motion to petition them down to the 4A. No one has to make a second if they don't want, it's not there. You don't have to do it, it's all right. My feelings aren't hurt. You do you, boo.
We have a motion by Keith to accept the request. Paul?
In support of elementary school in South Bay, when I understand the challenge here, the bottom of that league, I would second.
Any additional questions, comments?
Question.
Yes.
Okay, Christina Rocket, Region 4. So this, I know this year it was a tougher season, but also Palo Verde went up from 5A Division 3 the year before to 5A Division 2 because of the success they had in Division 3. Therefore, they would have played more challenging teams. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So this year was a challenging season. Plus, I know we graduate seniors. The team changes every year for high school. Teams are going to change every year, and the makeup of the teams change every year. Who's to say next year's team is not going to be even better than the previous year's team? I know we take that gamble every time we do the realignment. I'm looking at just the data of how the team has done historically. They do pretty well. Last year was not a good year for whatever reason, right? Maybe it was the division change because it was a more competitive division. However, when we're looking at the 5A as a whole, that 5A as a whole includes teams that were in the previous lower 5A division, and who's to say that record would have been the same if they were in that previous lower 5A division? Does that make sense? Additionally, when I look at, and I get declining enrollment, trust me, 100% get declining enrollment. But when I'm looking at the participation rate of students in the Palo Verde football program from the last year, and granted, I know it wasn't the strongest year, sorry, Lisa, but they had 152 kids that participated in their football program. It's not their varsity program. The varsity program had 48 kids on their roster. So 152 kids, which if you're going to look at the northern schools numbers and the southern schools numbers, they're about there. Now, I'm not saying that there's a couple, there's one 4A school, two 4A schools that had over 100 kids in their football program. One that was a little above where Palo Verde was, you know, this previous year, but I don't know about moving them down, and I don't want to make it personal because I know where 4A, I know how 4A performs because that's where my team performs. And we're middle of the road, and I'm good with that. But I know I've seen the 5A teams perform, and it's definitely at a very different level than where the 4A teams are.
Thank you for saying that. Wait,
Yeah, a question to staff. If Palo Verde moves down, does that kick somebody else up? Or does that mean that we're just one heavy in the 4A and one less in the 5A?
So I would question that because the line was drawn at 50 below, 50 above, 50-50. So
Any other time, sorry, Bart Davis and I staff.
I don't know.
Any other time that we have done an appeal through realignment, the team appealing hasn't directly affected somebody else. It's not a case of change places. We have not done that before. If we're starting out, right, at that 50-50, and then we hear appeals, I don't know that you have to stay at the 50-50 anymore, because now we have appeals to that. That's basically the way I would look at it.
And I don't think in our history we've ever granted an appeal down.
Yeah.
In football?
Not in football. We have before. You're testing me.
What was it? Was it cross country?
Yeah.
It was a charter school cross country.
Yep.
Slam.
Yep.
Yes, it was slam and cross country.
Yep.
That's the only one in the history that we've ever granted down. We've always granted up.
Yeah, we've never denied it up.
Never denied it up.
that's true, I've been doing longer time than anybody, and that's.
100 years ago. Yeah.
That's right, the whole.
It was in the back of that wagon.
And real quick, Christina did bring up a very good point that I didn't even think of. Their lower levels were stronger this year. So that I remember we competed with them in lower levels. So that's another caveat that I did not even think of.
Okay, so right now we have a first by Keith, we have a motion by Keith Collins, a second in the appeal of Palo Verde, in support of Palo Verde, going from the 5A to the 4A. Is that correct? Okay. Tia, we're going to go roll call, please.
Nicholas Sloan,
No.
Rollins Fowler,
No.
Linda Cavazos,
No.
Greg Malkovich.
No.
Jay Kenny,
No.
Colin McNaught.
Yeah.
Christina Brockett. Wade Polson,
No.
Deanna Riddle,
No.
Van Sorensen, Alex Woodley,
We've lost contact with Mr. Woodley and trying to regain.
Keith Weberman,
Yay.
8-2 to 9.
2 to 9.
8-2 to 9.
8-9.
Right, thank you. All right, this is actually our last appeal. Oh, okay. We now have, from Western High School, Nick Bolton. Nick, are you with us?
Nick, if you're there, if you could unmute for us, please. There we are.
Yep. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm in a similar place as Mr. Cole was. The initial placement in our division, looking at the region placement, it looked like the placement was a poor placement for Western High School, based on the fact that in the 4A, 6 teams from 5A moved down to 4A. 4 of them ended up in the same division, which of course is the division Western's in. So competitively, it was not a good competitive balance. It also was not balanced to other divisions, even excluding Western High School. Our division, I don't believe, the Sunset division, was balanced to the other divisions based on their placement on the rubric. geographically, Western High School is closer to 4 schools in the Sunrise region than we are to almost all the schools in the Sunset division. I know that there was talk about the serpentine method, which is fantastic. We're definitely in favor of the serpentine method. Since there wasn't a motion on it yet, though, I wanted to make sure I at least spoke.
All right, so this is basically same situation as Mojave?
Correct.
That there is no action to be taken at this time. Nick, thank you for your time. Appreciate your patience. All right. With that said, we are actually going to close up agenda item number 18.
All right.
Don't laugh yet. We got to do 19. Laugh after 19.
Sorry.
And you're a buzz killer.
Clap after 19.
All right, with that said, let's now go to page 121. 1A, 2A alignment and false sport alignment. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan. On page 122. We start with the alignment for the 1A, keeping in mind that we have decided on the appeal for Lund when it comes to track, shifting Lund to the south, as opposed to just having them in the north, where we say below the east and west compete in the north. Lund would shift into the south for track only. The 1A pretty much stands as it is. This was a classification that stood very, very rigid to the number in terms of enrollment. They have for quite some time. But placement here, Mr. Vick, I don't know if you'd like to speak on this as part of the committee. All shook out relatively well, I think.
Basically, it's what we've been doing for about 25 years. Always gonna have a little bit of complaints, but I mean, do something like it. So I haven't heard no complaints about it. I think it's good to just stay with it and roll.
Sean.
Sean Simons, 2A liaison. Mark, I don't know if this is an just oversight, but on baseball, 1A, South League, I think Allison's supposed to be in there, or were you waiting until they say on the next form that they're going to have baseball?
Bart Davis and I staff, when we met at Lake Mead, your 2A league met, and Addison was a part of that. And I believe they told us at that point they were not having a baseball team at that point. So that is why they are not included in this enrollment.
I just didn't want to forget them.
Yeah.
But like you said, they might come back later next August or next school year and say,
And we do have that provision now that we've passed that would allow the executive director, as opposed to putting them on independent status for the entire of the cycle. If they do come back to the smaller school, they've proven they're ready to go, that they can jump in.
okay, my only other question was, you had Allison in the 1A track and field, South League. They're also in the 2A.
That's the oversight there.
They're also in the 2A South, the track and field.
That's an oversight on my part. Addison.
Is it?
So they were one and the one.
Okay, so Addison is to be removed from 2, placed into.
Yeah, I would suggest, President Sloan, if we could, we just do the 1A and then we'll move on to the 2A, if that's okay. Motion to approve that.
Yeah, that's okay. Wait.
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve the realignment for 1A.
Okay, we've got a first Wade, Jake second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Beautiful.
All
Page,
right,
sorry.
let's go to page 123 for the 2A.
As stated, Addison incorrectly put in where they are at down there. They would need to be removed. Everything else, again, Mr. Fitzsimons, I'd like to have you speak on this as a member of the committee in the 2A. Again, very, very tight to the enrollment number here.
Sean, thank you, Mark. Sean Fitzsimons, 2A liaison. I believe we are good to go. So I want the board just to go on record and look at football in the South. There are only 5 playing Southern League football schools in the South. So if you are at one of those schools, you have 4 league games. We don't even start conference play until usually the beginning of October. So there's a challenge. And I also want the board to notice on girls volleyball, basketball, baseball, softball, remember the realignment board granted Incline High School to go to 3A in boys basketball and girls volleyball.
Correct.
So that is mentioned there, but I also want you to look at how many schools do not play baseball or softball, both in the north and the south. I was told to bring that up by my northern and southern athletic directors. There are teams that don't play baseball or softball in both south and northern leagues. And everything else looks good. We're good to go.
And this alignment also includes American Heritage, which their membership is contingent upon them completing the entire year in their schedules this year. Mrs. Groy, I don't know if you wanted to address that at all.
Sorry.
American Heritage, their placement in this is predicated on them finishing out the season, completing their schedules.
Yeah, they have to finish out basketball and both girls and boys basketball. Sorry.
All right, we need a motion. Keith,
Motion to approve the 2A as it is.
we have a first.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, now let's go to a lineup for 3A, 4A, and 5A fall sports. Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan. Page 124, we start with boys and girls cross country, and here we again go to our rubric scores to determine our 4A and 5A. Our 3A is our realignment committee passed and this board of control passed. 3A is now an enrollment-based classification as well. Starting on the boys and girls cross country, this is one that the last time we went through this, I believe, the Cross Country Coaches Association came to us and wanted the boys and girls teams combined for their score as opposed to having them separated out where they could have ended up in different classes. So what you see there as a result, we've got 11 teams in the northern 5A, 11 in the southern 5A. The balance pretty good as well. 4A teams and 3A teams were not out of balance here really anymore.
Any questions, comments? And again, this is for alignment for the 3A, 4A, 5A, boys and girls cross country.
Yes.
Looking for a motion, Rollins?
Motion to approve the alignment of 3A, 4A, and 5A fall sports.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
We have,
You said all sports or fall sports?
Cross country.
that's supposed to be cross country.
Cross country.
Say that again.
Or cross country.
Okay. You second that?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, let's now go to page 125. 125 is for girls golf.
Thank you, President. So this was a little bit of a conversation piece for a while on where the North was going to be placed by a realignment committee, whether it was going to be 5A or 4A, and eventually I think we all just wore each other down. But we do have the North competing in the 5A in girls golf for this cycle. South would be, the 4A class would be Southern only. It looks very deep in that Southern region, the 4A. Ms. Habig, if I could bring you in here on girls golf, a lot of these teams that are sitting in the 4, a lot might be a strong word, but some of these teams at least
No, I think it's majority.
have really struggled to field a full team.
I think they have one, two, maybe two numbers.
Yeah.
Some of them don't even have half.
In talking with our golf coordinator in the South, Jeremy Thornton, he actually liked the idea of a little bit of a deeper league because it gave more opportunities for them to find courses to be able to play during the season, which is something they really do struggle to do. Otherwise, I think we're pretty good here. The discussion between 4A and 5A for North was really the one that dominated this, and we got it all worked out.
I have a question.
Sure.
I guess I just thought of it. For the leagues in the South, for 4A specifically, did we look at those to see who has courses available and then they're spread out? And then we don't have like
5 schools that have courses on one division and 1 school on the other.
Not specifically, no, we did not do that.
I just worry about that because I know like in our league, we don't struggle, but the other side struggles to find. So that's just one thing that
I'll be honest with you, Tammy, it's not gonna matter in the sense that the struggle is going to be everybody. The struggle to get golf courses in the South is bad.
No, it is.
It's real bad, and it's getting worse. And you know that as well as anyone. And right now, it's just, the virus is over on one side more so than the other, but it's just going to spread. Yeah. It is a virus. It's a virus.
All right, looking for a motion?
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve the realignment for golf, girls golf. Is it just girls golf or all golf?
Just girls golf.
Girls golf.
Linda, second. Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing none at this time. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, turn the page if you would please. Go to page 126. This is for boys soccer. Turn it over to Park.
Thank you, President Sloan. Stayed pretty much the same here, the 5A. Our committee placed the northern schools in the 5A again this time around. That's been, take Coronado out of the equation, relatively competitive all along. Coronado's had just a juggernaut team these last couple of years. Creates for a big 4A in the South, but again, the depth of the pool tends to create a little bit more competition, maybe not from the top to the bottom, but it puts a lot more teams in the middle to compete. Again, I think we're pretty good here. The one thing we haven't gotten to, and I do mean to discuss this too, are the playoff formats for these fall sports, because we just flat out ran out of time talking about football in our last realignment committee meeting. That's still going to come back. That's still to be decided. We're just looking at placement for classification in leagues. But again, I don't think, Mr. Odegaard, Ms. Habig, Mr. Levitt, Mr. Anthium, all these people around the table are part of this committee, and I thank them so much for all the work they've put in. Anything that we need to add here on this?
Well, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Will the tournament formats come back in?
Your next board meeting. Yes,
Next
ma'am.
board meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Create football, make plan next round of 22. Xavier Anthea. Is that so?
Very slight. Bart, and if you can, I know I'm going to jump a little bit ahead, girls soccer, but can you talk about the leagues, for example, the 4A? I think you understand what I'm coming at.
Yeah, strictly serpentine is the way we did them, and I know there's been some talk about what could we kind of combine teams playing boys and girls, put them in the same type of league. We went serpentine. Did we make a few tweaks to that? Then I think we looked at level changes on that as well. But I also look at, and I think this is another thing to your point, you're looking at number of teams in a league. We kind of took the label off of that because that was something Mr. Anthium wanted to look at. We've given the flexibility to region, to schedulers, to league presidents to take this group of teams and determine, what do we have here, 26 that are sitting in the 4A in boys soccer. 2 leagues better, 3 leagues better, 4 leagues better. I think that's kind of what you're driving at there.
Yeah, because if you look at the 4A, along the 4A, boys, you've got essentially a line that demarcates 4 different leagues. If you scroll down to the next one, which is girls soccer, you have that 4A no line, you just have 4.
Yeah. When you get a girls soccer, you're looking at 16 teams that would be on the right side of that. That's probably too many.
Right.
For 2 leagues. You could legitimately do a 13 team, which is in there, 12 games playing once. But again, whatever we approve, we leave that flexibility up to the league schedule and league president. That's something, Mr. Jackson, when you were in that role in the past, we've done as well.
You good with that, Xavier Anthea?
I think we'll see a survey coming from the South here real soon.
Mr. Jackson?
If you go in the drive, all the surveys are written based on the number of teams, and the different layouts are in there for you, so they're all done. You're welcome.
Jason?
All right, try.
Just one clarification, because these last 2 days.
I'm sure it is. Thank you for bringing that up. We're back to that where we passed the policy that we can have fewer than 9 teams divided class. We have surveyed our northern 3A teams, and when you look at that whole northern region there, you look at a Battle Mountain, a West Wendover, a White Pine, a Whittle, a Yerington, Sage Ridge, North Tahoe, Incline, 2A size schools playing in the 3A. We did away with the, Whittle the 1A, you're right. We did away with that 2A tournament in the past because we didn't have enough teams, right? We had 6, and some because Pershing County, for instance, plays one gender, not the other. We could bring that back. We're still in the process of trying to get feedback from our 2A people in the north. They are split from what we've gotten to this point. We've even had one school say, can we be 3A and 1 and 2 in the other? So I think we want to give that flexibility on the northern end. Does that leave a 2A with an Adelson school, which is going to be 2A size as part of that? It's a discussion that needs to happen as well.
There's currently 3 on the boys' soccer, there's 3 schools that would be 2A classification.
In the south. Yeah, Adelson, American Heritage, Word of Life. It's assuming Word of Life has a team, which they haven't at this point. But I think for now, we would be all right passing this. I have not seen an overwhelming, Mr. Jackson, overwhelming amount of support for that 2A soccer that we thought was going to be there.
We really thought there would be a lot like that, yes, because what we've seen, I'll be honest with you, is more unbelievably lopsided regular season scores that we thought would drive this to say, all right, we're going to take our lumps in the regular season because we need these games, but we can all qualify for the postseason and have a tournament to play it out and see who the best team is. I thought for sure we would see 100% thumbs up. And when Bart said it was divided, I thought maybe it would be divided 3A, 2A. It wasn't. It was 2A divided 2A, 2A. I mean, it's we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't.
Because I know there was some concern by our northern 3A schools that some of these games
they're awful.
We're traveling 5 hours to play. You're not even physically.
And we're seeing scores of 17-0, 18-0. And what we've discovered is there's also a direct correlation in those games that are that lopsided, crowd control issues and player issues, because the fans are frustrated and the kids are frustrated. But we thought there would be a bigger groundswell to break this apart, but we don't know.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Oh, and I think to your point there, and what ends up happening is in the 2A and the 1A, some of these teams are there, and then they're dropping other programs in their 1A and 2A to do this, and the competitive's not there. Just for the fact that they don't want to drive or don't want to have to go to a rural school for the play, or they're dropping the B teams, right? They don't, and they say they don't have enough kids to have a JV basketball team, or something like that, and yet you see the numbers that they have here. So it's a problem. It's a problem.
Go ahead.
Thank you, President. So we had one school, West Wendover, and I love Jerome Reamer, their AD, great guy. Their 2 gender teams, one I think got to the 3A Northern Region semifinals. They were good. Their girls team, Mary Casanelli, who's the president of the Northeast Nevada Officials Association, she had talks with their girls team about, look, we know you're getting beat 18, 19, nothing. We're here to protect you. Please stay with this. So they're in a spot where they're the dichotomy. If they stay in 3A, their boys have a shot, legitimate shot to go far. Their girls may never score. It's just that big of a gap.
Well, and Sean Simon's 2A, and there's a correlation. 2A schools were not that big anyway, and so Pershing County's probably they're more successful in football, but not so much boys soccer. West Wendover, very successful boys soccer, not so much boys football, because the kids have to choose. White Pine, same way, not so successful in football, boys soccer, they're right there. So it is a paradigm though as far as what they want.
And the one thing we have talked about, Mr. Jackson and I, and to me this can come back in tournament formats. We want to keep the leagues the way they are right now. the 2A can still break apart for its own separate state tournament at the end, if that's what they choose to do. The problem with breaking out a 2A from the start, and some of our member schools have mentioned this, who are we playing? When it's only 5 or 6 teams, are we going to play the same teams 3 and 4 times over and over again? They do need some of these games, and that becomes the issue. But again, I think that can be handled through tournament formats when our committee determines things.
Okay, any other comments? Yes, Robert.
To approve the alignment, and I never played alignment of the, is it boys soccer?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you very much. We'll now transition to page 127 for girls soccer.
And as we were in the last alignment set, the girls soccer, the large school classification in the north, our committee decided to keep the 4A. That 5A's only got 8 teams, and again, we're back to that fewer than 9 and having a championship. Those really set themselves apart. It's elitist, for lack of a better term, when it comes to girls soccer. Those top programs are just that much better. Giant pool in the 4A, and as Mr. Anthiam alluded to earlier, we could look at dividing that into 3 leagues, 4 leagues, whatever the magic number is there. Same issue when it comes to 3A, 2A girls soccer. You do see some of those teams listed in the northern region part there. Get a little bit sticky. But again, I think that's something we can handle through tournament formats. Any of our other committee members, girls soccer wise, anything you want to add on that?
Any questions, comments? We are in girls soccer. Keith?
I make a motion to approve the 3A, 4A, 5A girls soccer as it is stated on the page.
And we have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved. Please go to page 128. This is boys and girls tennis.
Thank you, President Sloan. Had some conversations with our Southern Tennis Coordinator, Kai Gourier, just to make sure we were kind of on the same page. Again, we look at a real case of a bunch of halves. It's the top 7. They're sitting in the 5A. The Meadows School, there were a few of us that wanted to put them into the 5A. They are a 3A size school. We can't put them there. They could appeal there. They chose to appeal to the 4A. The Meadows is probably 3rd, 4th, somewhere best team in the state, somewhere in that range. But the policies and procedures we follow are the policies and procedures we follow. I want to look at going forward, not with this alignment, but in future years. The South, when it schedules tennis, you have boys and girls at the same spot playing simultaneously, largely because one coach for both programs. The North is not that way. The North plays opposite sites for tennis. So I don't know that the North needs to be lumped together all the time, but that's a discussion for the next cycle. I think we're good with as we sit here. And again, I would give Mr. Anthiam flexibility on the southern region if you wanted to divide that into a larger or smaller number of leagues.
Okay. Questions, comments, additional motions?
Wade Folsom Region 3, I move to approve the boys and girls tennis realignment.
Okay, Ms. Crockett? First, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any approved? Passed. Any approved. Thank you. Let's go to page 129 for the alignment of the 3A, 4A, 5A for girls volleyball. Barb?
Thank you, President Sloan. Again, 5A, the northern region in the large school classification. Again, 5A, a little bit of a discussion about that, but also the northern region seemed to be in favor-ish of being there. I don't think it was that big of of a point of contention. 4A, as you can see, 5 leagues. That's when Bart had to start inventing names for the last league and came up with Sun. Those can be divided differently again if Mr. Anthium and any surveys come back choose. Otherwise, I think we're pretty much good here as well.
Xavier Anthony.
Bart, is there any, I heard that Powell was potentially going to appeal up.
That would have been done today.
Just checking.
Yep, haven't heard.
It's too late.
As
Done.
long as decided it's done.
I don't want to hear that R word as well.
Those going up, those going up.
All right. Yes, sir.
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve the girls volleyball realignment.
Rollins. Thank you. We have first, we have second. Any additional questions or comments? Bart, did you have a question?
Not on this, just for coming up after the vote.
Okay, let's go to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Let's transition to, okay, go ahead.
Do we need to go back and approve football by classification with the certain last? I think we
Well,
need to.
no.
Do we have it covered? Just making
We
sure.
don't even have what it looks like.
Direction was given, yeah, by
What-
Mr. Polson.
Yeah, what I mean is approve the classifications, 5A and 4A as a whole, because we did hear appeals theoretically, even though we didn't grant it.
No, we do it. We've approved it, nothing changed.
Then we're fine. I just want to make sure that we're not missing something.
Yeah, there's no
Okay,
change.
hold on a second. Now we're done with fall realignment.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome to the realignment committee tomorrow.
No, we're still not done. We still,
I'd like to say one thing about the realignment again. And we committee and with years past, I have a lot of coaches that come to me and talk to me, but I think honestly, I could probably say, speaking with a lot of the coaches that were here today as well, that I think this is the first time that, and I've seen or heard that everyone really truly worked together to come up with the best solution, going back and forth. And yes, the gentleman from Galena High said it best, where there was some heated discussion. But I think we got it right today, and I think we should all be proud of that. And we're here, not just for all of us, but we're truly here for the children. We're here for the kids, and I think we did them well today. So I just want to say, I appreciate everyone that really worked through that today as a team, because we are a team for all these children. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to page 130, item number 20, the 25-26 NIAA master activity. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
So now that we know how many divisions in football there are, we know how many state championships we will be having. Now, with that being said, what I've gone and done, and I just shared this with Bart, we will have 6 state championships. One is a definite Southern only. The others I have rotated in the following manner. I'm not going to tell you the numbers right now. It would be South, South, North, South, North. In other words, it will be 4 in the South, 2 in the North, rotating through you over the next 3 years, so that it will be the 5A open. And what I will do is what I want the board to do is to just give me direction to adjust it and present it. The open will be South across the board because it's a Southern only division. 5A, having heard very clearly from 5A1, 5A2, and 5A3 that the cycle needed to be adjusted, would go South, South, North. 4A would go South, North, South. 3A would go North, South, North. 2A would go South, North, South. And 1A would go North, South, South, with the understanding that 3A, 2A, and 1A, if both teams are in the North, we would adjust to put that game there if they wanted it. Now, with that being said, we had a potential this year of 2A? Yeah. Churchill, yes. 2A, having 2 northern teams when they were scheduled to play in the South. The question was asked of both schools if they would want the game moved to the North or played in Allegiant. They chose Allegiant in 5 seconds. So we will always make that an option. But I will get that put together, and what I would like to do is then present the master calendar, now that we have all of this done, for the next 3 years to the board for approval, so that we have a calendar for 3 years. And then we will, then the next section, I guess it didn't need to be for action, could have been just for discussion. And then I will present that at the next board meeting, but just know that the calendar for next year will adjust because we are reducing the number of state championships. And if anybody has anything they want me to consider as we go forward, please share that with me, we will. So there's going to be any action.
Okay.
Turn page. Turn page again. Turn page again.
All right, thank you. We are now.
135.
All right, go to page 135, play 5. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
So after the discussion we had at length about dues and revenue, I need to know and discuss with the board, what do you want to do with the Playfly contract moving forward? That's what I really want to know. We have an opportunity to exit. Understanding we will lose the 280, we would have to replace it. But with the new dues, I think we can actually seek out a person to bring on board that would fulfill that position. The search would have to start now, and we would have to have legal counsel look at the contract to make sure I'm correct. But I did share the clause with Paul that I found in the contract. Okay, Dave.
Let me ask you this, the existing monies, and I assume that that's not year to year to year to year, would you lose all that?
Okay. Oh, sorry, Paul.
And there's some pretty good companies there. Would that affect you, would that affect the association somewhere? Is it like Wilson and things like that? And I assume that we get a pretty good rate for postseason footballs, baseballs, softballs. Okay, we just get one. Okay.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things to consider before making a decision to terminate this contract. You know, we haven't gotten to the revenue share until just recently, and I think there's been a lot of I don't know how you concern from board members as to why that took so long to get there. And so, you know, I will say when this first came out, there's been so many iterations as to Playfly. You go Playfly, then it was Outfront Media, and before that, I think they were somebody else. But when we first got into an agreement with them, it was, I think we had about $140,000 worth of sponsors within the organization itself. And they took those, and I always thought, and I'd have to look at the contract again more closely, that we would always get those back if this was to terminate. But, you know, Bart Thompson, former executive director, he's the one who kind of made the decision to get into this contract, which he said it was his insurance money at night that helped him to sleep, you know, and because it was guaranteed money. We weren't having to use any staff within the association to go out and raise it, you know, and pay somebody to do that. You know, and I think Playfly does have a lot of national sponsors. They represent, you know, they have many of the associations across the country. They also have some pretty big colleges. They got LSU, USC, USC, you know, so they're pretty major, and we get the benefit, I think, sometimes of national type entities that you know, that provide funding, you know, with respect to various associations and their other clients. So those are all things to think about. I mean, it's possible we could hire somebody and they could go out and get us more money than we're getting, but you know, when we're rolling dice, when our budget is what it is, I don't know if we want to roll those dice.
My feeling on this is twofold. One, the board just, with the support next tomorrow, hopefully, have increased the dues revenue and you've increased it incrementally over the next 3 years. We would be out of this at the end of that. However, there is a caveat in that contract that if they hit another number, it extends for more than the 10 years.
Oh, they're not gonna hit that number.
I will tell you,
It's like 900.
if they didn't hit the number 600 this year, you could have gotten rid of them last year, I believe is what it was. So that my thing is, they had to hit the rev share at some point and they hit it. So that triggered the next 3 years. That number increases. So next year, that number goes from 700, I believe, to 900 to opt out of another year. With that being said, $900,000, I just don't see that being raised. I don't see that coming forth. But at the same time, I also know that, like Mr. Thompson said, I go to bed at night knowing there's 280 grand coming in a year that I don't have to worry about. Now, do I think we could do better? Yeah, I do think we could do better. And there are other companies out there that I have had a cursory conversation with one, and they asked what we were, and I told them and I explained it, and they looked and went, oh, no. And they are with Alaska right now. They're called TPG. And they start, and so they are interested in us because they don't have a footprint in the West. They're an East Coast predominant with Alaska. So obviously that would be intriguing for them. We are surrounded by Playfly. Arizona, New Mexico just signed with them. California's got a lot going on. Most of theirs are independent of that. And then Washington, I believe, is with them now, but I think they're changing. So I've started those conversations just to see what else is out there. Because at the same time, bringing in a company to do it does ensure the fact that we get the money and we don't have to hire the person to do it. But perhaps we could also ask Playfly if they're willing to renegotiate the contract, reopen it.
That's a possibility. I mean, I'm sure they'd be happy to talk to us.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, that's a lot of money they keep not get.
Yeah. Okay, so we're paying right now $220,000 a year to only get $280,000 back. That's not a great return. And from my friends that are professional fundraisers, I've already had a couple come tell me, oh, I'll come take that job all day long. And what we had before, because I'm looking at the contract, before we had raised in-house was $294,100. So we were already doing what they're bringing us without giving away $220,000 to get it. So whether it's hiring another company or even bringing a full-time staff member, that has I'm trying to remember, for fundraising, it's illegal to get a commission, but I think you can bonus them somehow legally.
It's a different title. We wouldn't call them a fundraiser.
You can even call it sponsorship, because I think that I had a couple friends and people that worked on
partnership development.
Super Bowl or something like that. Yes. There were a couple different ways that they could do it to do the sides.
I have the name written down.
But my point is, I've been talking about this since I joined this board because I have so many friends that do this for a living. I'm just like, this is not a good return on what we're giving away for what we're getting back for the money, in my opinion, from myself and then when I've asked other people about it. And especially since, like I said, 294, and this was 2017.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we could probably even surpass that with a full-time person, now, and social media and TV and, simple stuff about getting the name out there and just building the brand for the association. I just feel like we can do that effectively and raise the money on our own. That's just my opinion.
I'll tell you one thing, I'd really like to see Nevada represented and all of that, because it's, you really don't see a lot of companies in the South.
No, we do. We are heavily North endorsed, and that's not any fault of our association. That's just, we also run into the situation where a lot of our endorsements carry, like on the back of the ticket, you get a free taco at Jack in the Box. Well, it's a northern-based organization. The Jiffy Lube is strictly north. They don't want anything done in the South because the South doesn't want, they don't have that agreement. It's almost as if we would need a person in the North and a person in the South, but the mentality of the person being statewide.
Yes.
Because we have a large preponderance of capital that could come from the south that I don't think we've tapped yet. The other thing we really need to leverage is our in-kind. We need to leverage our in-kind a lot. Right now, the in-kind for Wilson is great, but I will tell you, and Bart can attest to this, there are schools in northern Nevada and southern Nevada that are spontaneously collecting footballs, basketballs, golf balls, tennis balls, volleyballs, because guess what we have in our basement at the office? Too many balls.
In certain sports.
In certain sports. Because, no, I'm going to be honest with you, and the fact is, like, I'll be honest with you, I took, I want to say 4 cases of tennis balls to North Valleys and just dropped them off one day and said, thank you. Just a way of saying thank you, because our teams do not use that style of ball during the regular season. They use the one they like. We have a postseason requirement of a certain ball only. So we don't need 74 basketballs to give out the state tournament. We aren't using 74. We give out 3 cases of softballs. Just cases of them we've been delivering. Yes, sir. Jay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think you're going to go somewhere I'm not going. But is there anything in that contract that stipulates that you cannot go after the current donors or current sponsors?
So, Paul,
yeah, please.
So that's been one of the issues that we've had with Playfly, because there's been some opportunities that have come to the association where we could pick up some money or whatever from somebody, who wanted, I forget what the examples exactly would be, but we couldn't do it because Playfly had to be part of the mix. So we couldn't do it independently and get that money and also get the money from Playfly. So it's somewhat exclusive from that standpoint.
Yeah, so we had a company come up to us and say, we'd like to be the title sponsor for the basketball tournament. Couldn't do it.
Who was that?
Activate.
Yeah.
Activate offered to do it.
Yeah. We've had a couple
And you could do it
because it's got a value. That value has to go through Playfly. And
Oh, it's like you can't go out and solicit
yourself.
But they can as long as they get paid.
Yes.
That's my understanding from this.
Well, they get paid.
But they, yeah, so we probably should have done it and just given them some, because the in-kind would have been worth it. You know what I mean? Like an in-kind has a value, so, okay, well, if you want your percentage, here's your, but yeah, we can bring stuff in, and that, that was my thing, because I said, okay, well, I have a couple people, I don't want you to get paid off of, if I bring them in, but that's a contract.
That's what I did with, and X can attest to this, that's what I did with Perryweather. I brought them Perryweather. I've known Perryweather for years. We've been working with them for a long time, trying to get them in. All I wanted was a portable weather station, because I know Perryweather has those. So I took Perryweather to Brady and said, I don't care what you get out of this. I want a portable weather station.
Mm-hmm.
And I got my portable weather station. Mm-hmm. And for those of you that aren't familiar with Perryweather, it's the most technologically advanced, amazing system in the world that we're so close to having. And I wanted them so bad. But it's great, and I have a portable weather station, and what Domingo doesn't know is it's going to Gorman to be stationed there for flag football. That's the hope. And what it will do is it measures the humidity.
Right outside your office.
Yeah, right outside your office.
So what the contract says is they get, whenever we get an in-kind thing, mutually agreed upon cash commission from value in-kind agreements not to exceed 33 and 1/3. So basically, if they get 33% of any in-kind, but we can have in-kind.
But I don't want to hustle for them.
You know that.
Yeah,
that
I don't want to
was
do it. I mean, I only did that one with Perryweather because I wanted it.
Right.
For our association.
But I just wanted to make it clear
Yeah.
we can.
Yeah.
They have to get paid from it, which was my thing. I have to go out there and do the work. You get paid off of it at the top.
Oh, I want very much.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yes, Clark.
Thank you, President Sloan. The other thing that I always consider with this is when we host a state tournament, like let's say we're gonna have a 2A state tournament in Lovelock for baseball and softball this year. Playfly hasn't been, and I don't mean to knock Brady in any way, we get along just great. Playfly hasn't been someone who goes out and gets that $5,000 or $10,000 or $15,000 extra on top for us. They're looking usually at a bigger number. And those smaller people who might want to advertise with us, that falls through the cracks. That's money that gets away, potentially. I don't know necessarily how many we have, but that's a great opportunity. When we have a place like Lovelock, that some of the businesses, hotels, whatever around there, may want to advertise with us, get some sort of partnership, banners up at the field, whatever. That I don't think Playfly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Sloan, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Stallworth, you all been with us since the beginning of this. I don't think that's anything Playfly's ever done since we've been here.
So, looking for direction.
What is the date that we have to decide this about?
I think it's based on a fiscal year.
Fiscal year.
They don't have the contract with your.
Do you want me to email it to you?
No, I've got the contract. I just need to dig
Do you
it
have a
out.
question?
That was my question.
The when?
The board meeting, I believe that this was approved was in June. It was June, and it was at the Silver Legacy. I will tell you that this came to a head for me when I heard, and I heard it very loud and clear from Dave about the line at the shirt vendor for cross country. I saw that line firsthand.
Oh,
Okay, and
and the cost.
the cost. And I asked a very simple question. What's the association's kickback on every shirt? What do we get off every shirt? I was hoping to hear $5 because I figured $5 we're looking at a couple grand easy, just off cross country. The answer was zero. We get nothing because they got $185,000 as part of that deal. Now, did we get anything that we could use forward? Yes, we did. But at the same time, $185,000, and we don't see a penny of it because they hadn't gone over the rev share yet. And the shirts, I see that as a lost revenue stream for us. Now, do I want to be in the shirt business? No, I've been in the shirt business. I don't want to do that again. But at the same time, that really brought it to a head for me that I really thought this needs to be looked at closely.
It's July.
July 1st.
It's July 1st. Yeah.
Region 4. So, a couple things, it's no secret, I agree. I think this contract is taking a lot of money from NIAA. I think we could make a lot of money on the table. I don't have a number in front of me, but I seem to recall something in the millions that, like, if you look at each year. I also think it's interesting that we have hit rev share in the year that triggers the continuation of the contract.
But they're still not gonna hit it. They're not gonna hit it.
I just want that on the record, that's obvious to me what happened in that situation. My concern or my question is, it seems like, I don't understand what action we could take here because it seems as though contractually we are stuck. Mr. Anderson, I know you're looking at that, but I believe when I looked at it, my understanding was that when they reach rev share, it automatically triggers an additional 3 years. I hear what you're saying, but I'm 100% confident that in 3 years we will see $900,000 because it will trigger a continuation. But I guarantee we will not get there until whenever it extends the contract. I just wanted to have a
There it is.
Colin.
3.4.
Yeah.
It's 3.4. You're right. The red share kicks at 900, but we have this 3.4 of the contract says that if they don't hit 750,
They don't hit 750 in gross revenue sales that we can turn.
750,000.
The last 2 years.
Yeah, this is year 8.
They have to hit 750.
They have to hit 750.
They're not gonna hit 750.
We'll
We'll see if they magically hit it.
I'm confident they will.
So
Maybe. Is there, so Mr. Anderson, we do not have an out here. Sorry, Mr. Anderson, sorry. So we do not have an out here if they hit that number, correct?
Right, and in fact, I think there's a provision in here that if they hit 900 or 950 or something like that, that they, that it extends for like an additional 3 years.
Does our amount go up?
that we get?
So what it says is Nevada may terminate.
Yeah, I mean, we continue to get revenue share.
It's like 40% of the additional amount of money raised, correct? Something like that. Yeah, it's a percentage, and it's a low percentage of the additional.
So we get 35% revenue share for every dollar earned between 550,000 and 800,000. We get 50% for every dollar earned from 800 and 1,000 up. Okay.
Indefinitely, right?
Yeah. Then it's 50-50, but yes, but we're not there. We're at 650.
Yeah.
Right.
And I believe Brady told us yesterday he wasn't expecting much.
No, he said he doesn't expect that. The season is pretty much over for them because the big part is football outside, basketball inside.
All right,
Sorry,
I'm gonna go to,
just to conclude my comment.
okay.
I would just say that, like, I am also confident that these organizations that are giving money in the name of the NIAA would probably give the same amount of money and would be thrilled to know that 100% of it goes to the NIAA.
And I agree with Mr. McNaughton's statement there. My concern is the national brands that came in with them that we may not be able to secure. That money's quite large, I believe, based on what we've got from Brady. And that's my biggest concern because I agree that I think if we go to Jiffy Lube within the state of Nevada, if they knew 100% of it was going to the kids in Nevada, I think they would be more likely to pony it up. So.
Dennis Holmes, I think it would be wise to have Paul look at sunsetting the contract with as few penalties as possible. Having an attorney in my band, I know it is possible. It is just can become a little time-consuming, cumbersome, and obviously we want to do it in good faith as soon as possible, but collect as much as possible during that time. But I also agree wholeheartedly that whether it's Spalding, Wilson, whoever, they want our business. We advertise for them for free every time we put a basketball on the court or football in the air. But in terminating that contract, making sure that we still have, an avenue to all of those sponsors as much as possible.
So, just to be clear about the numbers, they have to hit 750,000 this year.
Right.
And that only extends it for another year. And then they have to hit 800,000 then the following. I don't think they're gonna hit the 750 column. You think somehow they're gonna come up with like an extra 120,000. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but we'll see. So what I personally think, what I would like to see is that in our spring meeting, maybe we have some people come and interested parties present to us what they would possibly be willing to do, and in lieu of this, that we are informed as a board, and then maybe by June we can see where we're at, because we'll know they're not gonna magically probably come up with an extra $100,000 a month. We'll know if we need to vote on any of the people that give us information in the spring as to what they could do and what their experience is. So I think that gives us a good time frame if we go about it that way. Spring meeting, present interested parties, and then June make the decision.
Yeah, the guys are talking.
So there's an exhibit here that shows that the sponsors, when we entered into this contract that we had, and what the value was as to what they contributed. And the total, I think Deanna already stated, it came to $294,000. But it included people like Stations Casinos. That's when Stations was giving us $75,000 a year. They're no longer doing that. Les Schwab's still here.
Yeah, from Northern Events.
Yeah, and so, there's several that we could probably hang on to that we still have here. But that's not a bad idea if we were we were to do this to get a, kind of put out an RFP, and that could include, Playfly. Coming back and saying, hey,
Yeah, what
we're
do you
willing
want
to
to do
modify
now?
the contract in
100%.
certain respects, you know, and whatever.
Put a minimum on it, that's what we.
Yeah.
And
Or
Dennis,
maybe
I want you
have
to
them come
know,
back in June. I don't want them to magically
Well,
try to hit that number once and then we're.
so this would need to be done, a decision would need to be made by the board at the next meeting, because I think we have to give them notice. I can't find the termination clause, which is really crazy. That's usually pretty prevalent. But we probably have to give them 30 to 90 days notice, written notice, which would be prior to July 1, June 30th.
You can forward that to me and I can go through it too.
that was the one thing I started talking to states the same size as us, not square mileage, I'm talking states. Vermont, New Hampshire, Connecticut. Connecticut's very close to us, Wyoming, to see what their deals are and what their amounts are. While we don't have maybe the number of venues that they control, we do have a economic structure that is far superior to some of those states in our economic machine of Nevada. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I met with the gentleman from Vermont, talked to him for a long time, and what we offer here in Nevada is obviously drastically different than what they offer in Vermont. The generation of revenue in Vermont is far superior than the generation of revenue with our product, with our plan.
Okay, where are we?
Sorry.
So let's bring it back in the next meeting.
What are we bringing back?
We're bringing back a proposal to, go, all right. Wade Polson,
Okay,
Region 3. I move that we, have the Playfly contract come back to us in the next meeting and to talk about possible RFP going out for competitive,
You want to do that now, if you want people to come back.
well, no, because we have to follow this, but bring an RFP back so that we can send out for other competitive requests to, and Playfly can be part of it. Yeah, I mean, but you know what I'm saying? That's my motion. With a mouthful of freedom.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel. The only question I have with that is, I think if we're going to do an RFP, that needs to go out now.
Right.
Now?
Yeah.
So that we're getting presentations at the next meeting, and we can make a decision as to whether we're going to terminate or not on Playfly.
In June.
Oh, then
Because we have to
change the
make that
motion.
well ahead of
Let's
June.
change the motion, to put RFPs out so that we have presentations in our next meeting.
Yeah, okay.
is Brady aware of this?
No. I did not want to have that conversation with Brady until after I had the conversation with the board. Now, Brady knew this item was on the agenda. He did not raise any questions about it, but I have not had this conversation with Brady. I didn't feel it was prudent to have it at that time until I knew the board's flavor.
So we're looking to reach out to other companies with the RFP.
Yes.
But we're also looking to potentially hire an individual for this venture.
That's a possibility.
Okay.
Because this is one of those dominoes that until one falls, the other ones can't. I mean, after this RFP goes out, and see what comes back. So that's
Yeah.
I second the motion. Wait.
Sorry, I turned the page. Okay. We have a first, Deanna has second the motion. Do we need to review or does everyone understand? Yeah, you guys are amazing. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The next ones we are going through Our discussion items, we should go pretty quickly. We will start with, we're gonna go to page 141. Boys flag football, Mr. Jackson.
So, the request of the board was that I go out and get more information on flag football. I did. The one nice thing about the NFHS is we can send a survey to any association we want. Doesn't mean they're gonna respond, but then, their attorney, Mr. Black, he will then gather it, make sure it's written in a manner that doesn't cause us any grief. I know this was a simple one, but they deal with some pretty detailed surveys that they want answers to. So we sent this out. I asked the 4 following questions. Does your state association have any member schools offering boys flag football as a varsity or club sport? How many? Does your state sanction boys flag football for state competition? Do you consider boys flag football as an emerging sport in your state? And have any of your member schools expressed interest in boys flag football becoming a sanctioned sport in your state? And if so, how many? Number of school states that responded was 37. I did not, so we would be 38. There is not one yes on here. And there are a couple, oh dears.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you. Good luck tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. There were no yeses anywhere, but I will tell you there were some generated phone calls because it wasn't a secret that this came from Nevada. I had talked about it at a meeting as well before it came out. More of them have gone to the model of football in the fall and spring football in the spring with club 7-on-7, which is flag football. That's what it is. And leaving that alone simply because their football team is already doing it. I think the big issue that people had with this is the kid who doesn't want to play football doesn't have an opportunity to play on the school's club team in flag football, but there are leagues within every city and state for this. So to me, this does not warrant the move any further. I think the discussion can end at this point for now until it's readdressed or it becomes apparent it's occurring. But I don't think at this time it's something we should move forward on. Any questions for me?
Tim, it is just, I mean, it is becoming a bigger sport. Like it is starting to grow in popularity. What do you recall when you did the last, because you did a vote when you were back in CCSD about potential additional sports. At that time, was boys flag football even on that list?
No.
Because I know you talked about
consult with my Title IX.
I know you did talk about lacrosse, and lacrosse was even lower.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just
referred to Xavier.
So keep, I'm gonna tell you, archery.
That's what we do.
Had a higher table tennis and gymnastics.
Got it. Thank you for the
top 3.
Thank you for the clarification. That helps. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, now let's go to item number 26, competitive cheerleading for information discussion. Mr. Jackson, that is on page 149. We do have a public comment.
One in person, one's included in the packet for.
Okay. Oh, yeah. All right, Thomas, you're up.
Afternoon, let's make this quick. I'm Thomas Reimer. I'm the athletic director at Carson High School. On behalf of my cheer team, who's a competitive cheer team, we wanted to note that most teams in Nevada participate in USA Nationals, which happens in Anaheim, California. Some of those events occur on Sunday. Keep in mind, we don't have competition on Sunday, so they don't want this for some of those reasons. A couple of the other things that take place, UCA Nationals in Florida. Florida and Texas both don't recognize cheer as a sanctioned sport. Texas also has NCAA Nationals. Spring Creek's the only one that we know of that competed there. We look at this from a financial standpoint. I know what Washington was doing with the stipend of the coaches. Now I'm looking at more equipment, judges, etc. that travel. The coach from Carson, the coach from Gleam, the coach from Fernley are against this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a comment by means of a handout. Tia, would you
I was given permission to skip a bunch of boxes, so.
Oh, absolutely.
Dear NIAA Board of Control, Reading High School would like to provide you some feedback regarding discussion of competitive cheer. If competitive cheer means allowing cheer programs to attend competitions outside the NIAA, serious consideration should be given the cost, commitment, and burden of allowing the school budget is not. Our basketball, baseball, softball, soccer, etc. do not run through schools. They run through private organizations for profit. Competitive spirit should do the same thing. If the discussion is including competition outside of the NIAA member schools. Over the last few years, former coaches at Fernley High School have used Fernley High resources to create cheer programs that have focused solely on competitive cheer. They're usually focused, even one of preparing for competitions outside of Fernley High School and the NIAA. They have drifted away from supporting events at Fernley High School and the NIAA in a way that they are meant to provide spirit. Concerns for allowing competitive cheer. Longer practice times, expenses. Happens with a third-party competition, also with third-party prize money, expenses, and fundraising, school spirit, studio costs, competition and transportation. And we also did go ahead and provide some cost-based tournament breakdowns for you on that second handout included in the packet. And that is from Paul Sullivan at Fernley High School.
No, that was a handout.
It was a handout, so you've got two of them. They should be at the very back of your handouts. Stacked.
Any questions? Any questions, Keith?
So just some research here. I mean, I know that at least in CCSD, there's issues, Title IX issues and things like that, as far as number of girls and boys. Cheer is an established sport in many, many schools. I know it's sideline cheer as opposed to competitive cheer. Colleges now are pushing towards stunting. That is a new thing that's coming out, that a lot of kids are, and now there are college scholarships and things like that that are related to that. There would be, I will admit this, as having tried to look at this even from a standpoint of the school, of how to make it happen, but I'm sure that all sports have had that as you come through, right? You're coming up with a new sport. Facilities and all of those things, but there is the possibility of potentially using some of the local competitions and letting our cheerleaders go to those local competitions and be judged there and then paying for those fees. But it is recognized in 30 states across the country as a sport. So I think it's worth consideration by the board to at least look at, should competitive cheer and or stunting be something that we should pursue, research into, and looking at that as a potential sport to have.
Yes, Jay?
Mine's just I'm not very well versed in cheer. What is the difference between competitive cheer and sideline cheer?
It's easy. Sideline cheer is the cheerleaders that support your team.
It's just cheer.
And competitive cheer is your group of young ladies that go to competitions. Like
Routines,
formations, and
pyramids,
and all that.
pyramids.
And there's
Routines.
routine. Who sanctions those events? I guess my question. Competitive cheer. Who sanctions?
So right now, if your cheerleaders are performing in competitive competitions, they are not going as your sideline.
It's a separate team.
They're a separate team, even though it's the same kids.
I think, would they be going as?
They're going as a club representing your high school, and it's not illegal. They're not breaking the rule.
No, that's fine.
Okay,
I'm fine.
I don't. Okay, so they have a governing body. Okay,
And there are multiple groups that govern that and do different competitions. There's several different groups who do that. Several different groups who they can either compete.
And their seasons are different. They overlap. They blend. It depends. There's just so much of it that we would really have to. The other thing is this: if we were to do this, this would be in Nevada. This would not be one of those where we would be sanctioning it. And correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, on this. We would be sanctioning it, and we would be running the competitions just for our schools in town or in Nevada. So in other words, we wouldn't have the Slim Slam Club coming in from California to join our tournament here. This would be a competition within our own state of our own high school teams.
Having talked to many coaches about this, Tim, just trying to
Yeah,
gauge interest, and there's some that aren't, and some that are. I don't want to oversell. This would be run similar to like a wrestling program where all the schools would come 4 or 5 times a year to one gym. Because of the cost of running a competition, you'd have to run it as, I would never come to Legacy and play Legacy. There'd be, hey, these are the 4 weekends that we're gonna do competitions. Everyone comes, does their routines, they're scored, there's a winner, there's a loser, all of those things. It would not be run like a traditional tennis match where you're traveling all of these times. It would be multiple, you'd set those weekends and then do competitions like that.
Like a jamboree.
That's probably the best way to describe it.
Wait,
Are there competitive cheer judges out there or?
Oh, yes. Lots. Yes.
Lots.
This is a multi-billion-dollar business.
And that's the other thing that has to be analyzed too. There is a substantial cost to this in some cases. I mean, I don't know how your school's operated, but I don't know how often recycled cheer uniforms existed.
the girls pay for them.
Exactly.
My daughter's paid for
Right.
theirs.
So that would be a difference there as well. So there's a lot to this. I can tell you a few years ago that a certain individual sent a letter to Mr. Nelson saying that he thought it was time for this to be explored. That was me. And I got called into the office for having circumvented the chain of command. And I'm okay with that now. I've recovered through therapy. But I do believe that we should look. I do believe we should look at this because I believe exactly what Mr. Reimer said and what Mr. Sullivan said. What they have right now is one iteration of this, and there is substantial cost that the schools do not bear out. They are put on that club team to do that, and if that were the iteration we were to go with, there could be substantial cost. Then the iteration that Mr. Wibberman said would be a different type of a cost and a different type of format. There are a lot of layers to cheer, more so than we think of as we're standing here right now. We think of, my mind always goes to the kids on the sidelines at the basketball game that do the run through and then do the floor exercise off of that. This is way beyond that.
Yes, Chief.
Is this girls only?
No.
No, boys can do it.
The boys can do it with the girls?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Dave.
I know that these cheer competitions, if the state decides to take on a sanctioned sport, I would suggest just one state championship so teams can go in. Because I've talked to other friends or ADs in other states that do have it, and sometimes they have these competitions where it seems like we're not going to state competition because we're going to Anaheim or we're going to Florida during the time. So one of the times that we had now that we can't make it to competition because prom's on that day. So it's just a lot of state competitions that I've seen, like in Arizona, are in spring. So it's a spring trip. We just have like a championship for that. We have one and done just so that we can say, hey, we have a state sport. I think it is a discussion.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Anderson and then Rollins.
So I don't want to date myself, but I think some of you who are on this board or remember, we used to have an unsanctioned state cheer competition. Okay, and so we have done that. The only other thing I would say about cheer is it's been used in different states and as a Title IX equalizer in terms of numbers. It's good from that standpoint. So
what I would like to do is I would like to reach out to the other states in the association. Do you sanction cheer? What do you sanction? How do you sanction it? How do you fund it? How do you compete? When do you compete? Basically ask them all those questions, because what I don't want is us to go into it without having good information, but I also want to get as much information out there. I want to thank Keith. He offered to help with this, so I'm going to lean on him heavily. And I will also lean on Kristen Grimm, obviously CSD, cases.
Yes, oh, that's right. She signed that letter too that you didn't tell me you sent it to the NIAA. I didn't say that, but let's go.
Rollins, did you have something?
I don't put people on the bus.
Yeah, I just think we really need to be careful how we send this message and word out, because the reality here is that even with just cheerleading campus cheerleaders that we currently have, the expense that they pay for their uniforms and everything else is more than any football spirit band or anything. And I get more calls in my office about $1,000 it costs this girl to play to be on the cheerleading squad at this school is absolutely amazing. All I would suggest is that we provide that information, get that information, and send it out to the schools, because I use that information all the time, and that information is real simple. If your daughter's cheering right now, professionally and outside of school and in the club, that's great. Keep her going. And that's it, because where you can put that in our busy schedule of what we're trying to do athletically on campus, all of those things are going to be impacted right now. And I don't know if most of us on our campuses right now can add anything else in the afternoon and in the gym and all those things. So, I mean, my office is being bombarded right now with lacrosse, archery, and a couple of other sports. So they keep coming in. So the girls that really want to cheer, competitive cheer, it's out there wanting to go do it.
Yeah, I think you have to understand, it's not cheerleading sideline that we're looking at, it's the competitive. And I agree the cost is just unbelievable. Yes, Keith?
So I have a question, so Rollins, if we sanction a sport, the North doesn't, like,
We don't
Washington
have to.
doesn't have to do it, we're just sanctioning the ability to do it. And I think at this point, we're not even close to making a decision about sanctioning. The question is, we need more information about what would that even look like, and the states that are doing it successfully, to your point, to everyone's point, costs, time. I just think it's worth, based on a lot of things and the number of kids doing it, and to your point about that line, it's worth pursuing and at least gathering that information. And that's really at this point what the ask is can we start to gather that information so that the board can take a look and decide yay or nay from that perspective.
Along that same line, I do believe at the next board meeting, the next question that will be on here, I believe, will be lacrosse. We are getting a lot of phone calls right now about lacrosse, and we actually had someone call and say, well, if we just get a senator to mandate it, you're going to do it now.
She's called twice.
Yes, so we believe that's coming next. So what I would like to do then is, as we're doing this sets up a protocol for our office that when a new ask is made, we can start to gather this before we come to the board. So perhaps maybe we can cut down on the items on the agenda that we have to talk about that just tell us to go do what we're going to go do anyway. And just do it this way, and just say, somebody reaches out, we start gathering this. Once we feel confident, we bring it to the board and say, hey, we had a request, this is what we found, what would you like us to do next?
I will just tell you that the last, wait, hang on, I remember the last few sports that have been sanctioned have really come from the districts.
Yes.
As they
When
should.
we did, I mean, we did 4 years ourselves for flag football to evolve at the district level before we came to the NIAA for approval. We did that a long time ago for boys volleyball as well. It's never come from the NIAA down to the school.
We are currently in Washington County School District working on gathering data in our second year of lacrosse as a sanctioned sport in Washington County. We know we already have district recognized sports here, and that would be what we're dealing with that right now. So we're dealing with the lacrosse community right now out of our 11 schools. They're knee deep in four with girls and boys teams. So we're gathering that data with the district, passing the district policy regarding lacrosse in our district as a possible future sanctioned sport in Washington County.
And I also want the board to understand that Washoe has skiing, the South does not. The South has boys volleyball. We also have bowling, and the North does not. Yeah. So, yeah, it's not the same. So we're not the same. Yes, Jason?
So I think it's important to think about why we would have sports. And I understand that you want to provide, I'm sure there's lots of different sports out there that you want kids to play with and you want to play. But Mr. Stallworth said, the facilities are limited. We're stretched. We've talked at this meeting for 2 days about budgets. Budgets are stretched. And you have more sports. Now you're talking about we should do this more in the facility. We should be budget more. And the other thing that we have discussed is lack of sub-varsity programs. And the more athletics that we add to it, the more we take away from the one curve we have. Because yes, we may have few kids to the new sports, but what I see at my school is when we have new sport, it just takes away from the other team. We're at a few kids that maybe would play, but the majority of those new sports are being filled with kids that play something.
I agree, 100%. Oh,
I got this before, so just a couple thoughts. One, I am supportive of cheer as a sport. I think that would be a great for us as an organization. With that being said, I think we have the data already, right? I mean, we have schools that have programs that that have girls and boys participating in the cheer programs, right? So, whereas in other, like lacrosse, for example, I think we have to explore that when it comes to what would that look like at St. Memorial High School, because I currently do not have that, right? But I do currently have a cheer team, which is not currently pulling from, well, I guess in theory is currently pulling from other sports, but they're not choosing, I don't think that creating cheer as a sport would then pull from other sports. I don't know that would make more students want to go this way versus that way. It might increase the number of students that are participating overall. And so anyway, I am supportive of it. I do think we have some of that data. I was kind of expecting a little bit of that, and I think so. I'd like to see that at the next, moving forward, I'd like to see some more data associated with this, so that way we could make a more informed decision. So that would be my ask.
So just so you guys understand that what we've done so far as with flag football, when flag football was brought to us, I brought it to the board, asked the board what they wanted. Then I've gone and got the information, brought it back. I did that with cheer as well. That's what I want to. I want to start cut that first step out from this point forward and just go directly to the information to streamline this. And I will go out and get all that information and all that data, because I don't think, Pam, I'm going to speak for you. I don't think you have it.
no, we don't have any data. We have,
I
can give you cheerleading numbers, because Chris and Brim works for me, but that's not what we're looking to. That's not what we're looking to approve. Sideline cheer. It's not. It's the. We need to, if we're going to charity, we're going to prove we think it has to be competitive. That competitive component.
So just out of curiosity, what is that data that we need to gather?
Well, what I will gather is how many of your schools have cheer squads of some nature that go to competitions that fall under either stunt or competitive, or whatever other umbrella we have, as opposed to simply sideline. So that would be the question, I think would be the first question I would ask schools to provide from that standpoint. The other thing would be, I would also want to get the umbrella of cheer, competitive cheer under the NFHS umbrella, to find out what other panels there are besides competitive, stunt. Is there dance, cheer, or whatever else? What else do they sanction? Because really, we're going into this with only perceived conceptions of what we think it is, without the real knowledge of what NFHS sanctions. The other thing is, I don't want to go into anything the NFHS doesn't sanction. I mean, we've been through that path with flag football. That's a whole different beast, as now they're going to sanction it. I'd rather take whatever sanctioning exists out there, and if we're going to do that, make sure it falls under that umbrella, under that panel that we're looking for.
Tim, that's a question.
Yeah.
So I know I hear the word sanction all the time. I guess my question would be, what exactly does it entail in your sanction? Because I mean, I hear like competitive cheer and lacrosse, and coming from a school that's low socioeconomic, those both would be very, very hard for Lacey. So if you sanction it and say CCSD says, yeah, we're doing it, do I get in trouble if I can't fill the varsity team?
That's a CCSD question.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what does sanctioning mean? Does that just mean
sanction? Okay, so the NFHS sanctions the sports that we participate in.
Okay.
And then we sanction any other sports that are not under the umbrella of the NFHS. Okay. What that means is we recognize, this body recognizes it and awards a state championship in it.
Okay.
So we only have certain, we don't sanction lacrosse. Okay? Don't sanction it at all. You might have a lacrosse team at your school, we don't sanction it, there's no state championship.
And then if it were to be sanctioned, then that's the decision, the district decision,
Okay.
whether or not
To say yes.
To participate.
it's the right thing to participate.
Yes.
Keep it, oh, Dave.
Going up what Jason said about, pulling from other people, I know our competitive cheer team has like football players and girls basketball players on those teams. Now, if it's sanctioned, we're gonna say, hey, I don't want to cheer for that, because this competitive cheer season, like, wherever we said it, a lot of it crosses over between all winter and spring sports, so that's nothing we gotta think about. Like, are we going to allow them to do both sports, or are we going to say, yeah, it's gonna be a full year, because our cheer is a full year sport after school.
And I will say that I have experience as well. All the cheerleaders when I was at Durango were divers because they could do those flips, and they were amazing athletes because they could do that stuff. They dove. So we would have an issue with that because we have a regulation that says one sport per season.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to this. There's multiple layers. I will be calling on Mr. Whipperman to assist in this. And
last piece, and I don't disagree with what he's saying, and I think as a full supporter of this, I will say there are a lot of questions, even going to like cheer coaches and saying, hey, what would this look like? We ended up with a list of things it looks like, and then a list of 20 questions that I think to even consider this as a panel, whether it be to the district, I will acknowledge that there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. The answer to kids choosing sports, that's been every sport we've ever added since the dawn of time, right? If we added a sport, we were like, oh my God, we're adding girls soccer to the fall. Holy cow, the world's going to end. The world didn't end because I coached girls soccer back in the time the kids figured out the sport they were going to play. So that will sort itself out. It will be tough for a little bit, but I do appreciate it. And again, I really think the motion just is, or the ask is to go and gather the information so we can make informed decisions one way or another the next time we sit down.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you the advantage that Mr. Jackson has is that, is her name Debbie?
Yeah.
Somebody that is over cheer for the state of Nevada, gives great guidance and works with schools. Also, Kristen Grimm in my office, the two of them collaborate as well. So there is, those individuals that can help assist. All right, we're going to move on. 28 qualified for state. Oh, I got excited there for a minute. Sorry. Alexa Linda Cavazos was giving me the eye over there. And I'm writing the wrong things on the wrong page here. All right, let's go to 27, Rules and Regulation Committee, report on co-op. Go on page 150, Kate.
This will be really quick. I just wanted to update the board. We talked about co-ops now for school board meetings. We talked about it at at least 2, if not 3, rules, regulations, and policy committee meetings. I surveyed all 1A, 2A, and I included 3A schools that had soccer, due to soccer being 2A and 1A schools playing 3A soccer. We also broke that data down just looking at the 1A, 2A rural schools without any charter, without any private, and no 3A schools to kind of look at that. The rules and regulations committee wanted to see just the rural schools that really we were focusing on with the co-op opportunity and what they felt. And ultimately, we determined that there wasn't enough convincing data to say that they really wanted this. So I'll just give you kind of the brief numbers on the support of it. There was a lot of other questions asked, but the basic question was saying, are you in support of this and in what way? We had 10 of those 1A, 2A, just publicly zoned rural frontier schools that said that they would be in support of this with full postseason eligibility. We had 7 that said they'd be in support, but they could not participate in postseason. And then we had 10 that were not in support at all. So overall, 17 that were in some way of support and 10 that were not. The committee basically said that they didn't feel this was strong enough to say we should move in this direction. Another one of the big points and why we didn't want to move in this direction was the fairness of this. We may have schools that are in a position, if we pass this, to say, yeah, I do want to participate in co-op, but are not in a geographic location to actually do it. They don't have another school. that they could actually co-op with, or that would be willing to co-op with them. And so we felt like there would be areas of the state that would be able to take advantage of this and use this, and areas that would not be able to use it that would want it. And we didn't feel that was fair across the board, just based on geographics in our state. So we did not move forward with presenting any change to our regulations to the Board of Control. So, any questions?
Any questions, any comments? We're good, take a date for that. Okay, all right, at this time, let's go to page 151. This is qualifying for state tournament. Actually, I'm going to turn this over to Rollins. He's going to lead a discussion regarding the qualifying standards for state tournaments.
Well, this was directly related to the 297 football teams we had in the playoffs during the 4A and 5A. But that's all done now, since we're not having every team in the country with a 0-9 record participate in the first round of the playoffs. So that was it, to address that issue. It's a moot point now, so let's move on.
Sorry.
You gotta be happy, man.
Man,
Yes, sir.
Well, I just want to share that, and I didn't know why this item was on here, because I know it is a discussion between North and South on qualifying standards for golf, because South has qualifying standards.
They're coming, we're waiting until the spring alignment to bring back the qualifying standards.
Okay,
We-
so
we-
just for information, the Northern Nevada Track and Field Coaches Association has reorganized. They've been a non-item for a while. They have just recently reorganized, and they are starting the process of requesting qualifying standards for the North that currently aren't in place, whereas they are in the South.
And we decided to pull the qualifying standards for golf off of this agenda because we knew this agenda had enough on it to begin with. So that'll come back to spring. And we can also do girls and boys golf qualifying standards.
Well, I think I sent that document to you.
You did, yeah. And we're happy with that, thank you.
All right, let's go to agenda item number 29, regional sites for alignment cycle. Mr. Jackson.
So now that we have a fall alignment done, I will start to schedule meetings with the different entities across the state, start scheduling it out with the hope to be bringing back to the board 3-year calendars to show where we are for 3 years, regional and state, with sites and hosts. And always understanding that the host site will only be alleviated off of the school if a central venue of greater capacity and impact is available, i.e. we get Allegiant, we get Thomas and Mack, we get Lawler, we get Mackey Stadium. And I will tell you, I'm very happy. I don't know if you guys can feel it or not, but Rafter C3 is they're just all in. They're solid and 100% in, and they were very happy that there's a 3-year alignment. So.
All right, I do believe we have public comment.
Future agenda.
There's public comment on this item.
This, yeah.
He had 2, and we kind of had to omit part of it, so there was one for flag football. I can circle back and read it. It's about 3 sentences, but I'm gonna go ahead and start with this one. This is from Rex Party. The other item that caught my eye was discussion item number 29 about the selection of regional sites. I would like the board to consider Lee's Family Forum, formerly the $11 Center, as a regional site for volleyball and basketball competitions. I feel the facility, its location and size would be perfect for a state championship competitions to add excitement to the event. The Legion Stadium allowing state championship football games to be played there in recent years. I would hope similar arrangements would be made with Lee's Family. The talking points that was mentioned over and over again was that it would be used for community events. I think that previously supported G League basketball team as current run of professional women's volleyball team, so they have an infrastructure in place to set up such events. Thanks so much.
So with that, we could take a comment on that discussion, right? Just so you're aware, we did contact Lee's Family Forum for basketball. We were in a long conversation with them. We needed 4 4 days, 3 days?
We talked to them about 3 and 4, and I believe we were looking at a cost that was a little bit north of 50 grand a day.
A day, and that was the reduced rate. We would also have to cough up $4 per ticket, regardless of the price, and charge sales tax on all of the vendor items that we sold. So in essence, for every student ticket we sold, we would make $1, and every adult ticket we would sell, we would make $8, and we would have to pay the sales tax on all the sales from the insurance company, which, because they're not going to pick it up, it would be borne out by us. My response was, we don't charge Taylor Swift prices. We can't afford to raise our tickets to that level. Is there anything they can do? And it was a non-negotiable, and at that point, we knew we were priced out. And $50,000 a day, we just could not, we can't do that.
It's available. It's also available during our state basketball tournament.
Did I just hear Lincoln County's going to fund it?
I would gladly take a donation of $150,000 with an understanding that 35% probably will have to go to Playfly, because it will be a sponsorship. So make it 150 and we'll talk. But that was one of the things that we faced, that we would also face with, what's the, where the Knights play?
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile it's AXS sites have that ticket sale $4 per ticket, no matter what we do.
Same thing with Michelob Ultra. We tried to get it.
Oh yeah, and same with Michelob Ultra. We talked to them.
All right, Tia has, I think this call. Tia has one.
On page 142, I was in the restroom at the start of flag football, so I apologize. Here's the other portion of this Rex Party public comment. Upon reviewing the agenda, this isn't really flag football. Upon reviewing the agenda of the upcoming board control meeting, a couple items caught my eye. One item is discussion item number 25 with flag football commissioner. Section C, that discussion were being held about potentially adding boys flag football to sanctioned sport. I would like to express my support for this idea. I have seen firsthand the popularity of boys flag football in the state. That is just a few blocks away from the Heritage Sports Complex in Henderson. Every fall and spring, is full of players and families. This is a great sport and one that will be immensely popular for high school boys. I'm hopeful that this idea gains traction and can be implemented to express party.
All right.
30 page.
Okay, we're gonna go to, what is it, the last one?
Yeah, so far I have on there that the board would like us to have a transgender policy discussion at the next board meeting for a discussion item. A new RFP for sponsored developers brought back with people who can present. It'll be sent out, and right now there will be a new 25-26 calendar brought back with the adjustments now that we have established the realignment and the divisions for football. That's all I have right now.
The board training.
Board training will come back,
Golf discussion.
and we will have golf qualifying standards brought back for discussion.
It should also be all, did you already say all fall postseason? Would that be included?
Fall and winter, and the winter alignment for 3, 4, 8, 5, 8 as well.
Rollins?
What was yours?
The board training that we did to this meeting.
And the cheer data.
I have, I want to look at NAC 385B 250, which is a general requirement regarding students' team participation and classifications of leagues and regions. I think we need to look at that as a board.
Okay.
Because I know we have an amendment to this policy based on our use of 5A now, but it's not written in the red. That way.
That's been handled.
We took care of that long time ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so will somebody send that to me, because I know that I was looking for that and I got the old one. And then the other thing I think we need to do is make sure that we set up a panel to establish the evaluation of the realignment points and whatever rubric and metrics you're going to use to determine the strength of schedule and power of the football teams in the 5A, 4A to see what that's going to look like and keep a 3-year running total on that as we head towards the next
Should that be the realignment?
Realign that, yes. Well, it could be the realignment committee or somebody at least provides that data to the realignment.
Kate.
Reminder that the fine structure will come back, and then the dues regulation will come back.
Yeah, we need to do that.
All right, Tammy?
Just want to know if I'm hosting it for real.
Yes.
I know we talked about it.
You're hosting it.
All kidding aside. All kidding aside, so you guys understand what we're doing. I hope that it probably fell on deaf ears, you didn't notice it, but I didn't say the meetings were gonna be in Las Vegas and Reno. I want you to know that what we would like to do, and this has a lot to do with saving costs. This saves us an enormous amount of money. The cost for this was, we have saved.
Today was $1,125 actually for both days, and they're still providing the airplane snacks and transportation and all the things.
We're looking at probably a $7,000 to $10,000 savings for every meeting by doing that here. I would like the meetings to be hosted in venues similar to this or at your schools, but the other thing I would like to do is I think we need to move one meeting a year to our rural, central, or for lack of better terms, our remote schools, and I'm feeling the stare, but it's okay.
No, I'm looking at Sean.
Because I think it's time that we also go to those venues too, because it's not just about Washoe and Clark, it's about the state of Nevada, and I think that would be good. And the fourth meeting, I would like to do as a, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, a combo. Day one remote, day two in person. So an in and an out. So all non-action items, remote day one, all action items in person day two for one meeting a year. So we would be Reno area 1, Clark County area 2, remote area 3, combo, whatever one it is for 4. I'd like to kind of maybe look at that as we come forward. So that would be something we could discuss at the next meeting. It's nothing
So the remote and then live could be anywhere?
Yes.
In Nevada?
Yep.
But we would still have to travel.
To one location. So let's just say we did it the next meeting. Well, the next meeting is in Clark County. We would do day one, wherever we're at. We would do those items, and then we would fly in the morning of, have the meeting with action items, and then if we could fly out that night. It would depend on the agenda. But I would like us to look at something like that, because I think it would save us a lot. But I really want to push on the going to another school outside of just this area and Las Vegas, because I would like to go to Lincoln County if they would host us. I would like to go to Pyramid.
We'll get the
Elko.
internet. We'll get the internet next week.
Call Ray Parks.
I'm going to call Ray, and we're going to go to Winnemucca.
Yeah.
I love me some Winnemucca.
Hey,
And I'll play Johnny Cash the whole time there.
I would just say, for what it's worth, I believe in person is valuable when it comes to board. I'm just gonna say that. All right, well.
A couple other items I think that need to come back to the spring meeting. I believe by reg we have to elect new officers. It's in the spring meeting of odd years that we do that. So that, and then also the executive director's eval. And I think that needs to be sent out by you, Pam, to board members.
Has he been, when's your year, when were you hired? June?
Well, this is his first year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do we do that before the spring meeting?
Typically, you send the evaluation materials out like in the next couple of weeks or whatever, and then you get them back and then you, yeah.
Okay. Colin, did you have something to add?
So Tammy, if you're willing to host, please let us know.
Absolutely, I just wanted to know for sure. She's like, we'll come back to it, and then we never came back.
Yeah.
All right, great, we have Christina Brockett.
I do have a project, because I know that earlier, the comments from yesterday, they were talking about like transgender policies and whatnot. Something that was brought up was, the possibility of the Norm having maybe boys volleyball, and that's solving some of the issues we've got. I don't know if that is or that isn't, but that was something I picked up when listening to those comments. I don't know if the board has discussed male volleyball or if the board has an appetite for boys volleyball. I don't know if it will address some of the issues that they've been seeing, but I know a lot of the comments that came in were directly related to girls volleyball.
Well, it is sanctioned, and it would be a Washoe County decision.
So we.
And no one's addressed our office.
I just heard it in the comments.
I think that topic was because of the UNR.
Yeah.
Chose not to play. Okay, we're gonna go to item number 31, public comment. We actually have a public comment. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matters not on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that the said person please complete a public comment card and submit it to the president prior to the opening of the item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of the group may be imposed. It is requested that the comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. We have a public comment from Pablo.
Headed for us, Bob.
All right, here we go.
Take it on, Paul.
All right, guys, so you make the right decisions, that's a good call, so I want to say thank you for taking your time to come to Reno and stay overnight. I know you took away family, work time, you have to take your PTO, so that's a good call. So I wanted to talk about the rezoning boundary change for Easter, because the zoning advisory committee is coming up tomorrow. So that will now affect. So Booster, all sports except for soccer and football, stay in 3A for the next 3 years. So it will take place in between 2026, 2027 school year, start beginning 26, 27 school year. So for example, so we have a student or current 7th grade student after 10 Pine Middle School. The good or 8th grade student current Detective Pine Middle School, and then next year we go to the Monument High School for sports. If a student were affected by rezoning to Booster, they could stay here, could stay at the line, or go to Booster High. So it's not guaranteed, but stay in Korea for 3 more years, great, because I want Booster to move up to 4A, 5A in the near future, but I think it's not right time, but Booster needs some time to improve it. So I want to make sure evaluation. So thank you. Enjoy your flight to Las Vegas and have a nice.
All right.